Chapter 32-49. The city square was very large. A canyon that was more than a dozen miles long was almost the entire territory of the city square. On both sides of the canyon, inside the caves, there were many shops. Countless cultivators came and went, and the sounds of shouting could be heard constantly. This was the market of the Orthodoxy Temple, and all the shops belonged to the Orthodoxy Temple. There were also some businesses owned by the Orthodoxy Temple's disciples, selling everything. Although it was usually lively, it was not as lively as it was now. The main reason was because of the recent opening of the martial gathering. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the Southern Territory gathered here, so naturally some people came here for a stroll. Yang Kai had not yet landed when he saw the cultivator below dressed in the same clothes, and groups of disciples shuttling back and forth. In fact, every great sect had a market like this, and Azure Sun Temple also had one, but Yang Kai had not seen it before, so he thought it would not be worse than this one. Landing in front of the market, Yang Kai was not stopped, and he walked directly in with Wuxia. Women were naturally interested in this kind of lively place, and their personalities were cheerful and lively, so after arriving here, they smiled and walked backwards, looking at Yang Kai and asking, "Senior, what do you want to buy here?" Although she was walking backwards, it was as if she had eyes on the back of her head, shaking her shoulders from time to time to avoid the crowd. "I want to buy some seeds." Yang Kai looked around. The reason he came here on the spur of the moment was to buy some seeds. The main reason was that the wood bead and wood's demand for seeds was too great recently. Although he had obtained some from the exchange last time, it was simply not enough for them. When he sent the seeds over, the two wood spirits kept urging him to get more as soon as possible. Before, he did not think that there would be a market here, but now that he knew, he decided to make a trip here. Seeds. Wuxia was a little stunned when she heard this, seemingly not expecting Yang Kai to come here for this, but after thinking for a while, she said, "I know where they are, Senior, come with me." Saying so, she turned around and drilled into the crowd, like a fish swimming in water, her figure flexible. Although Yang Kai was not in a hurry, he did not fall too far behind. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a shop. It was a shop that sold herbs. Under normal circumstances, this kind of shop would also sell some seeds, but the quantity would definitely not be too much. In fact, this was indeed the case. Under Wuxia's inquiry, the shopkeeper took out some seeds. Yang Kai checked them a little and did not dislike them. He bought them and left. Who would have thought that Jade Chakram would actually haggle with the shopkeeper? She had a sharp tongue and forcefully lowered the price by about a fifth, which made Yang Kai laugh. When it was time to pay the bill, Wuxia also wanted to snatch it. How could Yang Kai let her do this? Naturally, he didn't agree. After leaving the shop, Jade Chakram led Yang Kai to the next shop. She seemed to be very familiar with the place. Yang Kai wondered how many times she had been here. After half a day, they had reached the end of the 10-kilometer market. Yang Kai's harvest was also quite good. Although the seeds he bought weren't too precious, the two wood spirits didn't ask for too much, so he just let them try to grow them. "Senior, what else do you want to buy?" Jade Chakram blinked at him. "Nothing for the time being." Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked at her. "You still have to compete with others tomorrow. Go back and rest early. I'll have to trouble you today." Jade Chakram smiled, her eyes curved into a crescent shape. "It's no trouble at all. If Senior has any instructions in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." After a pause, she said, "Then I'll go first. Senior, you should also go back and rest early." Yang Kai nodded, and Jade Chakram rushed to the sky. Halfway through, she looked back at Yang Kai and waved her hand vigorously. Watching her leave, Yang Kai weighed the animal skin bag in his hand and stuffed it into the small sealed world. He placed it in front of the medicine garden, believing that Mu Zhu and Mu Lu should be able to find it. He turned around and flew towards the spirit peak where Azure Sun Temple was. The news that Rakshasa sect's Jade Chakram came to look for Yang Kai spread like wildfire among Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Murong Xiao Xiao deliberately came to ask about it, as if Yang Kai and Jade Chakram had some unspeakable relationship, making Yang Kai a little speechless. Even Gao Shueting looked at him a little strangely. Xiao Baiyi, needless to say, had a look of disdain on his face, which made Yang Kai a little angry. The following days were still uneventful. Yang Kai would come out of seclusion every few days to act as a judge in the mountain valley. As time passed, more and more cultivators were eliminated. Those who could continue to stand in the ring were more or less capable. During this period, Jade Chakram once again stood in the 8th ring. Her opponent was still a cultivator from the 3rd order Dao Source realm. This battle was even more difficult than the battle on the first day, but it was resolved by Jade Chakram's ability to adapt at the critical moment. She did her best to blast her opponent out of the ring. However, Yang Kai also saw that although Jade Chakram's ability was good, it would be difficult for her to enter the top 10. Her cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. If she also had the cultivation of a 3rd order Dao Source realm, she would definitely be in the top 5 of this martial meet. Yang Kai did not go to the Emperor Realm's exchange anymore. There was nothing good anyway. However, Gao Shueting came back to pass a message to him. Many cultivators from the Emperor Realm wanted to exchange some Emperor pills from him, and he had to name the price himself. Yang Kai ignored all of them. That day, he exchanged Emperor pills for seeds casually. How could he throw out more Emperor pills to attract covetous eyes? On the 20th day of the martial meet, the results of the individual battle rankings were released. The one who won first place was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, nor was it a disciple of the 3 great forces, but someone from the octagonal door. Yang Kai recognized this person. She was the beloved daughter of the previous sect master of the octagonal door, Su Zi. This was a huge upset, causing the 3 great forces to lose face. Yang Kai did not have much contact with Su Zi, but he knew that she had a soft spot for Luo Yuan. Back then, when Yang Kai refined an extraordinary treasure pill in the 4 Seasons realm, Su Zi asked Yang Kai for one. She wanted to give it to Luo Yuan to help him reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible, but Luo Yuan did not appreciate her kindness. Instead, he directly stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and forced her to swallow it. Falling flowers are filled with love, but flowing water is unintentional. After so many years, Su Zi's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 3rd order Dao Source realm. With the extraordinary treasure pill as her foundation, it was not difficult for her to break through to the Emperor realm. This time, she suppressed tens of thousands of young talents in the Southern Territory, adding luster to the octagonal door. For this reason, the unknown octagonal door once again entered the sights of many masters. In fact, since Luo Yuan ascended to the Emperor realm, the octagonal door was no longer a small sect. Its influence had expanded greatly, and Luo Yuan had also taken over the position of octagonal door's sect master. This time, Su Zi also won first place in the martial gathering's individual battle, which brought great glory to the octagonal door. Today, the octagonal door only had Luo Yuan in the Emperor realm, but in time, when he and Su Zi fully grew up, they were bound to lead the octagonal door to prosperity. One had to know that the reward for first place in the martial gathering was an opportunity to cultivate in the secluded lands of the 3 great sects. Coupled with the extraordinary treasure pill, Su Zi would likely be able to break through to the Emperor realm after coming out of seclusion this time, making countless people green with envy. Second place went to Shui Yi of Azure Sun Temple, who lived up to expectations, suppressing the participating disciples of Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Third place went to Orthodoxy Temple. Heavenly Martial Holy Land had no chance to enter the top 3 this time, so the leading elder had a bitter look on his face, probably not knowing how to report back. Further down the list, most of the disciples from the great sects ranked near the top, showing the strength of their respective sects. The individual battles ended here, and the remaining 10 days were for the group battles. The competition venue was still this mountain valley. Several hundred people from the Emperor realm spent a day dismantling the hundreds of arenas and dividing the entire mountain valley into more than a dozen territory areas, each of which could accommodate hundreds of people. In the individual battles, only one referee was needed, but in the group battles, 5 referees were needed in each territory to ensure that no one died. Naturally, Kai Yang was also called up. Just like before, everyone would take turns to act as a referee, rotating once every 3 days. In order to compete for the ranking of the group battles, the disciples of each sect did their best, fighting vigorously in the arena. All kinds of tricks emerged one after another, and plots and tricks were played one after another, making people amazed. It was hard to imagine that this group of people would do anything for the ranking. But it was no wonder, the ranking was related to the face of each sect, who dared to not pay attention. Azure Sun Temple's disciples were all elites, and no matter what the ranking was in the individual battles, they were invincible in the group battles. In the first few days, they didn't meet any opponents at all, until they met the disciples of the other 2 top sects. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating again when a maid came to report that Yu Chua was asking for an audience. Ever since that day, Jade Chakram had come here every few days. There was a legitimate reason for this visit, the main reason being that she was here to deliver seeds to Kai Yang. At that time, she saw that Yang Kai was very interested in the seeds in the market, so after returning, she asked her fellow disciples to help collect them, and then sent them to Yang Kai. She had already delivered 3 times, and although the things were not expensive, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was not right. This woman's eyes gradually became a little sticky, and Yang Kai was not inexperienced. How could he not know what she was thinking in her heart? Perhaps the way he saved her the first day had buried something in her heart, and through these days of contact, it gradually showed signs of taking root and sprouting. Although she was very careful to hide it, Yang Kai was not blind, so how could he not see it? Yang Kai felt that it was necessary to have a good talk with her. He really didn't want to provoke any woman now, and the matter with Ji Yao was not clear yet, so he asked the maid to bring her in. Not long after, a head popped out from the door frame, and Yu Chua smiled and said, "Senior, did I disturb you?" After several contacts, she found that Yang Kai was not arrogant, and was more familiar with him. "Since you're already here, what can I do if I disturb you?" Yang Kai looked at her snappily. After several contacts, they were familiar with each other. She had seen Yang Kai return here with her own eyes and there was no trace of him leaving, so how could he not be here? Just as she was about to ask the maid to take a look again, she suddenly seemed to realize something and squeezed out a smile. "Thank you for your trouble." The maid shook her head and said, "Young lady is too polite." Yuzhua turned around and her eyes suddenly turned red. She flew back to where she had landed in a fit of pique, but stopped halfway, turned around, and stared at Yang Kai's room, waved her hand vigorously, and left quickly. Yang Kai stood by the window and took in the scene. He sighed slightly. Since things had come to this, he could only silently bless her in his heart and hope that she could break free from this quagmire soon. At night, the valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here and tables were set up all over the valley. Maids and attendants shuttled back and forth, and the disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace were also busy, serving up fine wine and delicacies. The Orthodoxy Palace was hosting a banquet, and such a grand occasion was rarely seen. In the place where the people of Azure Sun Temple gathered, Yang Kai looked around and asked curiously, "Where is senior sister Gao?" He didn't see Gao Shueting. Murong Xiao Xiao replied, "Senior sister said she was feeling a little unwell, so she didn't come." "Are you okay?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Murong Xiao Xiao blushed a little and said, "It's not a big deal, I just need to rest." Seeing her expression, Yang Kai thought about it and didn't ask any more questions. With so many people coming to toast, the people of Azure Sun Temple naturally couldn't just sit still. Under Wen Zishan's order, several people from the Emperor realm had to go out and toast. On the way back, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and saw a figure flash by, rushing into the darkness and disappearing. "What the hell?" Yang Kai frowned, threw down the wine glass in his hand, and followed. A moment later, a few miles away, a person was waiting in front. Yang Kai walked over and cupped his fists. Brother Luo. Luo Chen turned to look at him and said lightly, "Come with me." "Where are we going?" Yang Kai frowned. Just now, it was Luo Chen who quietly sent him a message, asking him to come over. Speaking of which, although he and Luo Chen came here to participate in the Southern Territory Martial meet this time, they really didn't communicate much with each other. This guy was even less talkative than Xiao Bai. At the very least, Xiao Bai would occasionally speak a few words, but Luo Chen was like a mute, unable to utter a single word. He seemed to be an anomaly in the entire Azure Sun Temple. According to Murong Xiao Xiao, none of the elders in the temple had a particularly good relationship with him. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with him and didn't speak much, let alone have the slightest friendship. Yang Kai really didn't know why he called him over in the middle of the night. "Senior Sister Gao wants to see you," Luo Chen said and led the way. "Senior Sister Gao." Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help but curse in his heart. All of a sudden, the sounds of birds and insects stopped abruptly, as if they had been frightened by something. All the sounds were completely wiped out at this moment. The dagger that had been slowly moving towards Kai Yang's back suddenly burst forth with an unimaginable speed, fiercely thrusting forward. Yang Kai felt a stabbing pain as his emperor qi erupted. The communication artifact in his hand exploded into a cloud of dust. His flesh wriggled and became as hard as iron. The foot-long dagger penetrated 5 inches into his internal organs, but it was firmly locked in place by his muscles. The black figure holding the dagger fluttered, and a look of shock burst out from where his eyes should have been, as if he hadn't expected that his attack would be blocked. Although the dagger had penetrated Yang Kai's body, it didn't achieve the desired effect. After thinking for a while, he quickly understood what the problem was. There was something wrong with this person's body. It was not something an ordinary person's body could compare to. Without giving him any time to react, Yang Kai glared at him, turned around, and threw out a punch. Chapter 32:51. A violent burst of qi burst out, but it passed through the dark shadow's body and hit the air, causing a crack to appear in the void. Now that he had been exposed, the dark shadow no longer hid and stabbed forward with the dagger in his hand, intending to kill Yang Kai. Qi, Yang Kai did not move, but he was pushed back continuously. The ground under his feet seemed to have been plowed, creating 2 long gullies. He stretched out a hand to grab the dagger that had pierced into his waist, ignoring the blood dripping from his fingers as he stared at the dark shadow in front of him, trying to get a better look. Just now, he had been on the brink of death, which made him both shocked and angry. He was shocked because his opponent had attacked without leaving a trace, and he had not even noticed it. This person's assassination technique was simply amazing. Who in this world could block such a method? He was angry because he had actually been attacked by someone. He had been able to avert the danger not because he had detected any killing intent, but because he instinctively felt that something was wrong and moved his body to the side to avoid being hit. Otherwise, he would have been in a really bad situation. Hong hong hong. A violent force passed through the dagger and exploded in his body, turning Yang Kai's waist into a bloody mess. He had no choice but to circulate his emperor qi with all his might to resist the power of the explosion. Golden blood filled his mouth as he roared, "Who are you?" He was led here by Luo Chen and had contacted Gao Shueting before coming here, so he did not think too much about it. Who would have thought that he would be attacked here? This was obviously a premeditated assassination. He could not figure out who he had offended to use such a method to kill him. What role did Luo Chen and Gao Shueting play in this whole process? He did not want to think too much about it, but he had to. The most important thing now was to resolve the crisis in front of him and figure out the identity of the person who had attacked him. He could deal with Luo Chen and Gao Shueting later. The dark shadow did not answer and continued to push Yang Kai forward. Yang Kai scanned the dark shadow with his divine sense, but he still could not see the true face of this dark shadow. He could not even detect any vitality from it. It seemed that it was really just a shadow and not a physical body. Yang Kai was furious and threw another punch. The black shadow turned a blind eye and allowed the fist to hit its body without any resistance. Yang Kai's face turned pale with fright. There was a strong poison on the dagger, but he didn't know what kind of poison it was for it to take effect so quickly. Not bothering to probe further, Yang Kai's space principles surged as he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed at the black shadow. The black shadow let out a muffled groan, and its erratic body suddenly became much more solid. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this. His brute force had no effect on his opponent, and even his Emperor Qi could not hurt his opponent. If even his space principles were not effective, then he was afraid that this time, he would really be in deep trouble. Fortunately, the law of space did not disappoint him. Under the compression of space, the black shadow was indeed unable to bear it and showed signs of revealing its true body. Cut! Yang Kai roared as a moon blade appeared out of thin air, turning into a beautiful arc that cut through the black shadow's body. A burst of warm blood spread out as the black shadow was cut into 2 halves, but strangely recombined. However, the blurry face clearly showed a painful expression. Although the crescent blade did not kill him, it had injured him. Before Yang Kai could make a second move, the black shadow suddenly let go of the dagger and retreated. How could Yang Kai allow him to come and go as he pleased? Opening his 5 fingers, Yang Kai clenched his fist and the space around the black shadow suddenly froze. This move was beyond the black shadow's expectations and could be described as impossible to guard against. Only now did the black shadow realize that this person in front of it was not to be trifled with. No wonder his superiors wanted him to kill him first. Otherwise, he might have really ruined his plan. Exile! Yang Kai roared, and the space that imprisoned the black shadow began to collapse. A black hole suddenly appeared behind the black shadow, and an extremely terrifying suction force came from the black hole, wanting to swallow the black shadow whole. This black shadow was too dangerous. Even the moon blade could not kill it, so Yang Kai did not have the mood to investigate its identity. He would kill it first and think about it later. The exile secret technique was a divine technique that could banish the target into a void crack. No matter how weak the black shadow was, once it was banished into a void crack, it would not be able to escape and would eventually die of old age in the void crack. Feeling the aura of nothingness and chaos coming from the black hole, the black shadow became a little flustered. When a sharp whistle sounded from its mouth, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared from all directions, each of them holding a powerful artifact and bombarding Yang Kai indiscriminately. Yang Kai's expression changed. He did not expect this guy to have helpers, and these helpers' cultivations were all from the Emperor realm. Looking up, he was shocked to find that these figures were all very familiar. Every one of them was a face that he had just dealt with recently, and some of them were even faces that he had just met during the day. These people were actually from the Emperor realm that were led by various large sects and families in the southern territory to participate in the martial gathering. However, at this moment, the aura coming from these people made Yang Kai's heart palpitate. Looking up, the Emperor realm was wrapped in a faint black qi. Demonic qi. The scene in front of him was too familiar. How could he not know that the Emperor realm had already been corroded by the demonic qi, and their bodies and minds had become the demon race? How could there be demonic qi? In that moment of hesitation, his body was already enveloped by a violent energy. A small bell suddenly appeared, spinning and becoming as tall as a person, enveloping Yang Kai within. The pictures of mountains, rivers, birds, fish, and beasts on the bell seemed to come alive, quickly swimming around. The mountains and rivers bell. More than a dozen people from the Emperor realm attacked with all their strength. Even Yang Kai did not dare to casually take this attack head-on, not to mention now that he was poisoned and had a dagger stuck in his waist. With a series of rumbling sounds, the mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly, blocking all the attacks. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly shrank and was held in Yang Kai's hand. Turning his head, he saw that the black shadow that was about to be swallowed by the banishing secret technique had taken advantage of his distraction to break free from the shackles. In the darkness, a pair of indifferent eyes stared deeply at Yang Kai, and then its body exploded, turning into countless wisps of black smoke that scattered in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Since the attack failed, it retreated 1,000 kilometers. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth, his heart filled with extreme grief and indignation. He had never suffered such a big loss since his debut. He had almost died at the hands of others, and he did not even get to see the other party's true face. He did not even know the other party's origins. It was simply a disgrace. Yang Kai did not have time to investigate either. The dozen or so people from the Emperor realm had already activated their Emperor artifacts again and attacked him madly. Obviously, they were trying to buy time for the Black Shadow to escape. Yang Kai pulled out the dagger stuck in his waist and sealed the wound with his secret art. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of a white-bearded old man, punching him in the face. The white-bearded old man did not make a sound as he was sent flying backwards, fainting midair. This old man was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? The remaining people from the Emperor Realm were fearless and showed no intention of running away. 4 people rushed out from the left and right sides while the others held their Emperor artifacts and bombarded him indiscriminately. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them coldly as his figure flickered to avoid a barrage of attacks. The 2 sect masters who had rushed over were caught off guard and were blasted to pieces, not even leaving behind their bones. Yang Kai didn't know which sect master had died here. The mountains and rivers bell attacked again, enveloping the 3 people on the right. A world-suppressing pressure descended from the sky. The 3 people sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. When the bell rang, they lost control of their strength and their Emperor Chi became chaotic, causing them to stagger and fall down. Before they could land on the ground, the mountains and rivers bell had already covered their heads and trapped them. Yang Kai did not stop and flashed to the side of a beautiful woman. He grabbed her by the back of her neck and pushed his Emperor Chi. First, her Emperor Chi was imprisoned, then he slapped the back of her head, knocking her out, and threw her into the mountains and rivers bell. In the blink of an eye, half of the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters who had set up an ambush here had been killed, and the remaining half saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, so they didn't continue to fight and instead scattered and fled. Yang Kai wanted to chase after them, but half of his body was starting to go numb. He could only grit his teeth and stop, watching them escape. After scanning the surroundings with his divine sense and confirming that there was no more danger, he reached out and grabbed the 2 people who had been knocked out, throwing them into the mountains and rivers bell to suppress them. Then, his figure flickered and he hid in the sealed world bead. In the medicine garden, Yang Kai appeared with a slightly pale face. He went directly to the immortal tree and sat down cross-legged. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu heard the commotion and came over. When they saw Yang Kai in such a state, they were shocked and hurriedly surrounded him, casting their arts to heal him. A green light curtain enveloped Yang Kai, and with the nourishment of the immortal tree's vitality, Yang Kai immediately felt much better. In fact, the injuries he suffered this time were secondary. Although the dagger had stabbed into his body and damaged his internal organs, with Yang Kai's current physique and strong recovery ability, it was not a big problem. The key was the strange poison on the dagger. He did not know what kind of poison it was, but even with Yang Kai's current physique and second-order Emperor realm cultivation, he was still poisoned. His Emperor Chi surged and cleansed the numb half of his body. With the help of the 2 wood spirits, that half of his body gradually recovered. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai. Otherwise, if it was any other third-order Emperor realm master who was poisoned by this strange poison, they would not be able to save the situation. Yang Kai was now a half-dragon, and the dragon race had a strong resistance to all kinds of negative conditions. Naturally, poison was one of them. Although the poison on the dagger was strong, it was still not enough to kill a dragon race member. Even if an ordinary dragon was poisoned, it would not be a big deal. However, Yang Kai was only a half-dragon, so it would take some effort to expel it. The 2 wood spirits were not only good at healing, but also at detoxifying. With the cooperation of the 2, in less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was no longer the normal golden color, but a green light. It was pungent and unpleasant to the nose, and when it fell to the ground, it made a sizzling sound. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his body a little. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him, but when he recalled the attack just now, he still felt a lingering fear. Chapter 32-52. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, he had rarely met an opponent he could fight. He had even killed a few third-stage Emperor realm masters, so his mentality had inevitably changed. Today, he realized that the world was so big and there were so many capable people out there. The price of underestimating others was to suffer. It was all thanks to his half-dragon body that he was able to escape from death this time. If not for his half-dragon body, that Black Shadow's sneak attack from behind might have taken his life. If not for his half-dragon body, the strange poison on the dagger would have also caused him to die without a burial ground. It was because of the sturdiness of his half-dragon body that he was able to stop the dagger's advance with his flesh and blood, preventing himself from being fatally injured. He was able to slow down the spread of the poison and truly survive. Thinking back to what happened tonight, Yang Kai was full of doubts. He came here because Luo Chen had used Gao Shueting's name to pass on a message. Otherwise, why would he come here for no reason? The Black Shadow's ambush here was obviously premeditated. What did this have to do with Luo Chen and Gao Shueting? Previously, he had contacted Gao Shueting and received some response. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have trusted her so easily. There was also the dozen or so people from the Emperor realm who had become the demon race, which made him feel that something was wrong. The demon thought had just been discovered in the Southern Territory. During the dozen or so years when he returned to Hang Luo Star Field to fight, the Southern Territory had been hunting down and searching for those escaping demon wills. It was said that they had already been wiped out, so how could there be so many people who had become the demon race? Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. These dozen or so people were from the Emperor realm who had come to participate in the martial meet this time, and he hadn't noticed anything unusual until morning. If they had all quietly become the demon race, then what about the others? Hundreds of the Emperor realm's elite disciples from the Southern Territory had gathered in that mountain valley. If they were all killed, then it would be a big joke. Not daring to think about it anymore, Yang Kai flashed out of the sealed world bead. On the mountain peak, the mountains and rivers bell stood quietly. The mountain peak was a mess, and there were traces of the battle left behind. There was some movement inside the bell. Obviously, the suppressed enemies inside were trying to find a way to break out, but the suppression force in the mountain valley was extremely strong. How could they break out at will? Yang Kai punched the bell, and with a loud bang, the bell immediately quieted down. Only a few miserable cries could be heard. Yang Kai. The situation was as he had expected. This old man had become the demon race, but it seemed that he had not become the demon race for long. The demonic chi had not eroded too much, so he could still be saved. With a solemn look on his face, Kai Yang's aura suddenly underwent an astonishing change. In an instant, it became ancient and desolate. It was as if he had stepped out from an ancient and distant world, giving off a feeling of incompatibility with the current world. The power of a wizard. Yang Kai was not only from the Emperor realm, but also a wizard king who specialized in all kinds of wizard spells. From his previous contact, the power of a wizard was definitely the most effective way to restrain the demonic chi. Reaching out and pressing on the old man's head, Yang Kai chanted a complicated and strange spell. A layer of hazy light instantly enveloped the old man. In the next moment, the old man's body suddenly glowed with a pale red light. Bloodthirst. In that ancient world, Yang Kai had fought with the demon race for many years. He had the experience of saving people who had become the demon race. The bloodthirst could effectively resist the erosion of the demonic chi, and with the help of his wizard spells, it should not be difficult to pull this old man back from becoming the demon race. However, the bloodthirst was formed by stimulating the blood essence of the cultivator. This old man was not young, so his lifespan would be affected. But how could Yang Kai care about this now? He just wanted to quickly understand today's matter and then make plans. The bloodthirst was activated, and the spell changed again. This time, it was exorcism. The old man instantly trembled like a sieve. His face twisted, as if he was enduring great pain. Wisps of black smoke came out of his 7 orifices. The black smoke disappeared as soon as it left his body. It was the demonic qi that had invaded his body. It was all purified by the exorcism. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black. Even though Yang Kai had sealed his power, he still bared his teeth and roared at Yang Kai like a ferocious beast. It seemed that he would not stop until he bit off Yang Kai's flesh. The scene in front of Yang Kai reminded him of his past experience. In that ancient world, the demon race and the barbarian race fought each other. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. If he had not experienced it himself, it would be difficult to imagine how cruel the war between the two races was. But soon, the old man's struggling and roaring subsided. The demonic qi overflowing from his 7 orifices became less and less, and the darkness in his eyes gradually faded. After a few dozen breaths, the old man collapsed to the ground as if he had been fished out of the water. He blinked his eyes and asked blankly, what happened? Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly, do you recognize me? The old man's vision gradually focused and he asked in surprise, are you Elder Yang of Azure Sun Temple? Don't you remember what happened to you? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The old man frowned and thought for a moment. After a while, his face changed greatly. This old man what happened? He seemed to have some impression of what happened just now. He was not completely ignorant. Yang Kai said, you were eroded by the demonic qi and become the demon race. When did you become the demon race? How did you become the demon race? Become the demon race. The old man's face changed and became extremely pale. He laughed twice and shook his head, impossible, this is impossible. He still didn't believe it. He had been chasing those demonic wills in the Southern Territory for many years. He obviously knew what it meant to become the demon race. He had even seen others become the demon race. It was a real change in temperament. They didn't recognize their own family and could even kill their own wife and daughter. But he never thought that this kind of thing would happen to him. For a moment, he felt a little uneasy. Yang Kai grabbed his collar and said in a deep voice, nothing is impossible. Look at the 4 of them. The old man turned his head and looked at the 4 people lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing that the 4 people were still wrapped in the dark demonic qi, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He had to face reality. Otherwise, there was no way to explain all the strange things that happened to him. Think about it carefully. Is there anything suspicious? The old man hesitated. This afternoon, Madame Han and I were invited by Elder Feng to see Temple Master Lei, and then. I don't remember much. Feng Ming, Lei Gu? Yang Kai's face changed. To be called Elder Feng Temple Master Lei by him, there were probably only 2 people in the entire Southern Territory. If these 2 people were the main culprits, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the Orthodoxy Hall. His face was full of worry. That's right. The old man slowly shook his head. It can't be Temple Master Lei who did this. Elder Yang, where are you going? Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yang Kai suddenly rush into the sky and rush in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. He staggered to his feet, feeling incomparably weak. He turned his head and looked at the 4 people lying unconscious on the ground. Then, he looked at the scene of the battle around him. He slapped his thigh in annoyance and said in pain, the world is going to change. He could faintly feel that the world was about to change. With 4 people by his side who had become the demon race, he couldn't just ignore them. If they woke up, they would probably go out and wreak havoc everywhere. But he had some friendship with these 4 people, so he couldn't kill them. He could only think of a way to imprison them first, and then find Yang Kai to rescue them later. Since that elder Yang was able to save him from his bedevilment, it wouldn't be difficult for him to save the other four. The Orthodoxy Hall was currently in chaos. There were sounds of fighting everywhere, and people were constantly running away. Bodies fell into pools of blood one after another, dying. One of the three major sects in the Southern Territory had become as cruel as hell in less than 2 hours. One after another, people from the Emperor realm covered in black gas shuttled back and forth. They killed people like they were cutting vegetables. Their pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness. More than 100 people from the Emperor realm formed a circular formation, forcing all of the escaping people to retreat to the valley. That was the place where the martial gathering and tonight's feast were held in the Southern Territory. Feng Ming held the communication compass in his hand and checked the information inside. He frowned and turned to Lei Gu, saying, "There's news from that side." They failed. Lei Gu's clothes fluttered. Although his entire body was also covered in pitch-black demonic qi, he clearly didn't lose his rationality. This was because he wasn't simply corroded by the demonic qi, but rather possessed by the demonic intent. The current Lei Gu was no longer the Lei Gu from the Orthodoxy Hall. Feng Ming was clearly the same. Hearing this, Lei Gu angrily said, "How did they fail? How could such a foolproof plan fail? I don't know the exact situation, but that person escaped." Feng Ming shook his head. Trash. Lei Gu's expression turned ruthless. It was because he was afraid of that person's space divine technique that he thought of ways to get rid of him first to prevent him from using the space divine technique to mess things up. However, he didn't expect that he still didn't succeed, which made him very dissatisfied. However, he also knew that even that person failed, so even if he personally made a move, it wouldn't be much better. It could only be said that man proposes, and God disposes. It seemed like he still underestimated that person's ability. "Hurry up. Try to get this done before the news is leaked," Lei Gu ordered. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flashed and he shot into the night sky. Under the night sky, Yang Kai's figure flickered. His face was tense, and while his heart was slightly relieved, he was also extremely worried. He originally suspected that this matter was related to Luo Chen and Gao Shueting, and reality proved that it was related to them. However, what made him feel slightly relieved was that it wasn't their original intention. Luo Chen and Gao Shueting were probably also corroded by the demonic qi and were then controlled by someone else. Yang Kai also suddenly recalled that Luo Chen and Gao Shueting seemed to have gone out together during the day. Now, it seemed like they were summoned by Lei Gu. Their situation was probably the same as that old man and they were both careless. However, he couldn't understand. Didn't they say that the demon thought in the Southern Territory was already suppressed? How could they still make such a big move? Furthermore, they purposely chose the time of the martial gathering in the Southern Territory. It was obvious that the plan was grand and wasn't done in a day. They probably planned this a long time ago. Chapter 3253. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to Orthodoxy Temple, but the scene he saw made his eyes twitch. The sect-protecting array of Orthodoxy Temple had been activated, and a translucent barrier of light covered the temple like an inverted bowl, protecting it completely. Before he arrived, he heard a series of screams. It was obvious that many people had already been killed. Looking at a certain location in Orthodoxy Temple, he saw black qi rising to the sky and demonic qi growing everywhere. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. If he remembered correctly, the place where the demonic qi was born should be where tonight's banquet was being held. Before he left, several hundred elite disciples from the Emperor realm and several tens of thousands of Southern Territory had gathered there. Could it be that they had all been killed? Thinking about it again, that didn't seem right. If that was the case, there was no need for Orthodoxy Temple to draw him away. Several hundred disciples from the Emperor realm, and many of them were third-layer emperors. If they had all been killed and corroded by the demonic qi, it would have been difficult for him to defend himself. The purpose of drawing him away was obviously because Orthodoxy Temple was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control the situation and decided to make the first move. Yang Kai's proficiency in the space divine technique was no secret, and once they failed to strike him, Orthodoxy Temple would have no chance to strike again. From the looks of it, although the situation was dangerous, it hadn't reached the point of no return. Yang Kai guessed that when Zishan and the others wouldn't be so easily corroded by the demonic qi and might be resisting inside Orthodoxy Temple. His figure flickered and he stopped in front of the great array. Looking around, his eyes widened in anger. Inside Orthodoxy Temple, many cultivators were scrambling to escape. They had obviously sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape from the whirlpool that was Orthodoxy Temple, but with the sect protecting array blocking them, how could they escape? They were all blocked, and many of them were killed by the pursuing demons. Others, seeing that there was no hope in escaping, hurriedly returned to find another way out. Screams, pleas for mercy, and cries of grief filled Yang Kai's ears. The people who had been alive and kicking during the day had all been reduced to meat paste in an instant, causing Yang Kai to burn with anger. Sweeping his gaze around, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly froze as he stared at a certain spot a few dozen meters away. On a small slope, a corpse was lying on the ground. The clothes were familiar, the face was familiar, but there was a hole in the chest, and the internal organs could be vaguely seen. Fresh blood dyed the slope where the corpse was lying. The blood had not dried, the eyes were not closed, and the head was tilted to one side as it lay there motionless. The originally dazzling eyes were now dim and had lost their luster. Jade Chakram. Yang Kai's lips parted as he called out softly, but there was no response. Dead? The person who had been looking for him for the past month had died just like that? Yang Kai simply didn't dare believe his eyes. The clear and melodious voice reverberated in his ears, and the figure that turned around and waved goodbye to him was incomparably clear. He still remembered the apprehension she had when she came to thank him with clean clothes, and the expectation in her eyes when they talked many times. He had once whipped a famous horse when he was drunk. Fearing that he would hurt the beauty because of his passion, Yang Kai didn't dare and wasn't willing to entangle himself with her. Thus, he shut the door and put an end to it. However, that lively figure was now lying on the cold slope, as if she had some kind of premonition. Before she died, her eyes were still open as she looked in this direction, looking at him who had returned after so long. The blood in his body suddenly became bone-chilling cold. Yang Kai avoided that pair of soulless eyes that were staring at him. He didn't dare to meet her gaze, so he lowered his head. The hair in front of his forehead cast a shadow over his eyes. He clenched his fists and roared towards the sky, "Lei Gu!" Several dozen li away, Lei Gu, who was standing in the void, turned his head when he heard this. He coldly snorted, "You actually came back." His eyes flashed and then he rushed in that direction. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's angry roar was clearly heard by quite a few cultivators who were currently running away. Right now, they were gathering towards him from all directions. They stopped in front of him and shouted through the sect-protecting great formation, "Senior, save us." Yang Kai looked up and swept his eyes over their panicked faces. His eyes locked onto a certain place behind everyone. Lei Gu's tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared. His hands were behind his back as he stood in the void. His face was cold and his eyes were pitch black. Demonic qi wrapped around his entire body. As soon as he appeared, he gently waved his hand. Yang Kai's eyes shrunk. He shouted at the cultivator in front of him, "Hurry and run." How could they still escape? Lei Gu was a third-layer Supreme Emperor. Now that he had been corroded by demonic thoughts, his bloodthirst had become his nature. An invisible slash swept over and directly cut several dozen people in half at the waist. In an instant, blood flowed like a river in the sect-protecting great formation. All living beings wailed in grief. Being cut in half at the waist wouldn't immediately kill someone, but it would make them experience boundless fear before they died. Those miserable screams and wails added endless gloominess to this world. "You still dare to come back?" Lei Gu coldly looked at Yang Kai and sneered. Sure enough, it was you who did this. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Lei Gu sneered and said, so what if I did? What can you do to this king? Yang Kai glanced at the sect-protecting great formation in front of him. His boundless anger and guilt were suddenly suppressed. He calmly said, you think a great formation can stop me? Lei Gu said, then you can try. Yang Kai pointed at him, if I don't destroy your orthodoxy temple, I swear I am not human. At this moment, a person suddenly shouted from inside, Yang Kai, orthodoxy temple has become a demon's den. Quickly go and ask for help. Yang Kai was startled. He recognized that it was Wen Zishan's voice, but he didn't have time to pay attention to Lei Gu. He shouted loudly, Temple Master, what's the situation inside? It can still hold on for a while. Quickly go to Star Soul Palace. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank. He knew that the situation inside was probably not good. Otherwise, Wen Zishan wouldn't have told him to go to Star Soul Palace. However, going to Star Soul Palace at this time was a long journey. It would take at least a few days. By the time he returned, it would be too late. He could only reply, Temple Master, don't worry. I have a plan. Lei Gu suddenly grinned, Yang Kai, this king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. How about you rely on this king? With your abilities, your future is promising. Rely on you? In your dreams. Yang Kai angrily rebuked. His figure shook as he shouted, Dragon transformation. A loud dragon's roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared and disappeared in a flash, entering Yang Kai's body. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure suddenly grew. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Lei Gu's line of sight slowly moved upwards as the expression on his face changed. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes as he stared at the behemoth in a daze and cried out involuntarily, Dragon Vein. He finally understood why that person had failed. This Yang Kai actually had a dragon vein. Although it didn't seem to be orthodox, to be able to use a dragon vein to such an extent, it obviously wasn't too bad. The dragon race had tough bodies and a strong immunity to poison, so it would be strange if that person could succeed. However, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to use such a divine technique. If he had known earlier, he would have told that person to be more careful. Perhaps he really could have succeeded in one hit. Space divine technique, and a dragon vein. Lei Gu's face sank. If this child isn't eliminated, he will definitely become a big problem. Without waiting for Lei Gu to regain his senses, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and released his avatar. With a thought, he understood Yang Kai's intention. With a roar, his body suddenly grew bigger. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, the corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. What he saw today was simply inconceivable. It was already unexpected that Yang Kai could become so big, but where did this stone golem come from? It looked like a stone fire, but was there such a big stone fire? Break the formation. Yang Kai's figure was towering and his voice was like a dragon's roar. When he finished speaking, he raised his hands high with his avatar and smashed them down. It was as if 2 mountains were crashing down. 2 huge pits immediately appeared on the light screen of the sect-protecting formation. Last time, the High Sky sect-protecting formation was broken by the avatar with brute force. The foundation of the High Sky sect was not much worse than the Orthodoxy temple. No matter how strong the sect-protecting formation was, there was still a limit. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't doubt that he and his avatar could break this formation. When the pits appeared, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. However, before he could regain his senses, the sunken light screen actually bounced back at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, an extremely powerful force was transmitted through his fists. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was sent flying. His 20-meter-tall body was like a collapsing mountain. He rolled along the way and trees fell down. A rumbling sound came. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that his avatar was also in the same situation. Moreover, it was even bigger and caused more of a commotion than him. While tumbling, Yang Kai struggled to adjust his body and finally stabilized himself. On the other side, the avatar was the same. Their eyes met and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. The Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting formation was very different from the high sky sects. Lei Gu's side also heaved a sigh of relief, secretly praising their luck. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation could reflect brute force, with the strength of the two monsters in front of them, there was probably no formation in the world that could stop their wild attacks. Again! Yang Kai shouted. He took large strides forward. Although he looked clumsy, he was actually extremely fast and arrived in front of the formation. This time, he threw out a punch, boom, the light screen of the formation caved in again, but this time, a violent force bounced back, causing his arm to go numb. He couldn't help but stagger back. The same thing happened to his avatar. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized that something was wrong. The Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting formation could actually reflect brute force. No matter how much strength he used, it would reflect the same amount of strength he used. It was simply his nemesis with his avatar. If the high sky sect's formation was also like this, his avatar wouldn't have been able to break it so easily that day. Ridiculous. Lei Gu sneered when he saw this. The opportunity is right in front of you. You can't blame others if you don't cherish it. When my demon race army flattens this world in the future, don't regret it. Demon race army, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. With a draconic roar, a golden dragon phantom punched out and hit the light screen of the formation. This time, ripples appeared on the light screen of the formation, but there were no signs of rebound. Yang Kai understood when he saw this. Sure enough, this spirit array could reflect brute force, but it could only resolve energy attacks. In other words, it was impossible to break this spirit array with brute force. This simply made the greatest advantage of him and his embodiment useless. It was connected to Yang Kai, so there was no need for too much communication to understand Yang Kai's plan. At the same time, it was filled with anger and guilt because of Yuzua's death. It stayed here to restrain Lei Gu's energy so that he couldn't deal with Wen Zishan and the others wholeheartedly. On the other hand, it was waiting for an opportunity to destroy the Grand Array. It would be best if it could break the Grand Array before Yang Kai returned. Even if it couldn't, it could reduce some of the Grand Array's power and prepare for the next plan. Seeing that the embodiment didn't speak, Lei Gu said coldly, "Sacred spirits are so noble, when have they been reduced to being controlled by a human? This is a disgrace to the sacred spirits." If the embodiment was really Shihua, it might be angered, but the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai after all. How could it care about such provocation? Seeing that it didn't respond, Lei Gu frowned and gave up on this useless effort. He turned around and was about to fly inside. But before he could fly away, the embodiment urged the flames to climb up the Grand Array's light screen, burning it to the sky. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. He waved the array flags in his hand and a layer of light appeared on the light screen, isolating the power of the flames. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure shuttled through the void and it only took him a moment to return to the mountain peak where he had been attacked. The white-haired old man was meditating while the 4 demonic chi wrapped around him were still unconscious. After noticing the movement, the old man was startled, but when he opened his eyes, he discovered that Yang Kai had returned. Overjoyed, he called out, "Elder Yang. Quickly go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help and report the matter of Orthodoxy Temple to the great emperors. Otherwise, the southern territory will be in danger," Yang Kai said hurriedly. "Ah." The white-haired old man was startled for a moment before nodding fiercely, "Good." He then pointed to the 4 people and said, "Then they, go." Yang Kai turned his head and glared at him, like an enraged beast about to devour him. Facing such a terrifying gaze, the old man didn't dare to say anything else. Realizing that time was precious, he hurriedly summoned his flight-type artifact and flew toward Star Soul Palace. After he left, Yang Kai waved his hand and took the 4 unconscious people who had become the demon race into his mysterious bead world, suppressing them somewhere inside. Immediately after, he waved his hand and scattered countless materials, directly beginning to work on this mountain peak. Going to Star Soul Palace to ask the great emperors to take action was certainly a way out, but Yang Kai wasn't optimistic about it. It wasn't that he didn't trust the strength of the great emperors, it was just that it would take too much time. By the time the great emperors arrived here, it was likely that the matter here would have already been settled. If he wanted to resolve this disaster and avenge those who had died, he would have to rely on something else. Yang Kai had his own plans. In his mind, the scene of the cold corpse lying on the mountain peak kept flashing, the dim and lifeless eyes seemingly engraved into the depths of his soul, forever staring at him, tormenting him with every breath he took. Strictly speaking, they had only known each other for less than a month, and they weren't even close. On the path of the martial Dao, fighting and killing was normal. The death of a single person shouldn't have caused such a big emotional fluctuation, but because of the endless self-blame, the act of turning around and waving goodbye became an eternal parting. The power of the space array surged endlessly, and many materials gradually merged on this mountain peak, forming a prototype spirit array. As time passed, this spirit array gradually became more complete. After less than half a day, a brand new space array had taken shape. Without having time to inspect it too much, Yang Kai stepped onto it and stared at the location of Orthodoxy Temple for a moment before urging the power of the array. In a flash of light, Yang Kai disappeared. Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace. On top of the space array, Yang Kai's figure appeared, alarming the people guarding the array. Today, Bian Yuqing was still guarding the array. When she saw Yang Kai, she immediately stood up and cupped her fists, "Palace Master." Her gaze suddenly focused on Yang Kai's waist, and she asked in shock, "Palace Master, are you injured?" Although the sneak attack from the Black Shadow was no longer serious, the bloodstains were still there, which naturally couldn't escape Bian Yuqing's observation. "Where is the head chief?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. Bian Yuqing was startled, feeling that there was something wrong with Yang Kai today. He was so aggressive, like a volcano that was about to erupt, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, wondering just who had injured him and who had provoked him. This was the first time Bian Yuqing had seen Yang Kai in such a state, and hurriedly replied, "The head chief just returned yesterday, she should be resting." "Call her over." "Yes." Bian Yuqing hurriedly took out her communication compass and poured her divine sense into it. After a while, she raised her head and said, "Palace Master, please wait a moment, the head chief will be here soon." Although she said she would be here soon, in less than 10 breaths, Hua Qingxi had already come in from outside and glanced at Bian Yuqing suspiciously. When Bian Yuqing sent her a message just now, telling her to quickly come to the teleportation array, she looked extremely anxious, so she didn't dare to delay and rushed over without stopping to rest. When she saw Yang Kai standing there with a solemn expression, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Before she could speak, Yang Kai asked, "How many people from the Emperor realm can we mobilize now?" Hua Qingxi blinked and said, "Palace Master, are you referring to the entire Northern Territory, or the entire High Heaven Palace?" "The entire Northern Territory." "Then why are you mobilizing them, Palace Master?" "Murder, revenge, extermination." Yang Kai spat out a few words coldly between his teeth. Hua Qingxi was shocked and realized that something big must have happened. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't be so murderous. She said solemnly, "If there's enough time, 300 to 400 people won't be a problem." During this period of time, the High Heaven Palace had led the other 3 sects and had been integrating the major forces in the Northern Territory. Although it hadn't been long, many sects had already chosen to submit. There was no other way. With the 4 top sects working together, who in the Northern Territory could stop them? Since they had already submitted, the High Heaven Palace had given orders. Whether they were willing or not, they had to obey. "Okay, I'll give you half a day to mobilize all the people from the Emperor realm and gather here." After half a day, I'll come and pick you all up. Yang Kai turned around and stepped onto the space array again. After pondering for a while, he said coldly, "Tell them that if anyone dares to not come or cooperate with me, when I have the time, I'll definitely exterminate their entire sect." Yes. Hua Qingxi's face changed color. She wanted to ask more, but Yang Kai's figure had already disappeared from the space array. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing looked at each other. They were both confused. Hua Qingxi said, "What happened to the palace master?" Bian Yuqing shook her head, "I'm not sure. He didn't say anything." Hua Qingxi frowned slightly. She could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had met with some trouble. But what kind of trouble was it that required so many people from the Emperor realm to help him? She had also seen the bloodstains on Yang Kai's body. Although she wasn't sure how serious his injuries were, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still injured. It was clear that the enemy this time was very strong. She didn't dare to delay. After a simple discussion with Bian Yuqing, they took out their communication compasses and sent out messages. They all stepped onto the space array and began to mobilize all the experts in the Northern Territory. Chapter 3255. Yang Kai had set up a lot of space arrays in the Northern Territory some time ago, so it was quite convenient to travel back and forth. Otherwise, how could they find anyone to help them in just half a day? Half an hour later, more than half of the Northern Territory had become turbulent because of the High Heaven Palace's order. Countless people from the Emperor realm were anxious, not knowing why the High Heaven Palace suddenly summoned them. Were they going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? But what good would that do for the High Heaven Palace? Many people naturally wanted to pretend to be sick and not go, or they had other excuses, but the order from the High Heaven Palace made them not dare to not go. Yang Kai had already said that he would destroy their sect, so who would dare to be perfunctory? The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by him, and now the High Heaven Palace was occupying the ruins of the Seeking Passion sect. No one wanted to become the second Seeking Passion sect. This guy was not joking, he was completely capable of destroying other sects. People were constantly teleporting to the High Heaven Palace through the space array. 3 people, 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, the main hall gradually became overcrowded. When the latecomers saw that so many people from the Emperor realm had gathered in the Northern Territory, they immediately felt relieved. It seemed that the High Heaven Palace did not intend to burn the bridge after crossing the river, otherwise, there would be no reason for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather in one place. There were also people who gathered around Bian Yuqing to ask about the situation, but how could Bian Yuqing know what was going on? Yang Kai hurried back to say a few words and then left in a hurry. She had no idea what was going on, so she could only ignore those people's questions. However, no one dared to be presumptuous here. Seeing her cold face and not answering, they could only step back in embarrassment and show flattering smiles. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Back then, she had to look up to the Emperor realm, but now, she had to give them face. This was something that Blue Feather sect could never give her. She knew better than anyone that the one the Emperor realm was afraid of wasn't her. She was just a first-order Emperor realm master, and there were countless people here who were stronger than her. If it weren't for the High Heaven Palace behind her, this situation wouldn't have happened. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. The High Heaven Palace was in an uproar. Yang Kai had already teleported to the savage desolate ancient lands. Inside the small treehouse, Yang Kai leapt out just in time to see a stone puppet poke its head in his direction. Not knowing what he was thinking, Yang Kai asked, "Is the elder here?" The stone mongoose pointed at the elder's treehouse, and Yang Kai dashed towards it. Not long after, he saw the elder in the treehouse. The elder looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Little friend, why have you returned?" Yang Kai didn't seem to have left for long, at most 2 months. Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly. "I have a matter to ask the stone mongoose clan for help." The elder nodded and said, "No problem." Yang Kai was stunned. "Elder, aren't you going to ask me what it is?" He didn't expect the elder to agree so readily. The elder chuckled, "It seems that you have encountered some trouble. The Stone Mongoose clan doesn't have many friends, so how can the Stone Mongoose clan stand by and do nothing when a friend is in trouble?" Yang Kai bowed deeply. "Many thanks, elder, for your help. However, you should know that this matter is related to the Southern Territory." "The Southern Territory?" The elder raised his eyebrows. The savage wildland was in the Eastern Territory, so the Southern Territory was a bit out of his reach. Obviously, they all knew how terrifying the demon race was. Needless to say, under Yang Kai's command, they all walked into the small treehouse and stepped onto the space array. When Yang Kai built this space array 2 months ago, he had made some preparations. He had specifically built it to be large, just in case he needed the stone puppet's help one day, so he had never expected it to come in handy so soon. The stone mongoose was too big and could only teleport one person at a time. Yang Kai arranged for them to be teleported one by one before turning to the elder and saying, "Don't act rashly for the time being. I don't know how many people the demon race has left behind, or if there are any reinforcements. Elder, lead them to guard the space array while I summon more people to destroy the enemy in one fell swoop." "Yes, little friend, don't worry," the elder nodded and was the last to enter the space array. After sending off the stone mongoose elder, Yang Kai rushed into the sky without stopping and rushed in a certain direction. His emperor's chi was released without any regard for consumption, and his space principles were constantly activated as his figure flickered. In less than half an hour, a majestic palace appeared in front of him. It was the palace of the southern Saint Wan Fong in the ancient land. Before he landed, he heard an angry shout, "Who goes there?" A charming woman flew towards him. She was wearing revealing clothes, and her demonic chi soared to the sky. She was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, no weaker than Ing Fei and the others. Yang Kai glanced at her and found her familiar. He knew that she was one of the 32 Monster Kings, but he couldn't remember which Monster King she was. He was in a bad mood and wasn't in the mood to tangle with her, so he waved his sleeve and said, "Get lost." The Monster King was furious. Although she was below the Southern Saint Realm in the ancient land, no one had ever dared to speak to her like this, not even the other Monster Kings. When a woman went crazy, she was very terrifying. Just as she was about to teach Yang Kai a lesson, she suddenly found that this person looked familiar. After taking a closer look, she was surprised and delighted. "Isn't this that guy?" Her anger turned into a smile, so it's... Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Kai had already rushed past her and landed directly in the Wanfeng's palace. Looking around, under the shocked gazes of the maids, he shouted, "Wanfeng!" The Monster King was embarrassed, but she didn't dare to lose her temper. Everyone knew that this human was related to the blood door and the divine spirit source, so no one dared to offend him. Ing Fei and the others also didn't know how lucky they were to be able to follow him around. It was simply enviable. She was confident that her cultivation was not inferior to Ing Fei and the others, and her figure was also not bad. If she could take this opportunity to form a relationship with him, she might be able to get close to him in the future. Before she could finish her thoughts, she heard Yang Kai's angry roar. Her expression immediately changed as she wondered what was wrong with this guy today. He looked like he was going to punish her. She didn't know what he was going to do. She didn't dare to approach Yang Kai rashly, so she just floated in the air and watched anxiously. Her heart was very conflicted. If the Southern Saint Realm fought with him, should she help or not? Offending the Southern Saint Realm wouldn't bring her any good, but if she offended him, she would never be able to awaken her ancestral spirit source again. "What are you shouting for?" A cold voice called out as Luan Feng appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Her face was so gloomy that it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost from it. Staring at Yang Kai, her expression was full of disgust, secretly feeling a headache coming on. Why is this guy here again? Last time I was taken advantage of by him, is he still not satisfied? Isn't this appetite a bit too big? His heart was secretly annoyed, so naturally his tone wasn't too good. But when he saw Kai Yang's expression, his heart couldn't help but jump. His expression wasn't quite right. Had he provoked him? I have something to ask for your help. Yang Kai didn't waste time and went straight to the point. So he wanted her help. Luan Feng heard this and immediately felt relieved. As long as he didn't come to find trouble with her, she raised her hand and lightly said, "Is this the attitude you should have when asking for help?" Running to her palace and shouting, he simply didn't put her in his eyes and even shamelessly asked for her help. Although she was afraid of the power behind Yang Kai, it didn't mean that she would give up her dignity as a divine spirit. She secretly decided to give Yang Kai a show of strength so that he wouldn't be so arrogant in the future. "Just tell me if you want to help me or not." Yang Kai completely ignored her thoughts and said in an extremely tough tone. The Luan Feng was angry and funny at the same time. "If you don't say what you want to help me, how can I answer you? Do you think I will agree to die if you want me to? Of course it is within your ability." The Luan Feng curled her lips. "I don't owe you anything, right? That's why I said I want to ask for your help." Chapter 3256. This brat was becoming more and more annoying. The Luan Feng secretly gritted her teeth. "So what if I help you? So what if I don't? Help me this time and I will remember your kindness. If you don't help me, I will leave immediately." The Luan Feng sneered. "What do I need your kindness for?" Yang Kai coldly looked at her, nodded, and soared into the sky. The Luan Feng was startled. Was he really going to leave? How could he do this without giving her any time to think? Was he crazy? Although the Luan Feng hated Yang Kai's rude and unreasonable attitude, if Yang Kai really held a grudge against her, she would have a hard time in the future. She could only raise her hand and angrily shout, "Do you think you can come and go as you please in my territory? What do you want?" Yang Kai stopped and tilted his head to look at her. The coldness in his eyes almost condensed into a solid substance. When their eyes met, the Luan Feng's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai's state was not right this time. Although she found him annoying before, he was still reasonable. This time, it was as if he was a completely different person. It seemed that he had really encountered some kind of trouble, and it was a trouble that made him extremely angry. "Where are you going?" the Luan Feng asked in a low voice. "None of your business." He did not have the proper attitude to ask for help. The Luan Feng was furious. She wanted to slap this brat to death, but she knew that he was not weak. If she forced him to use all his cards, she might not be able to kill him. Moreover, once they had a falling out, the consequences were not something she could bear. She bitterly clenched her teeth and shouted, "There will be no next time." This was a promise. Yang Kai did not waste time and directly said, "Call Fan Hua and Sung Go here. Also, summon the other 29 monster king of the ancient land." He turned around and returned to the bedroom, standing not far from the Luan Feng. The Luan Feng was shocked. "What do you want?" She thought that he was only asking for her help. Who knew that he would ask for such an exorbitant price? Not only did he ask for Fan Hua and Sung Go, but he also asked for the 29 monster king. They were the strongest forces in the entire ancient land. Was this bastard planning to start a war with the sects of the great emperors? Thinking of this, the Luan Feng's body turned cold. Although she was a holy spirit, she knew her own limits. There were only a few great emperors, and every one of them was an existence recognized by the heavens and earth. If they really went up against the great emperors, not many people in the savage wildland would be able to survive. Not to mention, the sects of the great emperors had extremely strong foundations. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes, he felt his hair stand on end. He had long felt that this guy was extremely daring. Wasn't his courage a bit too big? She had to admit that she was overthinking things. "What are you waiting for? I want to see them within 2 hours. Hurry up and contact them." Yang Kai saw Luan Feng standing there stupidly and was annoyed. He gave the High Heaven Palace half a day's time, and they needed to finish gathering in half a day's time as well. How could they waste so much time? Luan Feng suppressed the panic in her heart. She wasn't in the mood to care about Yang Kai's rudeness. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. What do you want us to do? You should at least tell me, right? Kill them, save them. Who is the enemy? After Luan Feng asked this question, her heart jumped. She was really afraid that Yang Kai would say the name of one of the great emperors. Who would have thought that Yang Kai's eyes would close and two words would pop out of his mouth, demon race. Demon race. Luan Feng's expression changed. Where did the demon race come from? Although she hadn't seen the demon race with her own eyes, the inheritance she obtained from the origin allowed her to have some understanding of the demon race. In this land, there hadn't been a demon race for hundreds of thousands of years, so why would a demon race suddenly appear? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Are you going to keep talking nonsense with me? Within 2 hours, I want to see those two and the 29 Monster King. If you can help me this time, I guarantee that you will all become holy spirits in the future. Luan Feng was instantly stunned. She clenched her teeth with a bitter expression. Once Yang Kai said this, it would be fine if it didn't spread out, but once it did, the 29 Monster King would definitely submit to him. Even if the 3 great saints joined hands, they wouldn't be able to suppress it. And if she refused Yang Kai's request today, she was afraid that the 29 Monster King would hold a grudge against her. At that time, she would be in a difficult situation. You win. Luan Feng coldly snorted and said, 2 hours isn't enough. Some of the Monster King's territories are too far from here. They won't be able to get here in 2 hours. How long? 2 hours. Then I will wait here for 2 hours. After saying this, Yang Kai closed his eyes and stood in place, motionless. Luan Feng glared at him and then disappeared into the depths of her palace. It was unknown what she was going to do. Yang Kai didn't monitor her. In any case, that was all he had to say. If Luan Feng was sensible, she would naturally help him. If not, it wouldn't be too late to settle accounts later. The Northern Territory was still gathering and it would take some time. Luan Feng was obviously angry with Yang Kai. Before she left, she had also dispersed all the surrounding maids, allowing him to stand there like a javelin, but no one came to pour him a cup of tea, her obvious disdain for him. A moment later, a fragrant wind blew and someone landed beside Yang Kai. Sensing the movement, Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a seductive woman looking at him with a smile. It was the Monster King he had met before. When their eyes met, the seductive woman smiled and bowed. This mistress, greets master. She was already wearing revealing clothes, so at this moment, intentionally or unintentionally, she was showing off her beauty and flattering him. Her smile was even more brilliant than a flower. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Waved her hand and said, It's nothing. This mistress is the Monster King under Holy Senior Nan. I have long admired Master's magnificence. Seeing you today, you really do live up to your reputation. Saying so, she waved her hand and took out a recliner from her space ring, politely saying, Master, please sit. Yang Kai gently nodded, the coldness on his face easing slightly as he sat down. Suddenly leaned over and whispered, Holy Senior has a bad temper and neglected Master. I hope Master won't blame her. As she spoke, her breath was like orchids, and a touch of fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai's murderous aura and anger dissipated a lot, and his tumultuous mood gradually calmed down. Turning his head, he looked at her faintly and said, You said bad things about her in private. What if she heard you? Demeter's face stiffened, and she said awkwardly, I'm just talking to Master. I believe Master won't spread it. Yang Kai looked her up and down and asked curiously, What kind of monster are you? Demeter smiled and said, replying Master, this mistress is a flower monster. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pinched the air, and a small golden flower immediately appeared between her fingers. The fragrance was strong and intoxicating. Yang Kai nodded and said, It's rare for a plant to become a spirit. It was many times more difficult for a plant to become a spirit than a body of flesh and blood. Yang Kai did not expect that the monster king in front of him was actually a flower monster, and to be able to cultivate to the level of a monster king, this was extremely rare. Dumi said sadly, "Master, you flatter me. This mistress has also suffered a lot, and experienced many flowing time great emperors to have today's achievements." As she spoke, she quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Seeing that he had no intention of continuing, she bit her lip and said, "Master, I heard that Ing Fei, Shi Lei, and Xia Wuwei are working under you? You already know the answer." Dumi curled her lips and said, "What can 3 men do? I'm afraid they can't even serve Master well. I don't know what the holy sages are thinking. They should send a woman to serve Master well. At the very least, they should take care of Master's daily life. Are you very good at serving people?" Yang Kai glanced at her. Dumi eagerly said, "Master, do you want to try? I see that Master is depressed and has a lot on his mind. This is not a good thing. The war is imminent. It's best to empty your mind and body so that you can go all out. If Master doesn't mind, this mistress can show you a little." After saying that, she eagerly looked at Yang Kai, quietly waiting for his reply. After a long time, she did not see any reaction from Yang Kai. She gritted her teeth and walked behind Yang Kai. Putting her hands on his shoulders, she leaned over to Yang Kai's ear and said, "Master, just relax. Leave the rest to this mistress. I will definitely satisfy you." The gentle fragrance, like an invisible hand, tickled Yang Kai's ear, making his heart ripple. It soothed Yang Kai's suppressed anger and all kinds of negative emotions. 2 soft and delicate hands rubbed his shoulders and head with varying degrees of strength as Yang Kai's monster chi and divine sense began to fluctuate. Soon, Yang Kai felt as if he was immersed in a sea of flowers. The world was vast, and the sea of flowers was boundless, making his body and mind feel ethereal. Seeing Yang Kai's tense expression gradually relax and his breathing become stable, Dumi pursed her lips and smiled. She became more attentive. Following the Wanfeng's message, more and more figures appeared in the savage desolate ancient land. Their demonic chi soared to the sky and their demonic chi surged. Many demon generals and commanders raised their heads, not knowing what was going on. They didn't know why their king was moving. 2 hours later, more than 10 monster kings had gathered in the Wanfeng's bedroom. The rest were on their way, and it wouldn't be long before they all gathered here. A group of monster kings came to the courtyard where Yang Kai was. They either sat or stood, staring at Yang Kai and Dumi. Dumi was not ashamed of being stared at like this. Instead, she rubbed Yang Kai even more diligently. Her slender neck was raised high like a proud rooster. Bitch. Human, wanton. Woman, shameless. A beautiful female monster king saw her like this and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Her face was full of disdain. Beside him, a furry male demon monarch chuckled and said, "You can go too." The female monster king coldly snorted, "I'm not that low." The male monster king looked at her and sneered, "Why are you pretending to be pure? Which monster king in the savage desolate ancient land hasn't tasted you?" The female monster king was furious, "I'll tear your mouth." The male monster king reached out and hugged her, "What are you going to use to tear it? Get lost." "Alright, stop fooling around. Who knows why the Lord has gathered us this time?" Another monster king stood up and asked with a puzzled expression. Chapter 3257. The monster kings shook their heads. None of them knew why they were gathered here. They were summoned by their respective saint masters. Although they didn't know why, they were sure that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. However, Yang Kai sat there calmly, enjoying Dumi's service. They didn't want to disturb him. The monster kings recognized him and knew what kind of power was behind him. They didn't want to cause trouble for themselves. Time passed slowly. One monster king after another arrived. In less than 2 hours, the 29 monster kings had gathered. Wanfeng, Sango, and Fan Ku also appeared. Seeing the three of them, the monster kings bowed. Yang Kai also finally opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. It had to be said that although Du Mi's behavior was a bit frivolous, she was really good at serving people. She was a flower monster in human form and seemed to have her own innate divine ability that could soothe people's mood. Is everyone here? Kai Yang turned his head and looked around. Fan Ku's face didn't look good. Although he had heard the general situation from Wanfeng, Yang Kai's actions made him feel uncomfortable. The savage desolate ancient land was the monster race's territory. Since when did a human become the master? After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Everyone is here. Then let's go." Yang Kai stood up and led the way to the stone mongooses' residence. The 29 demon kings looked at the three Saint Venerables anxiously. What else could Fan Hua and the others say? They could only raise their hands. In a flash, they rushed to the sky and followed Yang Kai. Fan Ku and the other two arrived first, keeping pace with Yang Kai as they stared at each other in silence. Yang Kai took the initiative and said, "You three are very righteous. This time, you helped me with all your strength. I will remember this and repay you generously in the future." The Wanfeng coldly snorted, "You weren't like this before." She still bore a grudge against Yang Kai for being so arrogant and bossy. If he had acted like this earlier, she would have been less worried. Yang Kai turned and glared at her. "You still have the nerve to say that. What's wrong? Can't I just say it?" The Wanfeng also lost her temper and stared back at Yang Kai without showing any weakness. Yang Kai said, "If you hadn't destroyed my space array back then, would we still be in such a hurry? We can reach our destination directly through your Phoenix Net Palace. Now, it'll take us at least 2 hours to reach our destination. If we delay our important matters because of this, you'll see how I'll deal with you." Hearing him mention the past, the Wanfeng blinked and felt a bit guilty. After all, it was true that he had destroyed the space magic array, but who would have thought that he would be in such a hurry today? She turned her head and said, "Why are you yelling at me? I didn't know that this would happen." "Alright, since things have come to this, arguing is useless." Fan Hua jumped out to smooth things over. No matter what, the ancient lands didn't want to have a falling out with Yang Kai. They had to maintain the status quo. "Little brother Yang, why don't you tell us what happened?" The Wanfeng only told them that Yang Kai wanted to recruit all the high-level combatants of the ancient lands. It seemed that this matter was related to the demon race, so she didn't explain it clearly. Now that they had decided to act, they naturally had to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai heard this and was too lazy to argue with the Wanfeng. He pondered for a moment and said, "More than 10 years ago, I received an invitation to go to the southern swamp in the Southern Territory to explore an ancient cave mansion. Since they had some time on the way, Yang Kai immediately told them about the trip to the ancient cave mansion and what happened after that. Then, he talked about the martial gathering in the Southern Territory. When they heard that the demonic will had awakened and that the Southern Territory had encountered the demonic thought, the three of them were shocked. When they heard that the Orthodoxy Temple's temple master in the Southern Territory had been possessed by the demonic thought and set up a scheme to deal with the hundreds of the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of elite disciples in the Southern Territory, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and felt the seriousness of the problem. So, the hundreds of the Emperor realm and the Southern Territory are still trapped in the Orthodoxy Temple? When I left, it was like this. If the array isn't broken, they won't be able to come out. I don't know what the situation inside is like. Sango rubbed his chin and said, "The hundreds of the Emperor realm. I don't know how many of them have not been corrupted by the demonic chi." Since Yang Kai had been attacked by more than 10 people from the Emperor realm who had become the demon race, then it was certain that more people had become the demon race. After all, the martial gathering had already been going on for a month. If the Orthodoxy Temple had not planned this beforehand, then the demonic chi would have been able to corrupt more people. Normally, it would not be obvious, but once it erupted, it would cause great destruction and cause more people to be infected by the demonic qi. If this cycle continued, then everyone would become a demon race. I hope the situation isn't too bad. Sango sighed. The Luanfeng frowned and said, if the Orthodoxy Temple had planned this for a long time, then why did they lure you out to assassinate you? Isn't this the same as shooting themselves in the foot? Yang Kai said coldly, maybe they didn't expect that they would not be able to kill me. In fact, it was indeed so. Yang Kai thought back to the previous attack and still had some lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that the assassin didn't know his background and didn't know that he had a half-dragon body, he would have been dead already. The Luanfeng shook her head and said, what I mean is, why didn't they just leave you in the Orthodoxy Temple and let you sink into the mud? There was no need to do this. Sango said, it shouldn't be a secret that little brother Yang has the space divine technique. I think they were afraid that he would notice something was wrong and run away. It would be safer to kill him first. The Luanfeng thought it was reasonable and nodded slightly. Fan Ke suddenly said in surprise, those demon race people really played a big game of chess. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, not knowing why he suddenly sighed. Fan Ke said, think about it, if you didn't escape the assassination, what would have happened to the Orthodoxy Temple? Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, the worst result would be that everyone alive become the demon race. Exactly. Fan Ke said, and if these people who become the demon race returned to their respective sects and acted secretly, Yang Kai followed his words and was shocked, the Southern Territory is in danger. Fan Ke said, at that time, the entire Southern Territory will be the demon race's territory. Even if the great emperors act, it will be difficult to change the situation. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He realized that Fan Ke's guess might really be the Orthodoxy Temple's plan. If he hadn't escaped the assassination and leaked the news, who would have known about the chaos in the Orthodoxy Temple? Sango said, since the Orthodoxy Temple dares to attack the entire Southern Territory, they must have gathered a lot of demon race people. With just the few of us, Yang Kai said in a low voice, don't worry, it's not just you, I've also invited others. This time, not a single demon race person will escape from the Orthodoxy Temple. Others. Sango looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask. He was afraid that Yang Kai would be angry and didn't have a plan. Since he had a plan, there was no need to worry too much. Yang Kai said, in any case, when you fight those demon race people, you must be careful not to be corroded by the demonic qi. You must also be on guard against the demonic qi. I have seen people being possessed by the demonic qi with my own eyes. There were no signs before, and there were no abnormalities after the demonic qi took over. It was very strange. We understand. Fan Ke nodded. They didn't deliberately lower their voices, so naturally, the monster kings behind them could hear them clearly. This was also Yang Kai's intention. When they heard that they were going to fight people being corroded by the demonic qi, the monster kings were shocked. This was a never-before experience. They didn't know whether the demonic qi was stronger or the demonic qi was stronger. Regardless, this was a good opportunity to perform. Once they caught Yang Kai's eyes, they wouldn't have to worry about not becoming holy spirits in the future. Luanfeng didn't tell them about Yang Kai's promise. It wasn't because she was afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word, but because if she said it, the monster kings would be deeply grateful to Yang Kai. This would shake the three holy sages' rule in the ancient lands. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the stone mongoose's residence. The elder didn't leave. He stood there with Muna, the leader of the wood spirits, and waited. Seeing the 3 holy sages and the 29 monster king descending from the sky, they couldn't help but look at each other. They secretly sighed. They knew that Yang Kai had a lot of influence in the ancient lands, but they didn't expect it to be this big. He had wiped out all the higher-ups in the ancient lands. When the 2 sides met, the elder and the 3 holy sages exchanged a few words. Then, under Yang Kai's lead, they stepped into the space array. After a flash of light, they arrived at the mountain peak. The 8 stone mongoose had been there for a long time. They were guarding the space array. When they saw the space array moving, they all turned their heads to look. The 3 holy sages and the 29 monster king appeared one after another. Everyone stared at each other, and soon, they separated into 2 sides. The relationship between the stone mongoose and the ancient land's monster kings had never been very harmonious. It was only in the past 10 years that they had eased up a little. This was also because of Yang Kai. After sending the monster kings to the ancient lands, Yang Kai asked them to wait for a while. Then, he turned around and stepped into the space array. In the High Heaven Palace, in the main hall where the space array was located, there were people moving around. Nearly 200 people from the Emperor realm gathered here. Some of them were whispering to each other, while others were watching coldly from the side. As time passed, impatience gradually spread. If it weren't for the experts from the 4 top forces eyeing them, these people from the Emperor realm from various sects would have already been in a mess. They had received orders from the High Heaven Palace to come here. They didn't know what was going on, and they couldn't get an answer even when they asked the chief steward, Hua Qingxi. Naturally, they felt uneasy. They always wondered if the High Heaven Palace had secretly raised their butcher's knife and was going to kill them. However, what good would this do to the High Heaven Palace? Yingfei, Xia Wuwei, and Shi Lei stood in a triangular formation. Their demonic qi soared to the sky as they coldly looked around. Anyone who met their eyes would avoid them, not daring to act rashly. Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing, Yi Hen, the Southern Gate Army, and the people from Iceheart Valley gathered together. Iceheart Valley had sent 5 people from the Emperor realm, led by Biyao. Her face was cold, and no one dared to approach her. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect were also gathered here. Basically, except for the 2 or 3 sects who stayed behind to guard the Emperor realm, everyone else from the 4 sects had come. Li Jiao and Mi Qi huddled together and whispered. They were also confused, not knowing what Yang Kai was doing. Chapter 3258. Amidst the whispers, a bright light flashed from the space array, and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Everyone turned their heads to look. Some of them looked serious, while others looked suspicious. After all, not everyone had seen Yang Kai before and knew that he was the High Heaven Palace's palace master. Those who knew him naturally looked serious, while those who didn't only felt that this young man had an extraordinary aura and wasn't a pushover. Greetings, Palace Master Yang. Scattered voices sounded. Those from the Emperor realm who had seen Yang Kai for the first time finally knew his identity, and hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted. Palace Master. Hua Qingxi took a step forward. Yang Kai looked around with his sharp eyes. Seeing that there were quite a few people, he was quite satisfied. His expression eased a lot, and he asked, "Is everyone here?" Hua Qingxi said, "Those who can arrive in half a day have basically arrived. The people from the Dragon Tiger sect and the Profound Cloud Pavilion haven't arrived yet." There were only a little over 200 people from the Emperor realm gathered in the hall. There were definitely more people from the Emperor realm in the entire Northern Territory, but Yang Kai gave them a deadline of half a day, so Hua Qingxi went to inform them specifically. Those who obviously couldn't reach the High Heaven Palace in half a day weren't notified. This was also thanks to the many space arrays that Yang Kai had set up in the Northern Territory that were connected to the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, not even a quarter of the people would be able to come. It was because of those space arrays that 200 people from the Emperor realm could gather in half a day. The Dragon Tiger sect, the Profound Cloud Pavilion. Yang Kai nodded lightly and waved his hand. "If you're not here, then don't come." Although his tone was calm and did not reveal the slightest bit of malice, the people of the Emperor realm who were present could still hear the unfriendliness in his words. They secretly sighed. These 2 sects would probably no longer be able to establish themselves in the Northern Territory in the future. They might even be eradicated by this guy. They could not help but feel a little sad for the loss of the rabbit and a little angry at Yang Kai for acting arbitrarily. A sect that had only risen 30 years ago actually controlled the future of the cultivator and the rise and fall of the sect in the entire Northern Territory. No one would believe such a thing. However, the other party's fists were too big, and they also had the precedent of destroying the Seeking Passion sect. Therefore, even if they felt resentment and anger in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it. Everyone, I'm sure you're all wondering why I've gathered all of you here in my high heaven palace. I'll tell you now. First, it's to save people, and second, it's to kill. A middle-aged man cupped his fists and asked, "Dare I ask, Palace Master Yang, who do you want us to save and who do you want us to kill?" With so many masters gathered together, the commotion they would cause would not be small. Basically, 1/5 of the top combatants in the Northern Territory were gathered here. He really couldn't understand what kind of situation would require so many people to be mobilized. Even the 4 top forces had almost all come out. Yang Kai glanced at him. He didn't know which sect master this man was, but he was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and had a righteous aura. He didn't show any fear when facing Yang Kai's gaze, so he nodded lightly and said, "The person I want to save is a cultivator in the Southern Territory. Like everyone here, they are the sect masters and sect masters of the Southern Territory." A cultivator in the Southern Territory? An uproar broke out in the hall. No one had expected that today's matter would involve the Southern Territory. This was the Northern Territory, so far away from the Southern Territory. As the saying goes, distant water can't quench a nearby thirst. Palace Master Yang wanted to save the people in the Southern Territory, so why did he gather the people in the Northern Territory? Compared to this, everyone was more shocked by what happened to the Southern Territory's sect masters and sect masters. Why did so many people need to be mobilized to save them? Although they weren't in the same territory, since they were sect masters and sect masters, they definitely weren't weak. At the very least, they were the Emperor Realm's sect masters. If even they couldn't solve the problem, how could they? "The ones we need to kill are demons," Yang Kai shouted, suppressing the noise. The hall instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at him with their eyes wide open. Even Ji Yao, who had always been cold, had a change in her expression. Yang Kai didn't care what they thought and continued, "Hundreds of people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory have become the demon race's trap. They are trapped in the Orthodoxy Temple and can't escape. At any time, they could be corroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race's dangerous path. Right now, their only hope is this seat, so this seat needs everyone's help to break the Orthodoxy Temple's protective array, kill the demons, and rescue the people in the Southern Territory." These words were simply outrageous, shocking everyone present and making them feel dizzy, instinctively thinking that Kai Yang was just joking. First of all, the Southern Territory was so far away, so who would know? But Yang Kai just had to say it with certainty. Second of all, the existence of the demons was far too distant. It was said that they had been corroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race's people, but where did the demonic chi come from? The situation is like this. I don't care if you believe me or not. Once you arrive, you will naturally know. When you go to the Southern Territory, everyone must remember one thing. You must protect yourselves well and not be easily corroded by the demonic chi. You must also guard against the demonic chi's possession. If the former appears, this seat may have a chance to save you, but if the latter, good luck. Let's go. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment before immediately leading the Emperor Realm's people into the space array. The High Heaven Palace's array was not small and could transport 20 to 30 people at a time. With Yang Kai here, it didn't even need to be inlaid with source crystals. It only needed to be activated by activating the space principles. After the light flashed, groups of people disappeared. No matter what they thought at the moment, they were tactful and didn't raise any objections, obediently following the arrangements. At the back of the crowd, an ordinary-looking woman and an elderly man were gathered together. Both of them were second-order emperors and were sect masters of first-class sects in the Northern Territory. They were only slightly inferior to the High Heaven Palace, Iceheart Valley, and the other three great forces. Except for the fact that they didn't have a third-order Emperor Realm Master and had fewer people in the Emperor Realm, their foundation was also extraordinary. The two of them were together, quietly communicating with each other. The woman said, "This High Heaven Palace is too much. First, they gave us half a day to get here, then they didn't even ask for our permission before directly asking us to fight the demons. How can they do this?" The elderly man nodded. "Yes, it's too much. Previously, everyone was forced to submit because of the High Heaven Palace's strength and prestige, so they already had resentment in their hearts. Now that they were suddenly dragged out to fight the demons and save a group of strangers from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, the resentment in their hearts deepened." The woman continued, "Do they really think that the Northern Territory belongs to the High Heaven Palace? This is just the beginning and they're already like this. What will happen in the future?" The elderly man smiled bitterly. "Life will be difficult." The woman glanced at him. "Do you want to be bullied like this forever and be powerless to resist?" The elderly man was shocked. "Resist? How are you going to resist? I advise you not to act recklessly. The foundation of the High Heaven Palace is right here. Do you see those three monster clans? Those are the three monster kings, each of them comparable to a three-layer Emperor Realm Master. How can we be their opponents?" The woman snorted coldly. "A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. The High Heaven Palace has caused a lot of trouble in the Northern Territory recently. Which sect doesn't have any complaints? Who is willing to be ordered around by them? As long as the Northern Territory's sects can unite, what can the High Heaven Palace do?" The elderly man said thoughtfully, "You want to unite with the others." The woman said, "For the sake of the future, this is the only way. If the High Heaven Palace is tactful, they will naturally take a step back. If not, how can they compete with the entire Northern Territory? Even if the other three sects join forces, it won't work. The key is whether or not the people are united." The elderly man nodded slightly and said, "After this incident, this old master reckons that everyone is aware of the crisis. If there is a chance to resist, they won't miss it. Otherwise, if their lives are in the hands of others, I'm afraid they won't be able to live comfortably. After this incident, you and I might as well go out and walk around more. If there is a chance, it won't be too late to discuss it in detail." "That's reasonable. Then let's agree on this first. And let's not talk about it for now. It's our turn. I don't know where we are going." The woman and elderly man stood on the space array with some other people from the Emperor Realm. Suddenly, a light enveloped them and they felt dizzy. It was as if they were shuttling through the endless void. Even as strong as they were, they still felt dizzy and their knowledge sea was in chaos. When they finally came back to their senses, the uncomfortable feeling spread throughout their body. The woman felt that she was standing on solid ground. Her face was slightly pale, and even her footsteps were a little shaky. She heard a low shout in her ear, "Don't block there. Hurry up and come down. There are more people coming from behind." Before she could see who was speaking, the woman hurriedly dodged to the side. She pinched her fingers together and silently circulated her secret art to relieve the uncomfortable feeling. However, her face was full of suspicion. It wasn't that she hadn't used a space array before. This time, she came to High Heaven Palace through a space array. She had used it many times before when she was traveling around the Northern Territory, but she had never felt as uncomfortable as this time. This was the first time she had experienced such a feeling. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be happening. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could she almost not be able to withstand the pressure of a single teleportation? Opening her eyes and looking around, she saw many familiar and unfamiliar faces around her. They were all extremely pale and had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Obviously, they were all uncomfortable. The elderly man was also next to her. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, whispers came from the side. Although the voices weren't loud, everyone present was from the Emperor Realm. Who couldn't hear them? The woman and elderly man were both shocked and said in horror, "The Southern Territory? Impossible, right? This is the Southern Territory? A moment ago, we were still in the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. How did we end up in the Southern Territory in the blink of an eye?" Their first reaction was disbelief. However, after scanning the surroundings with their divine senses, they found that the terrain and climate here were indeed very different from the Northern Territory. It was as if they were really in the Southern Territory. Thinking about the feeling of being teleported and the records they read in the ancient books, a thought flashed through their minds. The two of them couldn't believe it. They turned their heads and looked at the space array they came from. Their eyes were burning with passion. A space array that could cross territory. Chapter 32:59. It wasn't impossible to travel from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory in an instant as long as there was a space array that could cross territory. However, this kind of thing was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. It seemed that only a few great emperors' sects possessed it, and it was passed down from ancient times. It was unknown whether it could still be used. The woman and the elderly man hadn't thought of this before, but after hearing the whispers around them, they finally came to their senses. Could it be that they had just used a space array that could cross territory? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was possible. Only a space array that could cross territory would have such a strong transmission after effect. After all, crossing hundreds of millions of miles in an instant was not something that could be compared to the previous transmission. Where did the High Heaven Palace get a space array that could cross territory? The territory occupied by the High Heaven Palace originally belonged to the Seeking Passion sect. Most of them had visited the Seeking Passion sect before, so they were aware of the Seeking Passion sect's heritage and understood that it was impossible for the Seeking Passion sect to possess a space array that could cross territory. They had long heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai, was proficient in the space principles. Could it be that he could even arrange a space array that could cross territory? If this was true, then it would be a big deal. The woman and the elderly man looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The whispers around them grew louder and louder. The words Southern Territory appeared more and more frequently. Some people didn't believe it, while others, like them, stared at the space array with burning eyes. If this was really a space array that could cross territory, then it would be a huge treasure. Just like how Yang Kai could see the benefits brought by the flow of goods between the two territory, they could naturally see that with such a space array connecting the north and south, any sect could become rich. For the sake of caution, the woman was about to ask the people of the High Heaven Palace about it, but when she looked around, her face turned sluggish. The elderly man hadn't recovered from the shock of instantly arriving at the Southern Territory and crossing the space array, so when he saw the woman's expression, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" The woman didn't respond at all, but her eyes were fixed in a certain direction. The old man was puzzled. Following her line of sight, he was instantly dumbfounded. Over there stood 8 or 9 stone golems, each of them several zhang tall. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. Just by looking at them, they gave off a strong visual impact. Their bodies, which seemed to be made of stone, were filled with an indescribable sense of power. No one dared to doubt their valiant fighting strength. Could this be the legendary stone mongoose? Wasn't it said to be extinct? Why were there so many of them here? It wouldn't have been a big deal if that was all there was to it. On the other side of the stone mongoose, there were a lot of silhouettes. There weren't many of them, only about 30 of them, but every one of them was emitting a terrifying demonic chi. Previously, the woman and the elderly man were too focused on the existence of the space magic array to notice the demonic chi. At this moment, when they used their hearts to examine it, their expressions changed drastically. These monster race cultivators were all Monster King level existences. None of them were a match for them. The woman and the elderly man clearly saw the 3 Monster Kings of the High Heaven Palace mingling with the other monster race cultivators, laughing and chatting. Counting carefully, there were 32 of them, in other words, there were 32 monster kings here. What kind of power was this? One had to know that most of the so-called top sects only had a single third-stage Emperor Realm Master. For example, the Fire Dragon Palace only had Li Jiao, the High Sky sect only had Mi Qi, the Seeking Passion sect only had one, and Iceheart Valley only had Bing Yun. In comparison, the power represented by these 32 monster kings was extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, the 200 cultivators of the Emperor Realm gathered in the Northern Territory wouldn't be able to defeat them even if they joined forces. They would only stand a chance if they worked together. Were they also helpers invited by the High Heaven Palace's palace master? Where did this group of monster kings come from? Why had they never heard of the existence of these monster kings before? Gudong, the sound of gulping could be heard as everyone's attention shifted from the territory crossing space array to the monster kings. The monster kings obviously felt it too. Many monster kings opened their bloody mouths as if they were pranking them. The demonic chi on their bodies became even more terrifying, causing the cultivators of the Emperor Realm in the Northern Territory to tremble in fear. They were afraid that these guys would madly rush in and start a massacre. If that happened, they would be doomed. The woman suddenly remembered a rumor. Her pupils shrank as she stared at the 2 men and 1 woman standing in front of the 32 monster kings. She quietly transmitted her voice, 32 monster kings. What do you think? What do you think? The elderly man subconsciously replied. The woman said, I heard that in the Eastern Territory, there is a savage desolation ancient land that retains its savage aura. It has not changed even after thousands of years. And in that savage desolation ancient land, there are 4 Saint Masters, and each of them has 8 powerful monster kings under their command, the elderly man blankly said, for Saint Masters, and each of them has 8 monster kings? Wouldn't that be a perfect number of 32? Actually, he had heard of this rumor before, but it was just a rumor. Without seeing it with his own eyes, no one would dare to believe it. But there was no such coincidence in this world. There were 32 monster kings in the savage desolation ancient land, and there were 32 here. The elderly man's face was pale as he said, Are you saying that they came from the savage desolation ancient land? That is the Eastern Territory, the woman said. What's wrong with the Eastern Territory? We came from the Northern Territory. So that's how it is. So the 3 monster kings in the High Heaven Palace came from the savage desolation ancient land. The existence of Yingfei, Xia Wuwei, and Shilei was not a secret, but many people in the Northern Territory did not understand how Yang Kai managed to subdue these 3 monster kings and put them in the High Heaven Palace as guards. Until now, this question that had puzzled everyone for a long time finally found a suitable answer. That makes sense. Those legendary stone mongoose that was rumored to have gone extinct probably came from the savage desolation ancient land. The elderly man gently nodded. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, If these stone mongoose and monster king came from the savage desolation ancient land, then who are the 3 in front of us? The woman turned her head stiffly to look at him. She had thought of this question a long time ago. At this moment, she said word by word, Holy Spirit. The elderly man immediately lowered his head. After thinking for a while, he said, This old man thinks that what we said before was not well thought out. Let's take our time to think about it. Originally, they wanted to wait until this matter was over to contact the other northern territories, the Emperor Realm, to resist the pressure of the High Heaven Palace. But now that they saw that Yang Kai had casually gathered so many helpers, including the stone mongoose, the monster king, and the Holy Spirit, who would dare to act rashly? Although they might all be in the Eastern Territory, with the existence of the Trans-Territory Space Magic Circle, it would only take a breath's time to travel from the Eastern Territory to the Northern Territory. Since they were here now, it meant that the Eastern Territory also had a Trans-Territory Space Magic Circle. If they really pissed off the High Heaven Palace and dragged this group of people to the Northern Territory, even if all the Northern Territory's sects worked together, they might not be a match for them. Not to mention, when the time came, people would definitely be divided. The woman nodded in agreement. Actually, it's not bad to have a leading sect in the Northern Territory. It's better than being scattered. She was probably comforting herself. There were more than 200 people from the Emperor realm in the Northern Territory. They were all experienced and knowledgeable people. If the woman and elderly man could see the stone mongoose and monster king's origins, there was no reason why the others couldn't. At this moment, when they saw so many monster king and holy spirits waiting obediently here, they didn't dare to complain. They all looked down and waited obediently at the side. The shock in their hearts didn't need to be told to outsiders. Mi Qi and Li Jiao huddled together. The former's expression kept changing. He secretly felt lucky that he didn't fall out with the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a High Sky sect now. He probably wouldn't even know how he died. Li Jiao's performance was not bad. After all, he had caused a ruckus on Dragon Island with Yang Kai. He also knew about the close relationship between Yang Kai and a dragon lady. Therefore, even though he was a little shocked by Yang Kai's methods and reputation, he was one of the few people who were relatively calm. He even had a strange sense of superiority. He thought that if Yang Kai really called the dragon race from Dragon Island over, it would be very interesting. However, he didn't know what kind of attitude Dragon Island had towards Yang Kai. Logically speaking, with Dragon Island like this, they were bound to be Dragon Island's archenemy. However, the key was that Yang Kai had sex with a dragon lady. Just as everyone was shocked, Yang Kai led the last group of people to the spatial formation. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Yang Kai's gaze swept across everyone and said loudly, "This is the Southern Territory. The Orthodoxy Palace is not far away. Later, I ask that everyone work together to help me save people and prevent the demons from escaping. The most important thing for everyone is to protect yourselves and not be affected by the demonic qi. Secondly, capture those who are affected by the demonic qi. Try not to kill them if you can. Can't kill them?" Everyone was shocked. Fan Ku frowned and said, "Since they have already become the demon race, why leave them alive? If they couldn't kill them, then they could only capture them alive." Although everyone present was strong, capturing them alive was still a bit troublesome. Moreover, what was the use of capturing them alive? It was easy to become the demon race, but it was extremely difficult to get rid of the demonic thoughts. In his opinion, as long as they were affected by the demonic qi, there was no need to keep them alive. "I have my own plans. Of course, if I have no other choice, would rather kill them than let a single demon escape." Yang Kai said with a serious expression, "Do you all understand?" Understood. The 200 people from the Emperor realm in the Northern Territory shouted in unison. At this time, no one dared to disrespect Yang Kai. A group of Monster King and 3 people who were suspected to be holy spirits were watching. "First, I ask that everyone surround the Orthodoxy Palace and follow my orders." Yang Kai waved his hand and led the way towards the Orthodoxy Palace. "Let's go." A group of people followed closely behind him. A moment later, a faintly discernible curtain of light appeared before everyone's eyes. This was the Orthodoxy Temple's grand protective array. Everyone's heart trembled at the sight of this grand array. Such a grand array was the foundation of a top sect. As they approached the grand array, Yang Kai waved his hands left and right and the several hundred people instantly split into 2 groups and flew out in an orderly manner along the Orthodoxy Temple's spirit array, stopping at regular intervals. In less than half a cup of tea's time, they had completely surrounded Orthodoxy Temple. Chapter 3260. While Yang Kai and the others were taking action, inside Orthodoxy Temple, Lei Gu, whose body was wrapped in demon qi, apparently received the news. He turned his head to look at the demon next to him and asked, "Are you sure?" The demon cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Master, I'm absolutely sure. There are more than 200 people, all of them from the Emperor realm." This demon was wearing the robes of Orthodoxy Temple, so it was obvious at a glance that he was a member of Orthodoxy Temple. His cultivation was also at the First Order Emperor realm and he was probably an elder of Orthodoxy Temple, but at this moment, He had obviously been possessed by a demonic sense. Lei Gu's eyes flashed as he frowned. How is this possible? The layout of the Southern Territory was very meticulous, and they had taken advantage of the martial meet to plot against many Emperor Realm masters and tens of thousands of elite disciples. They had been scheming against the unsuspecting, so there was no way they could have been foolproof, but they had not expected that Yang Kai would make a mistake at the last moment. He also didn't expect that Yang Kai, who had disappeared for more than a decade, would participate in the Southern Territory's martial gathering, so he sent someone to lure him away and assassinate him secretly. Who knew that even that person would fail, making him depressed? Only now did he realize that the person with the space divine technique was really good at preserving his life. And in less than a day, where did that surnamed Yang find so many helpers? And all of them were from the Emperor Realm. But the demon under his command spoke with such certainty that he had no choice but to believe it. To be safe, he decided to take a look himself. After exhorting a few words to the demon, his figure flickered and he arrived at the mountain gate. Looking around, his face couldn't help but turn solemn. Yang Kai, who had been away for a day, had returned, and he had indeed brought a lot of helpers with him. In addition to Shi Hua, who had been staying here to monitor the situation, there were also 8 or 9 stone golems and a dozen or so people from the Emperor Realm surrounding him. Looking around, outside the sect-defending array of Orthodoxy Temple, there was a person standing in the air at regular intervals. When they saw him appear, they all looked up. They really were from the Emperor Realm, and there were quite a few of them. Although Lei Gu wasn't sure how many people Yang Kai had brought with him, it seemed that the demon's report was correct. Where did he find so many from the Emperor Realm? It had only been a day. Even if he had rushed to the various sects in the Southern Territory to inform them, it was impossible for him to find so many reinforcements in such a short time. Lei Gu's expression became a bit solemn. He vaguely felt that things weren't going well. If this plan failed, then Yang Kai would definitely be the main culprit. His heart was filled with hatred. After planning for so many years, his grand plan was going to fail in the hands of a single person. How could he not be angry? As expected, it has become the demon race. Biyao was standing beside Yang Kai. After seeing Lei Gu, she immediately clicked her tongue in wonder and sized him up. This was also her first time seeing the cultivator of the demonic chi and become the demon race. Even though it was her first time seeing it, the black energy on Lei Gu's body gave her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. There was a kind of rejection that came from the depths of her soul. Was this the demonic chi? It really was filthy. Lei Gu, today will be the day of your death. Yang Kai shouted through gritted teeth. The sight of his enemy made his eyes turn red. Lei Gu's expression was cold and he didn't say a word. He suddenly turned around and left, not even intending to say a word to Yang Kai. He came here mainly to see if the information was wrong. Now that it was confirmed, there was no need to stay any longer. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. He knew that this guy was going to cut off all means of retreat, so he immediately shouted, "Is the temple master here?" His voice was activated by his emperor chi and like rolling thunder, it spread into the depths of Orthodoxy Temple. A hearty laugh immediately came from inside. "Not dead yet. Temple Master, hold on a little longer. I'll save you now," Yang Kai shouted again. When Zi Shan's voice came, "Okay." Although he didn't know what was going on outside, since Yang Kai had returned, he must have found help. Now that everyone's hope of escaping was on Yang Kai, he could only trust him unconditionally. "Little brat, why aren't you attacking? If you keep talking, your temple master is going to become the demon race." Ma Qing's exasperated voice also came. When Zi Shan laughed, "Bullshit, you're the one who's going to become the demon race." Yang Kai grinned when he heard this. Fortunately, they were still in the mood to bicker. This meant that the situation hadn't reached the most critical point yet. He raised his hand high and his voice resounded in all directions, "Everyone, heed my order." Clanging sounds could be heard as swords and sabers were drawn. Emperor artifacts were summoned one after another. Monster Chi and Emperor Chi were rolling, ready to attack. Yang Kai's raised hand swung down fiercely as he shouted, "Attack!" As he spoke, a dark moon blade slashed forward and slammed into the light curtain of Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array. A poochie sound immediately rang out as the light curtain caved in slightly and ripples spread out from the center of the impact. In the next moment, hundreds of attacks of various shapes and sizes bombarded the light curtain from all directions, causing it to sway unsteadily. For a moment, the sky darkened as the world energy became chaotic and various principles intertwined like a net. Before the light curtain of the grand array could be stabilized, it began to sway from side to side. It looked like it was about to collapse, but to everyone's surprise, the light curtain actually withstood a round of fierce attacks and did not collapse in the first place. Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array was naturally extraordinary. If someone had been in charge of it, it might have been able to repair itself quickly, but at this moment, this spirit array was only defending itself on its own. There was no one in charge of it, so even if it had some self-repairing ability, it was of little use. It wasn't that Lei Gu didn't want to stay here to preside over the spirit array, but he also knew that the situation was hopeless. With so many masters joining forces to attack, even if he was in charge, the spirit array wouldn't be able to last much longer. Rather than wasting time here, it was better to think of something else that might give him a chance. Before, Yang Kai had gathered so many masters and made such a big scene that it was inevitable that people would feel nervous. They thought that the so-called demon dwellers were very powerful, but now that they had fought against them, they realized that they were just so. It seemed that whether it was a demon dweller or not, strength was the foundation of everything. He wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Most people who came into contact with the demon dwellers for the first time had the same thought. The demonic chi of the demon dwellers was indeed a little strange. It was extremely corrosive and full of evil and filth, but everyone had their emperor chi protecting their bodies and many of them were wearing artifact armors, so they weren't afraid of the thin demonic chi at all. Although the dozen or so people were surrounded by thousands of people, they talked and laughed as usual. Although there were many demon dwellers, with the methods of these dozen or so people, it would probably take less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea to knock them all out. When that time came, they would converge and directly attack the depths of the Orthodoxy Temple. Lei Gu would definitely not be able to escape. But at this moment, many of the demon dwellers' faces suddenly turned red and their bodies swelled up as if they were being inflated. Their bellies swelled up as if they were pregnant for 10 months. Painful sounds came from their throats as the demonic chi on their bodies fluctuated violently. The sudden turn of events caused many people to be stunned. Their movements couldn't help but slow down a lot, but everyone felt a faint sense of crisis. "Be careful." Yang Kai's face changed as he let out a loud shout. He grabbed the neck of one of the demon cultivators and squeezed it hard, trying to make it faint. However, the demon cultivator just stared at him with his eyes wide open and showed no signs of stopping his body from expanding. Chapter 3261. With a loud bang, the demon cultivator exploded, leaving no corpse behind, but there was no blood spattering. Instead, the demon cultivator turned into a mass of pitch-black demonic chi that wrapped around Yang Kai. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk as the sounds of explosions rang out one after another, the demon cultivators exploded, causing Yang Kai's heart to sink. Up in the sky, where the Orthodoxy Temple had been fighting, the dense mass of demonic chi grew rapidly like black mushrooms as the demon cultivators exploded, covering a large area in the blink of an eye, forming a black cloud that covered a radius of more than a dozen kilometers. The dozen or so disciples of the Emperor realm who were following closely behind Yang Kai were caught off guard and were all wrapped up in this black cloud. Even Yang Kai was not spared. Everyone who had been talking and laughing a moment ago suddenly paled. The thin demonic chi that they had not taken seriously until now had become hundreds of times denser and its power had risen sharply. With a sizzling sound, the demonic chi began to corrode everyone's protective emperor chi. Even as strong as the disciples of the emperor realm, they felt their protective emperor chi on the verge of collapse. In a very short period of time, holes began to appear in their protective emperor chi, causing many of them to cry out in panic. No one needed to say anything. The dozen or so people almost did not hesitate as their figures flickered and they frantically fled. When everyone escaped from the black cloud's range and looked back, their faces were filled with lingering fear. No one had expected those demon cultivators to self-detonate, and the power of their explosions was so terrifying. Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Previously, there had been thousands of demon cultivators rushing towards them, but they had only knocked out 300 to 400 of them, but in that instant, at least 500 to 600 of them had self-detonated. In other words, just in their direction, the elite disciples of the Southern Territory had lost 500 to 600. It must be the same in the other directions. It could be said that the Southern Territory's elite disciples had suffered heavy losses. "Brother Chen, you." A terrified voice suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and narrowed his eyes. He saw a middle-aged man standing there with a helpless look on his face. His emperor chi had been broken, and his body was wrapped in a dark demonic chi. This demonic chi was like a living creature, drilling into his body through his pores and orifices, causing his aura to change dramatically in a very short time. Even his eyes were covered in this dark demonic chi. Yang Kai didn't know who this person was, but he should be a helper that he had recruited from the Northern Territory. He also didn't know which sect he was from. When the people around him saw this, they all turned pale with fright and hurriedly scattered to the side, staring at him vigilantly, afraid that he would suddenly attack them. The man himself was obviously a little confused, his hands spread out in front of his eyes as he stared blankly, then looked up at Yang Kai and begged, "Palace Master Yang, save me." If the demonic chi completely eroded his mind, he would be no different from those demon cultivators who had self-detonated before. At that time, his life and death would be out of his control, and he wouldn't even know when he would self-detonate. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai appeared in front of him, his aura suddenly changing dramatically. As he chanted an incantation, a ray of light shot out from his hand and enveloped the man. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk the dark demonic chi seemed to have encountered its nemesis, and as the light enveloped the man, the dark demonic chi rushed out of his pores before dissipating. The man's chaotic mind stabilized, and a feeling of escaping death filled his heart as he excitedly said, "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Although he didn't know what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used, he could clearly feel that the demonic chi that had invaded his body had been expelled. "Be careful." Yang Kai glanced at them coldly. They were from the Emperor realm, and they had almost become the demon race. How foolish. He also saw that it was not that the demonic chi was difficult to guard against, but that it was the first time these guys had come into contact with demon cultivators, and they had been a little careless just now. Otherwise, they would have only needed to maintain their emperor chi to protect themselves, and this situation would not have happened. Perhaps it was also because those demon cultivators had self-detonated at close range. Otherwise, how could he have lasted so long under the monstrous demonic chi outside Maplewood City when he was only from the First Order Dao Source realm? Even if the demonic chi was corrosive, as long as he protected himself and did not give it a chance, it would not be a big problem. Wizard technique. On the crown of a big tree in the distance, a dark shadow lurking in the shadows saw this scene, and his eyes could not help but shrink. Others did not know what method Yang Kai had used to expel the demonic chi, but he knew that it was the wizard technique. In ancient times, the demon race had suffered a great loss at the hands of those great wizards, and it was because of this that he was so shocked. There was actually someone in this era who knew the wizard technique? And looking at the way he had cast it, it seemed that he was extremely proficient in the wizard technique, otherwise, it would not have been so easy to cast an exorcism technique. But how was this possible? Heroes were created in every era, and every era had its own laws. With the current laws of heaven and earth, how could there be someone who could cultivate the wizard technique? Before he could finish his thoughts, his eyes suddenly blurred, and a figure stood in front of him like a ghost. This person was shocked and quickly retreated without thinking. Condense. A cold voice entered his ears, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He looked up and saw that Yang Kai, who was originally a few li away, had appeared in front of him at some unknown time. And after he spat out that word, the surrounding space suddenly solidified, turning into a formless cage that surrounded him. He struggled with all his might, urging his own strength to break free from the power of imprisonment, but he felt like he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the more he sank. Demonic intent. Yang Kai stared at his pitch-black eyes and coldly snorted. This person was clearly different from those demons who had fearlessly rushed over. Although those demons who had been corroded by the demonic qi had become the demon race, they had lost their ability to think. Meanwhile, this person in front of him could move on his own. This person had undoubtedly been possessed by the demonic intent, just like Lei Gu. And from his appearance, he should be an elder of the Emperor realm from the Orthodoxy Palace. You deserve to die. This person gritted his teeth and growled, his body suddenly expanding. He was about to self-destruct. Obviously, he knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent and was even more unwilling to be captured. You want to self-destruct in front of me? Look at me. Yang Kai shouted as a golden slit suddenly appeared in his right eye and poured out his spiritual energy in a seemingly corporeal manner. The demonic intent who was about to self-destruct was stunned, his inflated body involuntarily shriveling. Before he could react, Yang Kai had grabbed him by the neck and stuffed him into the sealed world bead to be suppressed. Yang Kai didn't kill him because there were still many things he didn't understand. If he left him alive, he might be able to get some useful information. In addition, Yang Kai also wanted to see if he could save this person from being possessed by the demonic intent, just like how he had rescued those who had been corroded by the demonic qi. After succeeding in his attack, Yang Kai turned around and looked back, his brow furrowing. He saw the huge black cloud in the sky tumbling, and then hundreds of vortexes appeared. The dense black qi poured into these vortexes and soon disappeared. In a flash, the black cloud disappeared and hundreds of figures with demonic qi appeared again. They were part of the thousands of demon dwellers just now. Of the thousands of demon dwellers, 500 to 600 had self-destructed, and 300 to 400 had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai and the others. The remaining 100 or so had been hiding in the black cloud all this time and only now revealed themselves. And after devouring the demonic qi formed by their companions who had self-destructed, each of them had greatly improved in strength. The aura they exuded was not much weaker than that of the people of the Emperor realm. What the hell? The High Sky Sect elder's eyes trembled, his face full of shock. Only now did he realize how ridiculous he had been for underestimating the enemy. At first, they didn't put the 1,000 or so demon dwellers in their eyes, but who would have thought that in the end, they would be able to gather a force that could fight against them. But soon, everyone found that something was wrong. Because although the hundreds of demon dwellers had greatly improved in strength, they stood in place stupidly, like wooden stakes. Hurry up and knock them out. Yang Kai shouted, his heart understanding. It seemed that these demon dwellers who had been corroded by the demonic qi temporarily did not have the ability to move on their own. The reason they had rushed over just now was because they had been driven by someone. And the one who had driven them should be the Orthodoxy Temple elder who had been possessed by the demonic qi. Now that he had captured the one who had driven them, the hundreds of demon dwellers immediately became like puppets with their strings cut. The dozen or so people heard the voice and carefully rushed over to the 100 demon dwellers, but after a few exchanges, they found that these demon dwellers showed no signs of resistance and were knocked unconscious one after another. Seeing this, Yang Kai was even more certain of his conjecture. These demon dwellers who had been corroded by the demonic qi really did not have the ability to move on their own. He didn't know whether it was because they had always been like this or because they had become the demon race for too short a time. At this moment, there was no time to think about it. Yang Kai soared into the air and looked around. He saw that the Orthodoxy Temple had been divided into more than 20 battlefields, each of them fiercely engaged in battle. The situation on his side could be considered good. Chapter 3262. Hearing Yang Kai's message, the elder's expression changed and he immediately whispered a few words to the 8 stone mongoose. In the next moment, the 9 stone mongoose clan members spread out in all directions. On top of a tree, an orthodoxy temple elder who had been possessed by the demonic sense carefully concealed his aura and concealed his body, perfectly blending in with his surroundings. Many people passed by above or below him, but no one noticed his presence. He hid here and looked at a battlefield a few kilometers away, controlling hundreds of greatly improved demons to fight against a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm. At that moment, his vision suddenly darkened as a mountain appeared in front of him, blocking the light above his head. The orthodoxy temple elder who had been possessed by the demonic sense was startled and looked up, only to see a 10-meter-tall stone mongoose staring at him. I was discovered. I was actually discovered. And I was discovered by a stone mongoose at that. Where did the stone mongoose get such keen insight from? The orthodoxy temple elder was confident that his hiding was flawless. Unless there was a 3-layer Emperor realm mirror searching for him, it would be impossible for him to be discovered. Without any hesitation, the orthodoxy temple elder retreated. However, right at this moment, something tightened around his feet as if he was being grabbed by a large hand. He turned his head in horror and revealed a look of disbelief. The hand that had grabbed his ankle wasn't a giant hand, but a vine. His demonic chi shook, and the vine immediately exploded into dust. But this momentary delay gave the stone mongoose a chance to attack. A huge fist came smashing down like a mountain, hitting the orthodoxy temple elder squarely in the chest. In an instant, the orthodoxy temple elder felt as if he had been struck by lightning, the sound of bones breaking resounding from his chest as he fell to the ground like a rag sack. Before he hit the ground, pieces of his internal organs spurted out from his mouth and nose, and his neck tilted to one side as he breathed his last. Even if this orthodoxy temple elder was possessed by the demonic sense, he was only a first-order Emperor realm master. The stone mongoose clan members were all extremely strong, and even a 3-layer Emperor realm master would be severely injured by a single punch from one of them, let alone an orthodoxy temple elder. The stone mongoose turned around and ran in another direction. A murmur came from behind. The stone mongoose didn't have keen senses, but with the guidance of the wood spirits, things were different. The wood spirits and the stone mongoose tribe worked together and fought side by side in every battle. The wood spirits had an unparalleled ability to sense trees. The demonic wills hidden in the trees might be difficult for others to detect, but the wood spirits only needed to communicate with the trees around them to know where the ambush was and provide the stone mongoose with the correct guidance. The 9 stone mongoose moved together. One by one, the demonic wills hiding in the orthodoxy temple were dragged out, either dead or injured. Without the control of these demonic thoughts, the devil cultivator quickly lost their ability to fight. They all stood there foolishly, allowing others to knock them out, and fell down like raindrops. Yang Kai looked around coldly and soon fixed his eyes on a certain direction. It was the valley where the martial meeting was taking place. When he left a day ago, the valley was filled with dark demonic chi. Today, when he returned, it was even more ferocious than the day before. When Zishan and the others were trapped in that valley, the situation here was settled. Those who were possessed by the demonic wills were mostly eliminated. Without these people, the remaining devil cultivators wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. He no longer hesitated and rushed towards the valley. Halfway there, 3 streaks of light came from 3 different directions and landed beside him. They were Fan Ku, Sun Go, and Luan Feng. Obviously, they had seen his movement and came to help. No matter how much they hated Yang Kai and how much they wanted to slap him to death, Yang Kai still had that woman behind him. She was the natural enemy of all divine spirits. Before that woman entered the blood door, she had been intimate with Yang Kai. They also knew how important Yang Kai was to her. If Yang Kai really died in front of their eyes, when that woman came out, the 3 of them would definitely have a hard time. Therefore, Fan Ku and the others had to stay by Yang Kai's side to prevent any accidents. The 4 figures sped along without the slightest obstruction. Soon, they arrived at the side of the valley and landed on a mountain peak. The 3 holy spirits furrowed their brows as they glanced over. Their eyes were filled with dread. This was because the valley was filled with rich demonic chi. The demonic chi was rolling and squirming like a living creature. They didn't know how such demonic chi was formed, but they were certain that once they fell into it, they would definitely have a hard time. In the middle of the valley, there were some sounds of fighting, as if someone was trapped inside. Boy, you ruined my plans. Do you think you can save them? Wishful thinking, Lei Gu's voice came from somewhere in the valley, drifting erratically, making it impossible to distinguish the direction. Hiding your head but showing your tail, if you have the ability, why don't you fight me head-on? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Lei Gu laughed loudly, naive, this king will deal with them first before dealing with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the devil chi in the valley began to churn even more violently. Cries of alarm rang out from the center of the valley, mixed with cries for help. Yang Kai's expression changed, junior sister Murong. He clearly heard Murong Xiao Zhao's voice and wanted to rush over, but he was pulled back by Wan Feng, who glared at him and said, "What are you doing? Are you courting death? Let go." Yang Kai angrily flung her hand away. Fan Wu's figure flickered and blocked in front of him, quickly saying, "Yang Kai, don't be impulsive, that guy is clearly deliberately provoking you and leading you into a trap. If you really rush over, you'll fall into his trap." Tsang Dog also advised, "Yes, the demonic chi here is so strong, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the open, we need to think about it carefully." "Think about it carefully, my ass." Yang Kai spat at the three divine spirits and said with a ferocious expression, "My friends are all inside and I don't know how long they can hold on. If I don't go save them, do you think I'll just stand here and watch?" It was a sword wound, and there were still remnants of his own emperor chi fluctuations. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "Junior brother, you don't have to blame yourself." Xiao Baiyi smiled at him as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "I can't hold on any longer, you should run as far away as possible." Yang Kai still stood in place, his eyes fixed on the sword wound on Xiao Baiyi's body. His whole body seemed to have been immobilized, his eyes trembling slightly, filled with fear and guilt, as if he hadn't expected that he would hit Xiao Baiyi with his sword. Chapter 3263. Run. Xiao Baiyi suddenly mustered up his strength and roared, his violent movements aggravating his injuries. The Emperor Qi covering his body immediately collapsed and boundless demonic Qi poured into his mouth, nose, and wounds, causing him to show signs of becoming the demon race in a very short time. A painful roar came out of his mouth as Xiao Baiyi struggled to maintain a thread of clarity. His eyes trembled violently and were gradually replaced by darkness. Just as his eyes were about to be completely filled with darkness, he suddenly showed a bitter smile and then desperately pushed his strength. His body swelled and burst open with a bang. Pieces of flesh and blood sputtered in all directions, as if a flower made of blood had bloomed under the tree. Yang Kai roared towards the sky, his voice filled with grief and indignation as his Emperor Qi surged violently and his eyes turned red. His roar came to an abrupt end as he looked around coldly and said in a gloomy voice, "Lei Gu, if I don't tear you to pieces, I swear I'm not human." As soon as these words fell, Lei Gu's laughter rang out in his ears. Yang Kai was enraged. His myriad sword bloomed with light as it slashed out in all directions, cutting into the darkness and disappearing. With the release of the sword, his mood became more and more unstable, and his eyes became redder and redder, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. It was an extremely frightening sight. "Brother Yang." A soft and uncertain voice called out from behind him. Yang Kai didn't even look at it, turning around and slashing out with his sword. The sword chi easily broke through this person's protective Emperor Qi and passed through everything. Murong Xiao Xiao, who was covered in blood and in a sorry state, stared at him in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Then, from between her eyebrows to her chin, a line of blood appeared, and with a loud bang, her body split in half, blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground, instantly dying. Yang Kai's breathing became heavy as his blood-red eyes flashed, but that was all. The black chi around him tumbled and poured into his body without leaving a trace, but he didn't seem to notice it. After a while, his whole body became covered in demonic qi. Lei Gu's voice sounded again. How does it feel to slaughter your fellow disciples? How does it feel to become the demon race? Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and continued to wield his myriad sword mechanically. One after another, familiar or unfamiliar figures came from all directions, but they were all mercilessly cut in half by Yang Kai. Within 10 steps, everyone was killed. Soon, the ground was piled with layers and layers of corpses. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai finally stood up, gasping for breath. Black qi swirled around his body, and his eyes turned pitch black. Even though his cultivation had reached the second-order emperor realm, he couldn't maintain this kind of unrestrained release of power for too long. In the darkness, 2 figures stood tall, looking in the direction of Yang Kai through the thick demonic qi. These 2 were none other than Lei Gu and Feng Ming. It should be about time, Feng Ming asked. Lei Gu furrowed his brow, as if he wasn't sure, but it didn't seem to be a big problem. However, to be cautious, he slowly shook his head and said, he has the bloodline of the dragon race, so he has a natural resistance to demonic qi. It's best to be careful and wait a little longer. Feng Ming said, it's not like the dragon race hasn't become the demon race before. What's more, his dragon race bloodline isn't pure. If his state of mind didn't show any flaws, he might be able to resist for a while, but he accidentally killed his fellow disciples, causing his heart demon to rise. Now that he's in this boundless demonic qi, it's already hard for him to last this long. I think he has completely become the demon race. Lei Gu nodded and said, that's true. He was still a little hesitant. Feng Ming volunteered, I'll go take a look. This person is rare. If I can use him, it will be a great contribution in the future. Be careful. Lei Gu warned. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flickered as he walked towards where Yang Kai was. He wasn't careless. Although he was almost certain that Yang Kai had already become the demon race, he still needed to be on guard. His demonic essence surged, ready to retreat at any time. And following his footsteps, the boundless demonic qi took the initiative to open up a path, revealing a scene shrouded in darkness. The distance between them was less than 10 zhang. Feng Ming carefully examined Yang Kai's situation while slowly walking forward. Soon, he arrived 3 feet in front of Yang Kai. Without any warning, his hand suddenly turned into a claw, grabbing at Yang Kai's chest. His claw overflowed with energy, and the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was clearly powerful. With a qi sound, the claw pierced 3 inches into Yang Kai's chest, and blood splashed out in an instant. Yang Kai still didn't move, as if he couldn't feel any pain. Seeing this scene, Feng Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He was certain that Yang Kai had really become the demon race. After all, he had killed so many people without hesitation, and there were even a few of his fellow disciples among them. How could he resist the corrosion of the demonic qi under the influence of the inner demon? And from the outside, this brat had indeed been affected by the demonic qi. His actions just now were just a final test. If he had only pretended to become the demon race, then he would have reacted to his fatal attack. Now that he didn't resist, it meant that he had succeeded. On the other side, Lei Gu also let out a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. This time, he could finally report to his superiors. Originally, he didn't know how to report the failure of the Southern Territory. But now, as long as he could capture Yang Kai, he could completely offset this mistake. This person was proficient in the power of space, and he also had some dragon race bloodline, which would be very useful in the future. Feng Ming had already retracted his hand. Yang Kai's chest was instantly bleeding, but his expression was dull, as if he didn't feel anything. He walked around Yang Kai in a circle and seriously examined him. Feng Ming nodded and said, "Good, good, good." Once again standing in front of Yang Kai, he suddenly took out a pitch-black box from his chest. That box was made of an unknown material, neither gold nor jade. When he opened the box, a seed-like thing appeared inside. The seed was also pitch black and was only the size of a mung bean, but it fluctuated with a clear divine soul fluctuation, as if it wasn't a seed, but a person. Feng Ming reached out and pinched that seed, and slowly pressed it between Yang Kai's eyebrows. The smile on Lei Gu's face suddenly froze, and Feng Ming's expression also became stunned, turning his head to look. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, keenly feeling that he seemed to have given himself away. What could be wrong with just calling him master? Before he could finish his thoughts, Lei Gu and Feng Ming suddenly split up, retreating rapidly. Yang Kai also made a prompt decision. Under the urging of his space principles, the surrounding space instantly froze, and at the same time, two moon blades slashed towards Lei Gu and Feng Ming. Everything happened in a hurry, so he did not have time to prepare a killing move. As expected of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Lei Gu was actually able to shatter space with his powerful strength. His figure was only slightly hindered by the moon blade, allowing him to avoid the moon blade's attack. Chapter 3264. Feng Ming, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. He was imprisoned by the space principles, and before he could even react, the moon blade had already arrived in front of him and pierced through his body. A crescent-shaped hole immediately appeared on his chest, and one could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 organs from the wound. He lowered his head and looked at the hideous wound on his chest and abdomen. His eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Ming's physical body was at the second-order Emperor realm, which was almost the same as Yang Kai's, but he was beaten to such a state in a single exchange. Of course, this was because he was caught off guard, but the other party's methods were just too shocking. If he was really just Feng Ming, he would definitely be unable to move after this attack, and could only wait for death. However, he was born from a demonic spirit, so even if he was fatally wounded, he didn't immediately collapse. Instead, a large amount of demonic qi grew from the wound on his chest and abdomen, wriggling and filling up the wound. On the other side, after Lei Gu dodged the moon blade, he let out a roar and used all his strength to break free from the restraint of the space principles. He retreated with a terrified expression, wanting to return to the darkness. As long as he could dodge a few of Yang Kai's attacks, he would be able to conceal himself again. In this boundless demonic qi, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to find him. How could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? After the 2 moon blades were sent out, Yang Kai raised his hand and threw out a small, pitch-black beast that was about a foot long. The small beast looked like an ordinary dog, but as soon as it appeared, its eyes shone with a terrifying light, filled with joy and excitement. Return to ruins. When Yang Kai returned from the frozen earth, he kept the return to ruins in the High Heaven Palace. When he went to Dragon Island, he didn't bring it with him. Since the enemies this time were demons and many demonic spirits, and the return to ruins was Nemesis, how could he not bring it with him? Previously, when he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he summoned it and quietly stuffed it into the sealed world bead. Lei Gu was slightly taken aback by the appearance of the void end. He still didn't understand why Yang Kai would bring out this little beast at this time, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of horror from the depths of his heart, as if he had encountered his natural enemy. The myriad sword rose up, turning into a sword net that enveloped Lei Gu, sealing off his escape routes. Meanwhile, Return to Ruins immediately pounced in front of Lei Gu. Its large mouth split open, and its small dog head immediately became larger than a house. Its mouth was filled with nothingness and primal chaos as it bit down on Lei Gu's head. Return to Ruins. Lei Gu turned pale with fright. Just now, he didn't recognize the identity of the Return to Ruins because it happened so suddenly. Now that he saw this strange situation, how could he not remember that this was the Return to Ruins? The strange beast Return to Ruins was a famous existence in the entire demon territory. Any demon race that had lived long enough would know how terrifying it was. Although the Return to Ruins in front of him wasn't a terrifying existence that could devour an entire world, at the very least, it had a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins. This was something that made all demon race members pale in fright when they talked about it. An extremely terrifying aura was transmitted from that pitch-black mouth. Lei Gu only felt his entire body turn cold. Coupled with the blockade of Yang Kai's sword net, there was no way out at all. Seeing that he was about to be bitten by the return to ruins, Lei Gu suddenly waved his hand. A figure charged out from the side, blocking in front of Lei Gu. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her dress fluttered, and her beautiful face was filled with indifference. Her eyes were completely covered in darkness. Gao Shueting. Yang Kai's eyes widened when he saw this, and the sword net that enveloped Lei Gu instantly dissipated. He previously guessed that Gao Shueting was poisoned, and now that he saw it, it was indeed so. She and Luo Chen were probably corroded by the demonic qi and turned to become the demon race. Gao Shueting blocked in front of him and didn't move at all. She didn't have any intention of resisting at all, so how could Yang Kai kill her? When he retracted his move, he saw the return to ruins closing its mouth, wanting to swallow Lei Gu and Gao Shueting. Without even thinking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and arrived at the side of the return to ruins, kicking out. With a whimper, the return to ruins was sent flying. When Yang Kai turned back to look at Lei Gu, his face couldn't help but distort. Despicable. On the other side, Lei Gu took advantage of this gap and pressed his hand on Gao Shueting's head. The demonic qi in his hand was fluctuating, and he could kill Gao Shueting at any moment. Lei Gu didn't have any joy of escaping from death at all. His expression was twitching, and he looked at Yang Kai with eyes that were about to spit fire. He didn't expect to be played by this brat. The main reason was that his acting was too realistic. He didn't dodge Feng Ming's fatal attack and allowed Feng Ming's claw to pierce 3 inches into his chest. How could he be so sure that Feng Ming was just testing him? Right now, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to use Gao Shueting as a hostage. It was more like a trapped beast fighting. It shouldn't be like this. After planning for so many years and using so many demonic seeds, under normal circumstances, he should have captured the several hundred people from the Emperor realm and several tens of thousands of elite disciples in the Southern Territory. Then, he would have quietly turned the entire Southern Territory into a part of the demonic territory. However, the plan went wrong with Yang Kai first, so he had no choice but to change his strategy. What was even more hateful was that Yang Kai actually summoned so many powerful helpers in a single day, making his plan unable to succeed at all. In the end, he was even played at his own game, so Lei Gu's mood was naturally very bad. After disappearing for more than 10 years, why did he appear at this crucial moment? Moreover, he kept ruining his plans. Release them. Yang Kai shook the myriad sword and pointed at Lei Gu. Lei Gu stared at Yang Kai with a sinister expression. He was indifferent, as if he had already disregarded his own life and death. Yang Kai stared back at him without backing down. Seeing that he had no intention of compromising, he also felt a headache. He had already considered this situation before, but he didn't know where Gao Shueting was, so he couldn't save her first. As expected, Lei Gu still took her as a hostage. What made him feel the most helpless was that Gao Shueting had become the demon race, so she didn't have any intention of resisting. Instead, she was obedient to Lei Gu's orders. Whimpering sounds could be heard as the endless abyss crawled up from the side and whimpered a few times at Yang Kai, looking very aggrieved. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of paying attention to it, it rolled its 2 small eyes and fixed them on Feng Ming. Feng Ming's body was heavily injured, but he used the demonic qi to seal his wounds, so it didn't seem like his life was in danger. However, after being stared at by Return to Ruins, he immediately felt his hair stand on end. He quietly moved closer to Lei Gu. Return to Ruins crawled on the ground, his small eyes following his footsteps. Suddenly, he jumped up without any warning and pounced at Feng Ming as fast as lightning. Feng Ming's expression changed greatly. He wanted to dodge, but Return to Ruins' bloody mouth suddenly fell from the sky. The stench enveloped him. Feng Ming roared, "Save me!" The shouts came to an abrupt end, and only the sound of someone swallowing could be heard. A lump visibly bulged out of the ultimate's throat and rolled down his throat all the way to his stomach. In the past, when Return to Ruins' bloodline had just been activated, Feng Ming had been swallowed once. However, Return to Ruins was still too weak at that time. Feng Ming relied on his powerful cultivation to fight his way out of Return to Ruins and escape. However, after all these years, Return to Ruins had already grown. In the reincarnation world, Return to Ruins had swallowed a large amount of demonic qi and the demon race, turning them into his own strength. Feng Ming had been possessed by the demonic qi and turned into a demon. Even if he was in perfect condition, Return to Ruins would still have a headache. Plus, he had already been heavily injured by Yang Kai, so how could he resist? He was swallowed in one bite. Lei Gu's expression kept changing. The corner of his eyes cautiously watched Return to Ruins as his face slightly twitched. After Return to Ruins swallowed Feng Ming, it curled its tongue and looked at Lei Gu eagerly as if it wanted to swallow him as well. Ever since it returned from the reincarnation world, it hadn't eaten anything to its liking. Now that it finally encountered a demon, it naturally wanted to feast. However, Yang Kai didn't allow it, so it didn't dare to act rashly. It could only settle for the next best thing. It opened its mouth and released a powerful suction force. The demonic qi in the surroundings surged into its mouth and decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. You can't escape. Yang Kai indifferently looked at Lei Gu. Quickly surrender and I can spare your life. Lei Gu calmly said, do you think this king is a 3-year-old child? Yang Kai coldly snorted, your life isn't worth that much in my eyes. Lei Gu fiercely said, but her life is different. While speaking, the hand pressing down on Gao Shueting's head slightly tightened. Gao Shueting immediately revealed a pained expression. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, what do you want? Lei Gu said, why didn't you become the demon race? This question had been bothering him and he couldn't wait to find out the answer. Not to mention Yang Kai's actions just now, even now, Yang Kai was also wrapped in demonic qi. He was clearly being corroded by the demonic qi, but why was he able to maintain his consciousness and not become the demon race? If he couldn't find out the answer to this question, he couldn't be at ease. What can a mere demonic qi do to me? Yang Kai sneered. The dantian in his body was sealed with an even purer ancient demonic qi. Compared to the demonic qi around him, it was simply a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Even if he didn't have the dragon race bloodline, Yang Kai still had a strong resistance to this demonic qi. While speaking, his body shook. When his whole body released bloody light, the demonic qi that invaded his body was all pushed out and returned to its original state. What about the demonic qi? Lei Gu's face twitched. Yang Kai sneered and said, where did the demonic qi come from? Lei Gu said, you killed so many people, many of them were from the same sect. Yang Kai snorted and said, you want to affect my mind with just a few illusions? How can you be sure? Lei Gu shouted. Those who were killed were indeed illusions, but in this boundless demonic qi, they were extremely real existences. Watching the fellow disciples who were on good terms with him die under his own sword, even if he had some doubts, there would definitely be flaws in his mind. Unless this person's heart was as firm as a rock, his will was firm, or he had a way to distinguish between reality and illusion. Shall Bai. Yang Kai showed an unfathomable smile. What? Lei Gu frowned, obviously not understanding. Don't ask if you don't understand, it will only show your ignorance, Yang Kai snorted coldly. When he first met Xiao Bai, he couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. He had to admit that Lei Gu's method was really good, but when he said Xiao Bai, he knew something was wrong. Xiao Bai never admitted that he was Xiao Bai, he would only reiterate his name very seriously. Chapter 3265. Before entering the valley, Yang Kai suspected that Lei Gu was luring him into a trap. The most obvious was Murong Xiao Zhao's 2 screams. The 2 screams were more urgent than the last, and their intentions could not be more obvious. Yang Kai naturally rushed into the mountain valley alone with a furious look on his face, wanting to see what Lei Gu was up to. Everything that happened after that was just going with the flow, and the result was just as he had hoped. He had hooked a big fish like Lei Gu, but now, because of Gao Shueting, he was holding back. As the two exchanged a few words, the demonic qi in the valley had been greatly reduced, all of it entering the stomach of Return to Ruins. The darkness gradually dissipated, and the valley's original scenery gradually revealed itself. Figures stood tall, and there were many corpses on the ground. The entire valley was no longer green like before. It was a mess as far as the eye could see, and the ground was almost dyed red with blood. At the center of the valley, several thousand people were gathered, arranged into one array after another, and shrouded these people in either strong or dark light. These people were the people from the Southern Territory who had participated in the martial gathering this time, and had yet to become the demon race. It could be seen that they had been relying on the array to last until now, but no matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, their faces were all pale, and they were clearly at the end of their rope. Around this group of people were tens of thousands of demon dwellers, surrounding them. The dissipation of the boundless demonic qi surprised everyone. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk as the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, powerful auras appeared one after another, filling the valley in an instant. It was the group of helpers Yang Kai had brought. Fan Hua and the others saw that Yang Kai was safe and sound, and they were slightly relieved, but their gazes were quickly attracted by Lei Gu. Everyone could see that Yang Kai seemed to be confronting Lei Gu at this moment, and Lei Gu had a woman who had become the demon race as a hostage. They did not know what relationship that woman had with Yang Kai. Little Shueting. Wen Zishan's voice came, and his face was unprecedentedly solemn. When his purple robe fluttered, he had already arrived beside Yang Kai, his gaze deep as he looked at Lei Gu. There was no need for him to ask. He could tell what the situation was. Lei Gu's expression was gloomy as he slowly scanned his surroundings. Seeing the experts standing in great numbers in all directions, he also understood that the situation was hopeless. The plan this time could be said to have failed miserably. His heart was filled with hatred. Although there were still tens of thousands of demons that had become the demon race, the strength of those people was mixed. Moreover, the time it took for them to become the demon race was too short. They needed to be distracted to control them, so they couldn't be of much use. At most, they could only mess up the situation a little. Do you think you can escape? Yang Kai looked at Lei Gu and said indifferently, do you believe that with a single order from me, not even your bones will remain? Lei Gu laughed loudly, of course I do. However, before I die, I can drag her down with me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yang Kai nodded. I believe it too. After a pause, he said, I'll say it again. Your life isn't that valuable in my eyes. Let her go and I'll let you go. No. An angry shout came. It was Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Holy Master, Ma Qing. He was covered in blood, but it was unknown whether it was his own or someone else's. He was in a sorry state. He stared coldly at Lei Gu and said, he is the culprit of this matter. We can't let him go. Moreover, this matter has obviously been planned for a long time. If we capture him, we might be able to get some information out of him. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan both tilted their heads and looked at him. Ma Qing glared and said, if we let him escape this time, there may be another catastrophe in the Southern Territory. Gold Envoy Xiao, what do you say? Xiao Yuyang frowned and didn't say a word. He naturally agreed with Ma Qing's words. He also knew that Ma Qing's words were not selfish. The Southern Territory had been besieging and suppressing demonic wills for more than 10 years. Originally, he thought that most of them had been killed. Even if there were a few that slipped through the net, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Who would have thought that the entire Orthodoxy temple would fall without anyone noticing? No one knew who made such a big move and what their purpose was. If they could capture Lei Gu, there was hope that they would be able to get some information out of him. They would be more prepared in the future. At the very least, they would know who else among the masters in the Southern Territory had been possessed by demonic wills. Just based on this point, Lei Gu couldn't easily get away. But at this time, he couldn't make the decision. He was the gold envoy of Star Soul Palace. Normally, he could represent Star Soul Palace. With one order, no cultivator in the Southern Territory would dare to disobey, but at this moment, Xiao Yuyang turned his head and glanced at the unfamiliar masters around him. He smiled bitterly in his heart. His words were probably useless. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan were obviously trying to snatch Gao Shueting back. If he really went against them, he would be the one to lose face. Ma Qing saw that Xiao Yuyang didn't speak and naturally knew what he was worried about, so he didn't count on him. He looked at Wen Zishan and said in a deep voice, "Temple Master Wen, this Ma knows how you feel, but I still hope that Temple Master Wen will consider the overall situation and the people of the Southern Territory. You are the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple. Every word and action of yours is a role model for the millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory. Think twice." Wen Zishan's face was filled with pain as he slowly said, "Brother Ma, if Madame Qi falls into such a situation, what will you do?" Madame Qi was his first wife. She had a second-order Emperor realm cultivation and was standing next to him at this moment. Ma Qing's face twitched a few times as he gritted his teeth and said, "You have to give up something to gain something." His voice was filled with sorrow, as if he had really given up on Madame Qi. As soon as these words came out, a woman in a palace dress next to him couldn't help but tremble and lower her beautiful eyes slightly. Wen Zishan smiled bitterly, "Brother Ma is so bold, shut him up." Yang Kai suddenly winked at Fan Hua. Fan Hua's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ma Qing, raising his hand and pointing at him. Ma Qing was shocked, and the long sword in his hand swung out a series of sword flowers towards Fan Wu. Fan Hua coldly snorted as a savage aura burst out from his body, instantly making Ma Qing feel as if he was in an ancient world. The Emperor Qi in his body was somewhat chaotic, and his sword moves were full of flaws. Fan Hua's hand was like a butterfly flitting through flowers, passing through the sword flowers and accurately landing on Ma Qing's chest. His fingertips were bursting with energy, ready to kill Ma Qing at any time. The group of people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land were shocked. They never thought that their holy master would be subdued in one move. Fortunately, Fan Hua didn't intend to kill him, otherwise, Ma Qing wouldn't be alive right now. Although the holy master had consumed a lot of his strength and was now like a crossbow, how could he be defeated so easily with his foundation as a third-order Emperor Realm Master? A divine spirit. Ma Qing's eyes trembled as he stared blankly at Fan Hua in front of him, unable to believe his eyes. The one standing in front of him was actually a divine spirit. Although Ma Qing had never seen Fan Hua before, he couldn't be wrong about the special aura he was exuding. This person was actually a divine spirit in human form. Although he didn't know what kind of divine spirit it was, with such strength, even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for him, let alone now. What frightened him even more was that a divine spirit actually obeyed Yang Kai's orders. What was wrong with this world? How could Yang Kai command a divine spirit? Fan Hua looked at him coldly, "This king is not in a good mood, so don't force me to kill you." He gently tapped Ma Qing's chest, causing him to take a few steps back. Ma Qing opened his mouth, but Madame Qi, who was standing next to him, tugged at his sleeve. In the end, he just sighed. He could tell that this divine spirit in front of him wasn't just bluffing, he really had the intention to kill him. In the valley, thousands of Southern Territory cultivators and tens of thousands of demon dwellers were facing each other, but it was completely silent. It seemed that everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Kai and Lei Gu. These two were the key to solving this matter. "Alright, now we can have a good talk." Yang Kai looked past Gao Shueting and stared at Lei Gu. "If you want to die, you can do it now. I guarantee that you will die without a complete corpse." Wen Zishan's eyes flashed and his heart jumped to his throat. Fortunately, Lei Gu's expression didn't change and he didn't have any intention of killing him. Yang Kai smiled slightly, it seems that you want to live. That's right, it wasn't easy to possess a body and be reborn. Now that you've occupied the body of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, it's time to be free and unfettered. Who would want to die? His eyes narrowed as he waved his hand. But look around, do you think you can escape? You're threatening me. Lei Gu coldly snorted. Yang Kai said, I'm just letting you see reality. I forgot to introduce you. Do you see that one over there? That's the divine spirit Fan Chi from the Eastern Territory. And this one is the divine spirit Sang Go, and this beautiful lady is the divine spirit Wan Feng. And these are the 32 monster kings under them. Wan Feng heard this and curled her lips. On the other hand, the 32 monster kings all showed fierce expressions. They urged their monster chi and rolling demonic chi to increase pressure on Lei Gu. The cultivator in the Southern Territory was inexplicably frightened. They were already shocked and they saw Ma Qing being subdued by Fan Chi in one move. Only now did they realize that there wasn't just one divine spirit here, but 3. And there were 32 monster kings. What kind of power was this? It was simply unheard of. Even Star Soul Palace couldn't pull such a force over, right? What made people feel slightly relieved was that they seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Kai, so they didn't have to worry about causing trouble in the Southern Territory. And there are more than 200 cultivators in the Emperor Realm in the Northern Territory. Yang Kai pointed to the side. Everyone raised their heads and puffed out their chests, unwilling to lose to those monster kings. Lei Gu angrily shouted, I'm not scared. Yang Kai calmly said, I don't mean to scare you, I just want to tell you that we can have a good talk. What kind of talk? Lei Gu said in a low voice. Even when he was talking, he was hiding behind Gao Shueting, not giving anyone a chance to take advantage of him. You want to live, I want her. The solution is simple, I let you go, you let her go. Lei Gu sneered, let me go first. When I'm sure it's safe, I'll let her come back. Yang Kai coldly laughed, do you think that's possible? Wen Zishan interrupted, I'll trade for her, you can take me as a hostage and let your demonic chi fill my body. Chapter 3266. Hearing this, Lei Gu sneered, why would this king do something unnecessary? Gao Shueting was the best hostage in his hands, so there was no need to exchange her for Wen Zishan. If he really did that, there would be too many variables. Not to mention the possibility of accidents during the demonic chi infusion. Wen Zishan's cultivation was one minor realm higher than Gao Shueting's, so it wouldn't be easy to control him. If not for this, there would have been a third-order Emperor Realm Master among the cultivators who were eroded by the demonic chi to become the demon race this time. It wasn't that Lei Gu and Feng Ming didn't want to, but it was too difficult to implement, so they settled for the next best thing, which was the first-order and second-order Emperor Realm Masters. What do you want? Wen Zishan no longer had his usual carefree attitude, and his face was unprecedentedly serious. I only want her to be safe. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. Lei Gu snorted, I said, let me go. When we reach a safe place, this king will naturally let her go. That's impossible. Wen Zishan slowly shook his head, how can I believe something without any guarantee? Lei Gu said calmly, if you want her to be safe, you can only gamble. At worst, we'll all die together. He pushed his demonic chi, and Gao Shueting immediately groaned. Stop. Wen Zishan's face changed drastically, and he raised his hand and shouted. Lei Gu was about to say something when Yang Kai suddenly said, we can't agree to your proposal, and you don't agree to my proposal either. How about this, let's each take a step back. Lei Gu turned his gaze to him, let's hear it. Yang Kai said with his hands behind his back, I'll let you go, but I have to follow you. When we reach a suitable place, hand over my senior sister Gao to me. This is my bottom line. If you can't accept it, then there's no need to talk about it anymore. Lei Gu did not answer, but his eyes flickered. Wen Zishan's heart was in his throat as he secretly circulated his emperor chi, ready to take action immediately if anything went wrong. The scene in the valley seemed to be frozen. There was no sound, no movement, and time had never passed so slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Looks like you don't agree." As he spoke, he raised his hand and shouted, "Monster King, listen up." Boom! When the demonic chi soared into the sky, the 32 Monster Kings' figures swayed and surrounded Lei Gu and Gao Shui Ting in 3 layers. Their escape routes were completely sealed. Every Monster King's eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light. Their eyes were filled with eagerness. "I'll count to 3. If he still doesn't answer, go and tear him apart." Yang Kai's eyes coldly stared at Lei Gu. His raised hand raised a finger, and then a number jumped out from his mouth. 1. Wen Zishan's body tensed up. His 2 fists clenched and unclenched, unclenched and then clenched again. The nervousness in his heart could not be any greater. 2. A second finger was raised. 32 killing intents simultaneously enveloped Lei Gu. The monster chi in every Monster King's body stirred. They did not care about Lei Gu or Gao Shueting. To them, these two were strangers. At this moment, they only listened to Yang Kai's orders. Since he said to tear Lei Gu apart after the count of 3, then they would really rush up and tear him apart. They did not care about Gao Shueting's life or death. Being enveloped by these 32 killing intents, the demonic chi on the surface of Lei Gu's body surged. Even though he currently had a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm cultivation, against these 32 Monster Kings' combined forces, there was no way he could survive. He would probably die without a burial site in just one exchange. He stared deeply at Yang Kai, looking into the depths of Yang Kai's heart through his eyes. He wanted to see even the slightest bit of hesitation and deliberate mystification. However, to his disappointment, Yang Kai's expression did not change. There was only determination in his eyes. When the 3rd finger was raised halfway, Lei Gu said in a low voice, "Only you can follow." "Of course." Yang Kai put down his hand and put it behind his back. He was calm, but the group standing behind him could clearly see that his hand was slightly trembling. It was clear that his heart was definitely not as calm as he looked on the surface. They could not help but doubt. If Lei Gu still did not speak, would Yang Kai really be able to make the 32 Monster King rush over? "Make way." Yang Kai waved his hand. The 32 Monster Kings surrounding Lei Gu immediately split into 2 sides, making a path. When Fan Hua, Tsang Go, and Luan Feng saw this, they couldn't help but sigh. This was the Monster King under their command. Since when did a human have the right to order them around? Yet these disappointing fellows actually obeyed without any hesitation. It was simply infuriating. "Please." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Lei Gu said unhurriedly, "You better keep your word. If this king finds out that you left any traces for them to follow, or if this king discovers their aura, you will bear the consequences. Put your heart in your stomach." Yang Kai sneered. Lei Gu snorted coldly. He urged his demonic essence, wrapping it around Gao Shueting as he rushed out through the opening in the encirclement. Yang Kai followed closely behind, unhurriedly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking in the direction the 2 left, Wen Zishan looked hesitant. Naturally, he was not at ease with Yang Kai chasing alone. He originally planned to quietly follow behind, but Lei Gu's words made him hesitate. If he accidentally exposed his aura and Lei Gu noticed, Gao Shueting would be finished. He could also track from far away, but if the distance was too far and he could not grasp the direction of the tracking, Yang Kai would not have a chance to leave a mark. Ma Qing sighed and patted his shoulder. "Brother Wen, since that boy has made such a suggestion, he will definitely be able to bring Elder Gao back. You, just wait and see." After he finished speaking, he saw that Wen Zishan did not react, so he could only walk back. He looked at his wife and disciples and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The group of disciples shook their heads when they heard this. Madame Qi, however, stared at him coldly, causing Ma Qing's forehead to break out in cold sweat. The corners of his mouth twitched as he asked, "Madam, what's wrong?" Madame Qi flicked her sleeves and walked to the side, her cold voice sounding, "When you go back, write a letter of divorce to me." "Holy Master Ma, you are a righteous man. As a woman, I may drag you down in the future. It's better for us to go our separate ways, lest I ruin your reputation one day." During this time, there was no trace of investigation at all. It was completely spontaneous, flying wherever it wanted to go. Thousands of miles away, Yang Kai had his hands behind his back and was strolling leisurely, following closely behind Lei Gu. At first, Lei Gu wanted to rely on his speed to shake off Yang Kai, but after several attempts, he knew that it was impossible. Even though Gao Shueting had made a mistake, he still rushed forward and took advantage of the moment when Yang Kai was distracted to smash his hammer into Yang Kai's chest. Lei Gu had used all his strength in that attack, so a second-order Emperor Realm Master would definitely not be able to survive. He would definitely be smashed to pieces. What surprised him even more was that Yang Kai didn't die. Although the sound of bones breaking could be heard, a large part of his chest caved in, and his aura became extremely weak, he was still alive. Only now did Lei Gu realize that he had underestimated the strength of Yang Kai's physical body. He had seen Yang Kai transform into a half-dragon with his own eyes, so he naturally understood that he had underestimated the strength of that half-dragon body. But now that things had gotten to this point, Lei Gu had no intention of retreating. Even if this little brat in front of him had the Space Divine technique, how long could he last with such a heavily injured body? The failure of the plan in the Southern Territory was all because of him, so how could Lei Gu let him live freely? He was determined to kill him here. For eyes met, Lei Gu's murderous intent surging in his eyes cold. Yang Kai's aura was weak and his face was pale, but he still grinned. This grin was fine, but it affected his injuries and caused him to spit out another mouthful of golden blood. Lei Gu raised the round hammer and pointed it at Yang Kai. "Boy, you ruined this king's plans. Today, you will die." As soon as his words fell, the round hammer turned into a stream of light and instantly arrived above Yang Kai's head, smashing down with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Before the attack even arrived, the void shattered, and cracks appeared one after another. Yang Kai held his breath and raised his hand. The mountains and rivers bell appeared and spun straight towards the round hammer. With a loud bang, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out like an invisible blade, splitting the whole world into two. The mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly as it was smashed away, and the watermelon hammer was also blocked. Yang Kai couldn't withstand it and fell down, smashing into the swamp. His face was covered in dirt, but he didn't dare to stay in place. He hurriedly soared into the sky, put away the mountains and rivers bell, then turned around and fled in the direction he came from. When a tiger falls to level land, it is bullied by dogs. When a dragon swims in shallow water, it is teased by shrimps. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of Lei Gu even if he was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill him. But just now, in order to suppress Gao Shueting's self-destruction, he had no choice but to delay for a moment. Lei Gu's Emperor artifact directly smashed into his chest, displacing all his internal organs. If it weren't for his half-dragon body supporting him, he would have been crushed to pieces. Even so, he was seriously injured at this moment. How could a third-stage Emperor Realm Master attack with the full power of an Emperor artifact be so easy to withstand? The circulation of Emperor Qi in his body was slightly blocked, making it inconvenient for him to attack. Even though he used the mountains and rivers bell to block the other party's attack, he was just barely hanging on. If he didn't escape now, he wouldn't be able to escape once he was entangled by Lei Gu. He was a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have hidden Lu Yen in the sealed world bead. With Lu Yen as his trump card, Lei Gu wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. As long as he delayed until reinforcements arrived, Lei Gu would die. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to do so before. Now, he could only rely on himself to deal with Lei Gu. As he fled, a gust of wind blew behind him and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Yang Kai looked up and suddenly had the urge to curse. Above his head, a dense number of hammer shadows smashed down. Obviously, Lei Gu was really angry and wasn't going to let him leave alive. Yang Kai took a deep breath, endured the pain all over his body, and began to circulate his space principles. The hammer shadows in the sky smashed down, creating huge craters in the ground. Yang Kai was also smashed to pieces. However, Lei Gu's gaze suddenly turned and looked to the other side. Not far away, Yang Kai's figure appeared strangely. Obviously, he had used the space divine technique to avoid the fatal attack. Lei Gu roared in anger. He had long heard that those proficient in the space divine technique were the best at escaping. Now that he saw it, he knew that this reputation was not in vain. However, from the distance Yang Kai had teleported, he could infer that the other party was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. He wouldn't be able to use this kind of life-saving method more than a few times. He immediately soared into the sky and chased after Yang Kai, shouting, "Boy, where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai was amused when he heard this. He was a little worried that Lei Gu wouldn't chase after him, but if that was the case, he could only turn back and entangle with him. That would be too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would capsize. In his current state, he really couldn't fight with his full strength. Chapter 3268. Fortunately, Lei Gu seemed intent on killing him and didn't plan on letting him go, saving him some effort. Yang Kai quickly grabbed a handful of spirit pills and stuffed them into his mouth, cursing in a muffled voice, "Are you fucking crazy? If you dare chase me again, I won't be polite with you." Lei Gu sneered, "Boy, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Are you satisfied with the burial place this king chose for you?" While speaking, the round hammer in his hand turned into layers of light and shadow, smashing down on Yang Kai until he could only dodge. There were several times when the hammer narrowly missed him, but Yang Kai used the space divine technique to dodge. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible for them to escape from the wrath of an enraged third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai was the only one who could do this by teleporting, but he was in such a sorry state that Lei Gu was in a good mood. Previously, in Orthodoxy Temple, this boy had summoned several hundred helpers to surround him, eyeing him covetously. Now, the wheel of fortune had turned and he finally understood what it meant by the saying, "The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years" meant. However, there was one thing that Lei Gu had to admit. This brat's life-saving skills were truly top-notch. That space divine ability was unfathomable, making people envious. If he didn't know that not everyone could cultivate the power of space, Lei Gu might have spared him and captured him alive to carefully interrogate him about the specific cultivation method. But it was also because of this that Lei Gu's determination to kill him became even more firm. If he didn't take this opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai today, he wouldn't have many chances in the future. After chasing for a while, Yang Kai was still alive and kicking. His vitality was simply unimaginable, but Lei Gu clearly saw that every time he used the teleportation secret technique, he would spit out a mouthful of golden blood. It was clear that the burden was too great and he couldn't bear it. "Boy, if you stop now, this king can still give you a quick death. If this king catches you, you'll beg for death," Lei Gu threatened as he chased. Yang Kai was seething with anger. With a face full of grief and indignation, he said, "The world is so big. If you don't take this opportunity to escape, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. Do you really think I came here alone?" As soon as this statement came out, Lei Gu was shocked and couldn't help pausing while controlling his Emperor artifact, but he quickly reacted and roared, "No matter how eloquent you are, don't even think about leaving this place alive today." He clearly thought that Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying things. Of course, when they left the Orthodoxy Palace one after another, there would definitely be people following behind them. However, after a few days of hard work, Lei Gu believed that there was no one who could hide his tracks. Even if there were people chasing after him, he would have long shaken them off. At this moment, Yang Kai was trying to scare him. He was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. Fine, fine, fine. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand and felt a strong wind coming from behind him. He hurriedly urged his space principles to use the same technique, but when he moved, a sharp pain came from his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Even the Emperor Qi in his body suddenly became chaotic, preventing him from using the space divine technique. This shocked him greatly. The embodiment had already set up a trap with Lu Yan and the others, waiting for him to step into it with Lei Gu. If he was killed by Lei Gu here, then all his efforts would have been in vain. It wasn't the first time he had suffered such heavy injuries, nor was it the first time he had been chased into such a sorry state, but it was the first time he felt so close to death. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai abruptly turned around and slashed down with the myriad sword with all his strength. Everything paled in comparison, leaving only the light of this sword in the world. The round hammer smashed down, and the sword light collapsed. Yang Kai spat out blood, and the sound of bones breaking rang out from his arms. His entire body flew out like a rag sack. Injuries on top of injuries, but he had made the most accurate response at the most critical moment, saving his little life. Using the power of the round hammer to fly out, he waved his hand and released the two wood spirits from the sealed world bead. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly still didn't understand the situation, and when they appeared, they were at a loss. "Lend me a hand," Yang Kai said with difficulty. As soon as he spoke, blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were greatly alarmed when they saw this. They turned their heads to look at Lei Gu, who was chasing behind them. How could they not know that Yang Kai was being chased? The two of them glanced at each other, and without hesitation, the two of them used their techniques. Their bodies suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of light that gathered behind Yang Kai's shoulder blades. In an instant, two exquisite wings appeared on Yang Kai's back. When the wood spirit race fought side by side with the stone mongoose, they would always use this method to assist. Yang Kai had seen the elders and the wood spirit race's chief do this before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. With a flap of his wings, his entire body flew forward like an arrow that left a bow, his speed incredibly fast. Lei Gu, who was chasing behind him, was stunned when he saw this. He revealed a look of suspicion. What kind of technique was this? He was clearly about to kill Yang Kai, yet he actually made another pair of wings. This was simply a bit inconceivable. Moreover, with that pair of wings, this brat's running speed suddenly became much faster. Lei Gu was furious. He put away the round hammer, and the demonic qi around his body rippled. It was unknown what kind of secret technique he used, but he actually quickly chased after him, not letting him go at all. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu didn't understand the situation. They only knew that Yang Kai was currently avoiding being chased, so they used all their strength to fly away. However, Lei Gu was determined to kill Yang Kai, so how could they escape? The distance between the two sides quickly closed, making the two wood spirits very anxious. The frequency of their wings flapping became faster and faster. Yang Kai weakly pointed in a direction for them. Then, he closed his eyes and silently operated his secret technique, catalyzing the effects of the spirit pill he had just swallowed. During the chase, the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed. When they passed by a valley surrounded by mountains, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Light shot out from his eyes in all directions. Behind them, Lei Gu, who was flying into the valley, suddenly felt alarm bells ring in his heart. An incomparable feeling of danger spread through his entire body, making him suddenly stop and vigilantly look around. 100 zhang away, Yang Kai leisurely turned around and spat out a mouthful of blood. He calmly looked at Lei Gu and said, "Chase, why aren't you fucking chasing anymore?" After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, in addition to his powerful recovery ability, Yang Kai finally let out a sigh of relief. Although there was still a long way to go before he fully recovered, at least he wasn't as weak as before. Lei Gu coldly glanced at Yang Kai when he heard this. He turned around and was about to leave. A figure flashed behind him. Fan Hua blocked the path with his hands behind his back. He indifferently said, "This path is blocked." Lei Gu's eyes narrowed when he saw this. His body didn't move, but his expression shifted to the left. However, another figure suddenly appeared on that side, revealing a woman in a white palace dress. When he looked to the right, another thin and short man also appeared like a ghost. Lei Gu's heart sank. He naturally knew who these three people were. Yang Kai even specially introduced them to him a few days ago, so he knew that these three were all holy spirits. How could it be like this? They had actually been lying in ambush here, waiting for him to walk into the trap. And from Yang Kai's previous actions, he was actually stupid enough to be lured into this trap. The only thing Lei Gu couldn't understand was how they had secretly contacted each other. He didn't see any movement of him taking out a communication compass, nor did he see any traces of him leaving a secret mark. Three holy spirits. Lei Gu couldn't even smile bitterly. He wasn't a match for one holy spirit, let alone three. For a moment, his intestines turned green with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have directly escaped into the southern swamp. What was the point of chasing? Now, he had fallen into the other party's trap. He probably couldn't escape. At this critical moment of life and death, he was very decisive. There were holy spirits blocking the way from his left, right, and back. He couldn't resist. His figure flashed and pounced forward. Only the front was the only way out. Yang Kai wasn't his match at all in his current state. Facing the aggressive Lei Gu, Yang Kai stood in place without moving. The corner of his mouth held a mocking smile. Lei Gu suddenly felt that something was wrong. He realized that Yang Kai should have hidden something, but now that the arrow was on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. The demonic chi around his body surged, turning into a giant palm that grabbed at Yang Kai. As long as he could capture Yang Kai, he could make those three holy spirits hesitate. He could then use the same trick and leave calmly. The demonic chi giant palm broke through the air. Just as it was about to capture Yang Kai, a petite figure suddenly flashed behind Yang Kai. That figure was a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade and was very cute. But this little girl's next move made Lei Gu's soul leave his body. She opened her mouth and blew out a breath. That breath suddenly turned into a monstrous flame that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. The moment the pitch-black demonic chi giant palm came into contact with the flame, it was burned to pieces and became unrecognizable. Not only that, the flame turned into a flaming blade in the air and slashed down, heading straight for his face. The aura of death enveloped him. Lei Gu's expression changed drastically. Although he couldn't recognize what kind of flame it was, he knew that he couldn't touch it. He raised the round hammer and it suddenly became as big as a house, blocking above his head. The flaming blade slashed the round hammer but couldn't break through its defense. However, when Lei Gu withdrew his emperor artifact, he saw a small flame burning on the round hammer. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish it. For a moment, the burning round hammer flashed wildly. "I already told you, if you continue to chase after me, I won't be polite anymore, but you just won't listen, asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk." Yang Kai clutched his chest. He wanted to ridicule Lei Gu a few more times, but he was powerless to do so, so he could only give up. Lei Gu's face was ashen. He knew that he couldn't escape today no matter what. The hatred in his heart couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. "Do it." Yang Kai gently waved his hand. 4 figures pounced at Lei Gu from the front, back, left, and right. 4 fierce murderous intents locked onto him. Lei Gu raised the round hammer high and shouted, "Demon race is immortal." While speaking, the demonic chi around his body fluctuated violently. His entire body also rapidly expanded. Seeing this, Fan Ku and the others stopped and retreated. Chapter 3269. With a boom, dust returned to dust, and dust returned to earth. Lei Gu exploded into a cloud of blood mist and scattered in the air. Fan Ku and the other two were shocked. They were moved by his decisiveness. Even if they knew that they were going to die, not many people in this world would choose to self-destruct. If they were in his shoes, the three of them would definitely fight like cornered beasts. Although the final result was already decided, who would know the result if they didn't fight? Is the demon race really so cruel? The three of them shuddered. While they were in doubt, they saw Yang Kai fly down with a weak face and search around the rubble. The Luan Feng frowned and flew down gently. She said in annoyance, "What are you looking for instead of healing yourself?" Yang Kai coughed softly and said, "As long as the demon heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die." In the thousand illusionary dream world, he dealt with the demon race all year round. He knew that the powerful demon race had strong vitality. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as their demon heart was not destroyed, they could miraculously revive. If he wanted to kill this kind of demon race, he had to completely destroy their demon heart. Although Lei Gu was determined to self-destruct, Yang Kai still had to guard against him escaping. Fortunately, he didn't find anything similar to the demon heart. It seemed that after being possessed by the demon will, it was different from the normal demon race. After having Lu Yen burn this area, Yang Kai finally relaxed. Even if Lei Gu really planned to escape, under the burning of Lu Yan's true phoenix fire, he probably wouldn't have the chance to revive. The avatar sneaked over from the side. Originally, it was hiding below to prevent Lei Gu from escaping, but who knew that it didn't have the chance to fight at all. However, this time, it was thanks to the connection between it and Yang Kai that it could safely set a trap and catch Lei Gu off guard. If it wasn't for this, how could Yang Kai easily agree to follow Lei Gu alone? His avatar was his greatest trump card. The few of them huddled together and didn't say much. Yang Kai was heavily injured and urgently needed to be treated, and the mess at the Orthodoxy Palace still needed to be cleaned up. The 32 Monster King was still there, and without the 3 Holy Spirits, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause. Don't judge them by how obedient they were in front of Yang Kai, but in reality, they were all arrogant and unruly people. No one was in the mood to stay here, so they immediately returned the way they came. Yang Kai handed the sealed world bead to Lu Yen for safekeeping while he hid in the sealed world bead to heal his wounds. The existence of the sealed world bead was his biggest secret and trump card, but as his strength grew, there was no need to deliberately keep it a secret anymore. Fan Ku and the other two would definitely not publicize this matter, so it was not a big deal to expose it in front of them. Lu Yen and the others naturally didn't need to talk about their return, but Yang Kai came to the medicine garden and sat cross-legged under the immortal tree. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both used their secret techniques to draw out traces of essence from the immortal tree to heal him. Yang Kai had used the immortal tree to heal himself many times before, but most of the time, he just took the leaves and consumed them directly. The immortal tree didn't have many leaves in total, so after being plucked a few times by Yang Kai, it was almost bare. With only a few leaves left, Yang Kai didn't dare to touch them, lest he damaged the immortal tree's foundation. However, the Wood Spirit clan's magical methods allowed them to draw out the vitality of the immortal tree and inject it into Yang Kai's body without harming it. Coupled with Yang Kai's powerful physique and restorative abilities, it only took 3 days for him to fully recover, a speed that made Yang Kai very happy. Without the assistance of the 2 Wood Spirits, it would have taken him at least a month to fully recover from his injuries this time. In his happiness, he naturally praised Mu Zhu and Mu Lu's magical methods, causing the 2 Wood Spirits to blush and become extremely bashful. After recovering, Yang Kai finally had the time to deal with Gao Shueting's matter. Gao Shueting was eroded by the demonic qi, causing her body and mind to become the demon race. Previously, she was controlled by Lei Gu and almost self-destructed. Fortunately, Yang Kai pulled her into the sealed world bead in time to suppress her, otherwise, she would have been dead by now. With a flicker of his body, Yang Kai arrived at the loft where Gao Shueting was being suppressed. Pushing open the door and walking in, Yang Kai was slightly surprised. That was because when she sensed someone approaching, Gao Shueting suddenly turned her pair of black eyes and looked at him. Then, a strange sound came from her throat and her expression became ferocious, as if she couldn't wait to eat Yang Kai's flesh and drink Yang Kai's blood. This change made Yang Kai frown, because according to his previous observations, the demons in Orthodoxy Temple were divided into two types. The first type was like Lei Gu and Feng Ming, possessed by a demonic sense. This type of demon was pure demon and had their own thoughts and thoughts. They were wholeheartedly devoted to the demon race. The second type was like Gao Shueting and many other cultivators in the Southern Territory who had become the demon race. They were eroded by the demonic qi. This type of demon didn't have their own thoughts and was controlled by the former type of demon. But now, Gao Shueting clearly had some self-awareness, but it wasn't Gao Shueting's own consciousness. From her ferocious expression, it was a reaction after becoming the demon race. Yang Kai arrived in front of Gao Shueting and looked at her with a complicated expression. He softly called out a few times, but Gao Shueting didn't respond at all. She only roared and struggled. If it wasn't for the suppression, she would have already pounced on him and fought him to the death. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that after becoming the demon race, all the demons without self-awareness would become like this and rely on their own instincts? If that was the case, then the Orthodoxy Temple would be in trouble. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's aura suddenly changed, becoming ancient and desolate. It was as if he had walked out of an ancient painting. His hands formed a seal and he chanted an incantation. A ray of light entered Gao Shueting's body. It was the bloodthirst technique. Although it was the most commonly used wizard technique, it wasn't a high-level wizard technique, but it was proven to be very effective in resisting the corrosion of demonic qi. In an instant, a red light shone brightly. The essence blood in Gao Shueting's body was stimulated, and her entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of crimson light. A trace of pain flashed across her face. At the same time that the red light shone brightly, boundless black qi also spread out from Gao Shueting's body. It tangled with the red light and neutralized it. Gao Shueting's expression also fluctuated. Yang Kai changed his incantation and used the exorcism technique. A cool light descended from the sky, cleansing Gao Shueting's body and mind. Sizzling sounds could be heard as strands of black smoke seeped out from Gao Shueting's body. As if they had encountered some kind of nemesis, they fled for their lives before disappearing into thin air. Yang Kai stood in front of Gao Shueting with a solemn expression as he impatiently used the exorcism technique. As time passed, the demonic qi seeping out from Gao Shueting's body became thinner and thinner. The flickering black and red light also gradually became red. Finally, the black in Gao Shueting's eyes faded away. She blinked her eyes blankly and focused her vision. She immediately saw Yang Kai standing in front of her with a smile on his face. His aura was ancient and strange. "Junior brother," Gao Shueting said softly. She seemed extremely weak. "Senior sister Gao, you're awake." Yang Kai sighed in relief. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save Gao Shueting after such a long delay. Fortunately, the ancient wizard technique was indeed the nemesis of demonic qi. His efforts weren't in vain. "Why are you?" Gao Shueting still didn't understand the situation. She only felt that her entire body was weak. Moreover, there were some very uncomfortable remnants of power in her meridians and body. "Senior sister, do you still remember what happened before?" Yang Kai asked her. "What happened before?" Gao Shueting frowned and thought about it blankly. "Southern Territories Martial Gathering, Orthodoxy Palace." Yang Kai reminded her. Gao Shueting was startled when she heard this. Her pupils shrank as she anxiously said, Orthodoxy Palace is plotting something. Junior brother, quickly go and warn the palace master. Yang Kai said, Senior sister Gao, please calm down. Orthodoxy Palace's plot has already been crushed. Lei Gu and Feng Ming have also been executed. Lei Gu and Feng Ming are dead? Gao Shueting's expression changed as she asked, what are they plotting? Yang Kai asked in return, how much do you know, senior sister? Gao Shueting slowly shook her head, I'm not too sure. That night, junior brother Luo and I received Grand Elder Feng Ming's invitation and went to his residence as guests to discuss cultivation experiences. There were more than 20 people who went with us, but after drinking something, they fell asleep and didn't wake up. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He understood that Gao Shueting and the others had probably become the demon race because of that thing they drank. He had been wondering before how the Emperor Realm's people could become the demon race so easily. As long as they sensed something was wrong, they should have been able to resist for a while by circulating their Emperor Qi. At the very least, they should have been able to send a message. Now, it seemed that Feng Ming had used a method similar to poisoning to cause Gao Shueting and the others to be corroded by the demonic qi from the inside. Naturally, they couldn't defend against it. They probably didn't expect Feng Ming to do such a thing. After all, they knew each other very well, and they had been friends for more than a year or two. Since they were unprepared, it was easy for him to succeed. What about junior brother Luo? Gao Shueting asked. I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. He really hadn't seen Luo Chen before, but now it seemed that Luo Chen was most likely dead. Then what is this place? Yang Kai smiled and said, this is a small world. Senior sister Gao, please recuperate in peace. Chapter 3270. Orthodoxy Temple, originally one of the 3 top forces in the Southern Territory, was now in a mess, with broken walls everywhere, and the traces of the battle were clearly visible. On the mountain peaks, the remaining cultivator camps were set up, each of their faces filled with lingering fear. Whenever they recalled what happened a few days ago, they couldn't help but shudder. A group of people from the Northern Territory, on the other hand, were tirelessly shuttling through the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, inquiring about their well-being. The ancient land's 32 monster king occupied one of the spirit peaks and found a lot of good wine and food from who knows where, drinking and having fun. The atmosphere of celebration was in sharp contrast to the gloomy atmosphere in the Southern Territory. To them, the life and death of humans was of no concern. If they hadn't come with Yang Kai this time, it would have been impossible for them to intervene in the affairs of the Southern Territory. The Southern Territory was also happy to see this. After all, each of the monster kings was not to be trifled with. The monster race's temperament was perverse and violent, so if they really mingled with humans, it was likely that conflicts would arise. No one here could restrain them, so if they liked to drink and have fun, let them be. A few days later, Murong Xiao, who was quietly floating in the air and monitoring the surrounding movements, suddenly looked serious and carefully looked in a certain direction, a moment later shouting happily, they're back. Shua, Wen Zishan's figure suddenly appeared beside her and looked nervously in that direction, only to see several figures quickly rushing over. The one in the lead was Yang Kai, followed by the 7 or 8-year-old girl and the 3 holy spirits from the Eastern Territory, and there was no one else. Wen Zishan's face suddenly became extremely pale, and his fists were tightly clenched. Murong Xiao seemed to have realized something as well. Her pretty face changed slightly, and her eyes turned red. Temple Master. Yang Kai flew in front of Wen Zishan and cupped his fists. Suddenly, he saw that both Wen Zishan and Murong Xiao's expressions were a little strange and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Wen Zishan took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, where's Lei Gu? Yang Kai replied, fortunately, Lei Gu is dead. Wen Zishan nodded, all right, thank you for your hard work. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he didn't dare to ask. He was afraid that he would get an answer that he didn't want to hear. Murong Xiao Xiao asked on his behalf. She choked a little and said, "Where's senior sister Gao?" Only then did Yang Kai understand why these two people's expressions were so grave. It turned out that they were worried about Gao Shueting's safety. His expression turned solemn, and he said in a low voice, "Senior sister Gao." Murong Xiao Xiao suddenly covered her mouth. Bean-sized tears slid down her cheeks, crying like a person in tears. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking, "I haven't finished speaking yet, what are you crying for?" He turned his head to look at Wen Zishan and found that he actually had a sorrowful expression on his face. Even his body was swaying a few times, as if he would fall at any moment. "Senior sister Gao is a little injured, but it's nothing serious," Yang Kai finished the sentence, at the same time waving his hand and releasing Gao Shueting from the sealed world bead. As soon as she appeared, Gao Shueting was obviously still not used to it. She hurriedly circulated her emperor qi to stabilize her body. Looking up, she asked curiously, "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Murong Xiao Zhao's tears were still flowing, but she stared at Gao Shueting with a pair of wide eyes. Then, her tears turned into laughter as she called out tenderly, "Senior sister Gao." Gao Shueting nodded slightly, then looked at Wen Zishan and frowned slightly. "What's wrong with you?" Wen Zishan swallowed hard and walked towards Gao Shueting step by step, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Only when he was in front of Gao Shueting did he stop and reach out to touch her face. A blush appeared on Gao Shueting's cold face as she leaned back slightly and bit her red lips. "What are you doing? Don't move!" Wen Zishan shouted in a low voice. Gao Shueting's body stiffened for a moment, but as expected, she obediently stayed still and let the big hand touch half of her face. The slight trembling of the hand made her heart flutter as she realized that Wen Zishan seemed to be worried about her safety. A shy look immediately appeared on her face, but her heart was warm. How many years had it been since she saw him so nervous? The last time was when she sneaked out to play when she was a child and was almost bitten to death by a monster beast. In a trance, time seemed to turn back, and the bits and pieces of hundreds of years together were imprinted in her heart. In the next moment, Wen Zishan suddenly pinched Gao Shueting's face and lifted it slightly. His eyes widened as he asked nervously, "Does it hurt?" Yang Kai, who was watching the show with relish, covered his face and couldn't bear to watch. The blush on Gao Shueting's face receded, and a cold light bloomed in her eyes. She stretched out a leg from under her skirt and kicked Wen Zishan's lower abdomen, sending him flying with a bang. Gao Shueting's face was as cold as frost as she coldly snorted, "Does it hurt?" Wen Zishan bent his waist and covered his abdomen with his hand, but he laughed heartily. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much." "What's wrong with you?" Gao Shueting rubbed her face and turned to Murong Xiao Xiao. "I'm fine, sorry for making you worry." Murong Xiao Xiao immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, but after a moment, her expression darkened. "Brother Luo, he was killed." Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "Brother Luo is dead?" Murong Xiao Xiao nodded as tears flowed down her cheeks again. Although he had already guessed it, he couldn't help but sigh when he heard the news. He didn't have much contact with Luo Qin, but after all, they were both from Azure Sun Temple, so he couldn't help but feel sad for him. "What about Xiao Bai?" Yang Kai asked. Although he was sure that the Xiao Bai he killed before was definitely an illusion, he didn't know the specific situation of Xiao Bai. Murong Xiao Xiao said, "Brother Xiao was injured, it's not a big deal." Wen Zishan also returned to his usual posture at this moment and sighed slightly. "This time, the Southern Territory has really suffered heavy losses." Yang Kai glanced down and roughly understood the situation with a sweep of his divine sense. The losses were indeed heavy. His figure flickered and he appeared in the air above the center of the mountain valley. He waved his hand and threw out the few demons from the Emperor realm that were suppressed in the small sealed world. These demons were the ones who had attacked him on the mountain peak before and were captured by him. They had been suppressed in the small sealed world before, but now that he was going to expel the demonic qi, he naturally released them as well. After everything was ready, Yang Kai took a light breath and closed his eyes. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai remained calm. Suddenly, his eyes opened and his aura underwent an incredible change, becoming extremely ancient and desolate. Xiao Yang and Ma Qing were both stunned and looked at each other. They didn't know what kind of magic this was and how it could be so strange. A complicated incantation sounded and Yang Kai slowly pointed his finger downward. A light bloomed and a halo suddenly appeared, sweeping across the bodies of the 10,000 cultivator. Chapter 3271. As if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, an incredible scene appeared when the halo of light dissipated. The tens of thousands of demons released a bright red light as if they had been injected with chicken blood, their auras rising sharply. Wenzi Shan, Ma Qing, and Xiao Yang's expressions changed at the same time, revealing looks of horror. Ma Qing cried out involuntarily, "What kind of secret technique is this?" This kind of secret technique was simply unheard of. As the red light shone, the auras of the tens of thousands of demons soared, increasing their strength by a large margin. Such a secret technique could be called a miracle. Just imagine, if two evenly matched groups of people were in a bloody battle, and one side suddenly received the support of such a secret technique, the outcome of the battle would be without suspense. Not to mention, Yang Kai's secret technique could cover tens of thousands of people. Ma Qing, Xiao Yang, and Wenzi Shan had never seen such a thing before, so all three of them were a little dumbfounded. On the other hand, Fan Ku and the others, who had come to see what was going on, looked at each other. Sango frowned and said, "Why do I feel like this is?" The last few words were said so softly that even Ma Qing and the others couldn't understand them. Fan Ku nodded and said, "A little." Luan Feng frowned and said, "It shouldn't be, how could he use such a secret technique?" Although the three of them had never seen such a secret technique before, they each had similar memories in the divine spirit source inheritances, but because they had never seen it before, they weren't too sure. The three of them chatted one after another, causing Ma Qing and the others' hearts to itch unbearably. They couldn't help scratching their ears and scratching their cheeks, wondering if there was something they couldn't say openly. Why were they being so secretive? However, in front of three holy spirits, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. At this moment, Yang Kai changed the incantation in his mouth and pointed his finger downwards. A pure white light appeared at the tip of his finger and a halo of light spread out. As the milky white light swept over, the tens of thousands of demons let out painful groans. Immediately after, traces of demonic qi overflowed from their bodies and turned invisible. Ma Qing's eyes widened. It really works. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to expel the demonic qi from the demon dwellers' bodies before, but they couldn't find a way. The strange demonic qi was extremely difficult to deal with. Even if they could get rid of some of it, they couldn't get rid of it completely. They also couldn't do it as easily as Yang Kai. One had to know that they could only expel it one-on-one, but Yang Kai had used this secret technique on tens of thousands of people at once. The difference between the two was immeasurable. The ancient wizard's spell. Fan Hua's face brightened as he exclaimed in a low voice. If it was just a suspicion before, then it was confirmed now. The secret technique Yang Kai used was actually an ancient wizard's technique. Ancient wizard spells? Ma Qing gawked, looking at Fan Hua in surprise. He asked humbly, "Brother Fan, do you mean this is a secret technique from the antiquity time?" Fan Hua glanced at him but didn't respond. He was a divine spirit, and all the Monster King's subordinates were comparable to third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators. Ma Qing's cultivation was only at this level, and when he came to the ancient wild lands, he was just a subordinate, yet he dared to call him brother. It would be strange if Fan Hua paid him any attention. Seeing the disdain in Fan Hua's eyes, Ma Qing's face turned red, but he didn't dare to do anything because his fists weren't as big as Fan Hua's. Wenzi Shan laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he said calmly, "This kid's luck is not shallow. He even obtained an ancient secret technique." This is a great help. Fan Hua said lightly, it has nothing to do with obtaining it. What do you mean? Wen Zishan looked at him curiously. Perhaps it was because of Yang Kai, but Fan Hua's attitude towards Wen Zishan was quite good. He pondered for a while and said, in today's star boundary, there are secret techniques from the antiquity time, but have you seen anyone use them? Wen Zishan frowned and said, I haven't seen anyone. Maybe that person treasured them and hid a way to cultivate. Luan Feng chuckled, you can't cultivate them. Wen Zishan was stunned, why is that? Luan Feng said, every era has its own world principles, and under the corresponding world principles, corresponding secret techniques are born. The wizard technique is something from the antiquity time and can only be cultivated under the world principles of the antiquity time. Today's star boundaries world principles cannot meet the requirements of cultivation. Ma Qing and Wen Zishan looked at each other, is there such a thing? Although their cultivations were not low and their knowledge was not shallow, they had never heard of such a thing. Only divine spirits, who had inherited memories from their source, could know a thing or two about it. Xiao Yuyang nodded slightly and said, I have heard similar remarks from the great emperors. The great emperors once said that the star boundaries' many secret techniques would not have been able to bear fruit in another era. Fan Hua nodded, exactly. Ma Qing was stunned, but since Elder Yang can perform it, it means that he has succeeded in cultivating it. Why is that? Yes, why is that? Not only did he not understand, but the three divine spirits also did not understand. They even suspected that Yang Kai had some kind of opportunity in the ancient wild lands. They even suspected that the ancient wizard technique was successfully cultivated in the ancient wild lands. The reason why the savage desolate ancient ground was given such a name was because this place had inherited the aura of the ancient desolate ancient ground, which had not changed over the years. The world principles of the savage desolate ancient ground were slightly different from the environment of the entire star boundary. An ordinary cultivator would be suppressed to a certain extent after entering the ancient wild lands. Everyone thought that it was because of the ancient wild aura, but in fact, it was caused by the different world principles. If there was any place in the world where Yang Kai could cultivate the ancient wizard technique, it would be the ancient wild lands. But Fan Hua and the others had never heard of any wizard technique inheritance in the ancient wild lands. Besides, Yang Kai had not been in the ancient wild lands for a long time. Where did he learn it? Since you three know that it is the ancient wizard technique, do you know what it is? Ma Qing asked again. Fan Hua said, if I am not wrong, that kid used the bloodthirsty technique for the first time. Bloodthirsty technique? Ma Qing raised his eyebrows. Fan Hua said, stimulating the essence blood in the target's body can increase his power greatly for a certain period of time. I believe that you all know the same kind of secret technique. Ma Qing was shocked. He was jealous for a long time. So it was this kind of secret technique. Of course, they knew the same kind of secret technique. Not to mention them, even an ordinary cultivator would know the same kind of secret technique. It was just a matter of whether it was good or bad. However, when the essence blood was stimulated, it could increase one's power for a short period of time. After that, the cultivator would be weakened and fall into a long period of recovery. This is one of the fundamental wizard techniques that the ancient barbarians relied on to survive. The Luan Feng continued, the ancient barbarian race didn't have the martial Tao that we have today. Only a small portion of them had outstanding aptitude and were able to cultivate witchcraft. The rest of them had to temper their bodies and bones. However, there were also rumors that some of them were able to reach Saint Realm with their physical bodies. Their means weren't inferior to today's great emperors. It was because of the strong bodies of the ancient barbarians that they could endure the bloodthirsty technique again and again. They could survive in the harsh environment. With the current body of the astral world cultivator, I am afraid that they could not endure more than a few times. There is such a thing. Ma Qing sighed. After knowing the truth about the bloodthirsty technique, there was no need to be jealous. After all, it required a strong body to support it. The three of you are really knowledgeable. Although he knew that they had learned all of this because of the origin inheritance, it was not as if flattery was free. Fan Hua and the others did not explain the second secret technique, but everyone knew that it should be a secret technique similar to the clear mind technique. However, it was much more effective than the clear mind technique. It could almost be said that it was the nemesis of the demonic qi. Yang Kai patiently performed the exorcism technique again and again. Low roars and painful howls constantly came from the valley. Traces of demonic qi escaped from the tens of thousands of demons' bodies and quickly dissipated like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Half a day later, the situation of the tens of thousands of demons in the valley was much better. Some of them had gradually regained their consciousness and sat down cross-legged, adjusting themselves while cooperating with Yang Kai's exorcism technique. One day later, Yang Kai had to stop and rest for a while. Continuously performing the exorcism technique had almost dried up his emperor qi. He took a few emperor pills and took some source crystals to meditate and recover. Only after an hour did he start again. After 3 full days, the demonic qi in the tens of thousands of demons in the valley was completely removed. But not all of them. At least 1,000 of them had been completely devoured by the demonic qi. Even Yang Kai's exorcism technique could not save them. It would only cause them harm and had no effect at all. For a time, the mountain valley was filled with misery. The cultivators who had recovered were led by their respective elders to different places to rest. As for how to deal with the remaining thousands of demons, Xiao Yuyang and the others had already decided. Since they could not save them, they could only give them a quick death. Xiao Yuyang did it himself. With one move, he almost overturned the entire valley. Thousands of demons were buried along with them. The scene became even more tragic. Soft sobs could be heard everywhere. This time, all the major sects that came to participate in the martial meet in the Southern Territory had suffered losses, regardless of their strength. The worst few sects were almost wiped out, leaving only a few survivors. Azure Sun Temple also suffered losses. One of their elders from the Emperor realm had died. Among the disciples who came to participate in the martial meet, almost half of the Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm cultivators had died. Only a few Dao Source Realm cultivators died. This was the result of Wen Zishan's protection when he sensed that something was wrong. Otherwise, it would have been even worse. Yuan Qi was greatly damaged. The real Yuan Qi was greatly damaged. Elder Yang, I still need you to take a look at these people. While they were resting, Ma Qing, Wen Zishan, and Xiao Yuyang came together. Behind them, a group of people from the Emperor realm escorted 2 batches of people. There were not many people in these 2 batches. One batch only had 7 or 8 people, while the other batch only had 12 people. From the outside, there was nothing special about these people. It was just that their cultivations had been sealed. The 7 or 8 people on the left had gloomy faces and their hearts were dead. The 12 people on the right, on the other hand, were constantly shouting that they had been wronged. Most of these people were from the Emperor realm. The remaining people were a mix of good and bad. Chapter 3272. The black puppy returned to ruins also followed along and was held in Lu Yan's arms. It bared its fangs and growled at the second group of people. These people seemed to be extremely afraid of it, and each of them had a deep fear in their eyes. Yang Kai glanced at them thoughtfully before fixing his gaze on the first group of 7 or 8 people and asking, "Have they all been possessed by the demonic will?" Wen Zishan nodded with a heavy expression, "Yes, see if you can save them." "It'll be difficult." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although he had never tried, he knew that these demon dwellers who had been possessed by the demonic will were fundamentally different from those who had been eroded by the demonic qi. Even if he had the ancient wizard's technique, there was probably no hope. "Let's try," Ma Qing pleaded. One of them was an elder of heavenly martial holy land, and he really couldn't bear to be defeated here. Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right, but Holy Master Ma shouldn't expect too much." As long as Elder Yang does his best, Ma Qing smiled bitterly. Yang Kai got up and walked over to the demon dwellers, looking at them with interest. To be honest, even at this moment, he couldn't see anything wrong with these demon dwellers. They were no different from ordinary people. It was no wonder that the entire southern territory was still in the dark about the fall of Orthodoxy Temple. There were men and women, old people and young people among these 7 or 8 people. Yang Kai walked around them and stopped in front of a young man at random. When their eyes met, the young man's eyes showed obvious nervousness. Yang Kai smiled at him and chanted an incantation. He pointed a finger at the young man's forehead, and a milky white light bloomed from his fingertip and poked into the young man's forehead. As the light spread, the young man trembled all over and his face became extremely ferocious. A bestial howl came from his mouth as he struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, many restrictions had already been placed on his body, so how could he break free? Under the effects of the exorcism technique, the young man was quickly surrounded by demonic qi. As the exorcism technique took effect, the demonic qi on the young man's body continued to dissipate, but his essence, qi, and spirit also withered. In a very short time, his face became pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat as if he had been fished out of water. After a while, his eyes rolled back and he completely fainted. Yang Kai stood and slowly shook his head. Seeing this scene, Ma Qing and the others sighed. They had mentally prepared themselves before coming, but when they saw with their own eyes that Yang Kai's method had no effect on these demons, they gave up. After all, these demons had been possessed by the demonic qi and their wills had long been devoured. These demons had changed fundamentally, so even if Yang Kai's exorcism technique could get rid of their demonic qi, it would also damage their foundation. Even if it could get rid of all the demonic qi, these people would become walking corpses without their own thoughts. Yang Kai knew this very well. Previously, when Feng Ming took out the demonic seed to erode his knowledge sea and tried to possess him, he still remembered it clearly. It's hopeless. Yang Kai glanced at Ma Qing. Did you get any useful information from them? Wen Zishan sighed. No, these guys are all tight-lipped and are ready to die. I couldn't get anything out of them. Is that so? Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Lu Yen. Lu Yen immediately walked up and handed Return to Ruins to him. Yang Kai held Return to Ruins in one hand and stood in front of the demons. He glanced at them and said, if you want to live, tell me what you're planning. If the information is useful, I may spare your lives. The 7 or 8 people looked at him quietly, but no one answered except for the young man who had fainted. Yang Kai nodded. You're all not afraid of death, very good. As he spoke, he gently patted Return to Ruins on the head. The little black dog roared and suddenly stretched its head out. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed a demon standing in front of Yang Kai. This scene made the eyelids of Ma Qing and the rest twitch. Even though they had already seen this strange little black dog's means before, they were still a little shocked. It was not strange for a demonic beast to eat humans, but the key was that the ruins of End did not eat humans, but demons, and yet nothing happened. Previously, it had even swallowed the boundless demonic qi in the valley, which was really amazing. Wen Zishan looked thoughtful. He knew about the existence of Return to Ruins. Gong Yu found Return to Ruins in the Azure Sun Temple. At that time, it almost swallowed Feng Ming. It swallowed the combined attack of more than 10 people from the Emperor realm and bounced it back. According to Gong Yu, this little beast seemed to have the bloodline of the strange beasts in the demon territory, so it was normal for it to have such a strange performance. After swallowing a demon in one bite, the rest of the demons were restless. They looked at Return to Ruins as if they were looking at their natural enemy, full of fear and dread. However, their powers were sealed, so they could not escape even if they wanted to. Yang Kai looked at them calmly and said, think about it slowly. If anyone has thought it through, feel free to speak. As long as you can provide some decent information, I will keep my word. As soon as he finished speaking, Return to Ruins opened its mouth and swallowed a second demon. Yang Kai did not speak anymore. He just carried Return to Ruins and walked forward step by step. Every time it came in front of a demon, Return to Ruins swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, it had swallowed 5, leaving only 2 standing there. Their eyes were filled with hatred, but they still did not say a word. Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed helplessly. As expected, they are all tough men. He turned to look at Ma Qing and the others and said, I'm afraid I won't be able to get anything out of them. Ma Qing said with a cold face, if that's the case, then we won't keep them. If they weren't demons, Ma Qing might have thought of a way to use a secret technique like the soul-sucking technique to pry into the secrets in their minds. However, this was related to demons, so no one had the guts to do so. If they were contaminated by the demon qi, it would not be worth it. There was no use in keeping them, so they could only eliminate them by the roots. Return to Ruins swallowed the remaining 2 demons in 2 mouthfuls. With a look of dissatisfaction, it glanced at the dozen people on the other side. What's the situation with them? Yang Kai asked curiously. You'll have to ask your pet beast. When Zishan frowned, it keeps barking at these people. I don't know if there's a problem with it. After the battle in the valley, the major sects were gathering the survivors and collecting the bodies of the dead and injured. However, Return to Ruins suddenly ran in front of a cultivator and kept barking. In view of its strange behavior before Return to Ruins, when Zishan and Ma Qing were cautious and ordered people to detain the cultivator. Who knew that Return to Ruins would keep shuttling through the crowd and find a dozen people one after another, resulting in the current situation. I'm innocent, Temple Master Wen. I'm a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. How could there be a problem? A young girl defended herself with a bitter face. The others also chimed in. Yang Kai said, whether there's a problem or not, we'll know once we try. He took a step forward and went straight in front of the girl. The girl was shocked and took a few steps back. What do you want to do? Yang Kai opened his big hand and directly grabbed her head. When he used his exorcism technique, the girl's face suddenly changed. Traces of black qi poured out of her body and she wailed. Everyone's faces changed when they saw this. There really is a problem. Ma Qing's face was dignified. Wen Zishan also had a look of lingering fear on his face as he looked at the returning ruin in amazement. He knew that if it weren't for this little beast's abnormal performance this time, he and the others would have been deceived. When was a person's mind at its most relaxed? It was when victory was won after a great battle. The dust from the Battle of Orthodoxy Temple had already settled. No one had expected that there would be demons hiding in the crowd, and no one had the ability to distinguish them. If these people were allowed to leave this place alive, perhaps a second or third Orthodoxy temple would appear one day. Yang Kai checked one by one and found that the dozen people found by Return to Ruins had all been secretly possessed by the demon. He didn't know if they had already been possessed before or if they had done it during the chaos. Looking at the dozen people's different backgrounds and cultivation levels, it was probably the latter. Since they had already been possessed, there was nothing to say. In a short moment, they were all in Return to Ruins' stomach. When Zishan said, "Do you want to ask your pet beast to look again? What if there are still remnants of the demon?" Previously, there was no way to distinguish who had been possessed by the demon. Now that they had a weapon like Return to Ruins, they naturally had to choose carefully. Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's fine." Saying so, he threw Return to Ruins to Lu Yen. "Take it with you." Lu Yen took Return to Ruins, turned around, and left. Not far away, Wu Chang watched this scene. His expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. More than a month ago, when they met at the gates of Orthodoxy Temple, Wu Chang was still rude and mocking Yang Kai, boasting shamelessly that Yang Kai had the qualifications to fight him. But who would have thought that in just a short month, this opponent that he didn't take seriously before would actually speak to his holy lord as an equal? And the incident at Orthodoxy Temple was almost single-handedly saved by Wu Chang. If it weren't for him, so many people in the Southern Territory would have been wiped out. Wu Chang thought about the 200 or so helpers he had casually pulled from the Emperor realm, then thought about the arrogant 32 Paths Monster King, then thought about the 3 holy spirits that obeyed his orders. Wu Chang felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. He didn't know when, but this person who was of the same generation as him had walked so far ahead of him, becoming a person from a different world from him. Now that he thought about his bold words from more than a month ago, he realized that he was too laughable and childish. Chapter 3273. At the entrance of Orthodoxy Temple, Yang Kai slowly walked over to a small slope and stared down at the cold corpse, a trace of sadness flashing across his eyes. At this moment, the corpse was wrapped in a layer of ice, so even after several days, there was no sign of damage, let alone being bitten by wild beasts. The fatal wound was on her chest, penetrated by a sharp weapon like a sword. It was the only place where he could see that she did not suffer any pain before she died, but her eyes were wide open and filled with fear and helplessness. Temple Master. Hua Qingxi stepped forward and called out softly. Why are you here? Yang Kai asked as he squatted down and brushed his big hand across the cold corpse, melting the ice immediately. He then gently closed her eyes and smoothed the messy hair on her forehead. Elder Ji asked me to stand guard here. Hua Qingxi replied, quietly observing Yang Kai's expression, knowing that Ji Yao was right. Her temple master really did know this dead woman, but she did not know what their relationship was, but seeing the guilt and sadness on Yang Kai's face, it seemed that their relationship was not ordinary, but it was not to the point of romantic love. Yang Kai nodded. When Ji Yao had broken through the Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array with him, he had also noticed that Ji Yao had used a secret technique to freeze Jade Chakram's corpse, but at that time, the battle was imminent and he had no time to linger. It was only now that everything was settled that he had the time to come and investigate. The dead were already gone, but her voice and smile continued to play in his mind. If she had not died here, with Jade Chakram's performance at the martial gathering, she would have had a good chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future, but the path of martial Tao was filled with thorns, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. In fact, Yang Kai did not have much of a friendship with her. This time, 20 to 30,000 people had died in the Southern Territory, and even more than a third of Azure Sun Temple's disciples had died, but she was the only one who made Yang Kai feel regret and heartache. What an inexplicable feeling. Looking at the person in front of him, Yang Kai could recall the scene when she suddenly turned around and waved at him after he refused to see her. No one would have thought that the moment she turned around would be forever separated. Hua Qingxi waited for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond, she reminded him, Palace Master, those people over there are her fellow disciples. They want to bury her body. Kai Yang looked up and saw a dozen or so people standing not far away, some fear in their eyes. The one leading them was a young woman who looked to be in her 30s. Behind her was a group of women, but all of them had bleak expressions on their faces. There were even a few younger ones who were sobbing softly. Please come over. Yang Kai nodded. Yes. Hua Qingxi nodded and walked over to the other side. She walked over to the woman and said a few words to her. After a while, she brought the dozen or so people over. Rakshasa sect's Qin Pei greets Elder Yang. The young woman bowed and glanced at Yu Chao's body. Her eyes suddenly turned red, but she didn't cry immediately because Yang Kai was right in front of her. Yang Kai glanced at the crowd and found that Qin Pei had the highest cultivation among the dozen people, but she was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. The others were only from the first-order Dao Source Realm, while the rest were Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. You are Yu Chao's fellow disciples? Yang Kai asked. Qin Pei nodded and said, Yes, I am Yu Chao's senior sister. What about your sect master? Yang Kai looked at her. Although the Rakshasa sect was not a powerful sect in the Southern Territory, Yang Kai remembered that they had a sect master from the Emperor realm. This time, it was their sect master who led the team to participate in the martial gathering. Qin Pei lowered her head and said in a choked voice, Sect master also went. As soon as she said this, the women behind her who were sobbing couldn't help crying. The Rakshasa sect was a female sect, and any female sect would always attract attention. It was inevitable that some lecherous men would have ideas about them. In the past, they had a sect master from the emperor realm, and they had arranged marriages with the surrounding sects and families, so they were relatively stable. Now that their sect master had died tragically, and only 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators who came to participate in the martial gathering were left, it could be said that their foundation had been damaged. In the future, it would be difficult for the Rakshasa sect to establish itself in the Southern Territory. As long as this news spread, the fate of the many female disciples of the Rakshasa sect would be worrying. Thinking about the future, how could the group of women hold back their grief? Yang Kai was silent. Qin Pei took out a cloth bag from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. This is. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Qin Pei wiped her tears and forced a smile. Junior sister Yu Chao asked me to collect some seeds a few days ago. She probably wanted to give them to you, but I collected them a little late and didn't have time to give them to her. Yang Kai pursed his lips and reached out to take the cloth bag, but he felt that this small bag was extremely heavy. Qin Pei continued, Junior sister Jade Chakram admires Elder Yang very much, some time ago. As she spoke, she couldn't continue, covering her mouth and sobbing. The dozen or so women behind her also began to cry in grief. Hua Qingxi was also upset by this scene and her eyes were a little red. After a while, Qin Pei calmed down and took a deep breath, smiling. Junior sister Yu Chao was really lucky to have met Elder Yang before her death. Yang Kai's hand holding the cloth bag tightened slightly as he felt his chest tighten. Qin Pei continued, if Elder Yang doesn't mind, would like to bring junior sister's body back to the sect for burial. Yang Kai nodded gently, speechless. Qin Pei crouched down and gently stroked Yu Chao's head before putting her body into her space ring. Many thanks, Elder Yang. Qin Pei bowed deeply and was about to leave with her dozen or so companions. Wait a moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and called out to her. Qin Pei turned around and asked, does Elder Yang have any other instructions? What do you plan to do in the future? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. A trace of confusion flashed across Qin Pei's eyes as she shook her head. These past few days, she had also thought about this problem. With the sect master dead, where would the thousands of Rakshasa sect disciples go? Currently, the highest cultivation in the Rakshasa sect was only an elder from the third order Dao Source realm who had stayed behind to guard the sect. This kind of strength was not enough to protect the foundation of the Rakshasa sect. The Rakshasa sect had always been allied with a few sects and families through marriage, but without the deterrence of the emperor realm, these marriage partners would most likely want to swallow the Rakshasa sect more than anyone else, so how could they possibly protect the sect? The future of the Rakshasa sect could already be foreseen, unless they could pull in powerful foreign aid. However, without knowing the root of the problem, even if they managed to pull in foreign aid, it was likely that they would invite a wolf into the house. All kinds of scruples made the future of the Rakshasa sect bleak. Do you want to revive the sect or join another sect? Yang Kai asked. If it's the latter, I can recommend you. Both the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory are fine. The choices in the Southern Territory are limited, but you can choose any sect in the Northern Territory. You can join whichever sect you want. Qin Pei's eyes lit up when she heard this. Elder Yang is willing to help the Rakshasa sect? Yang Kai said, Jade and I can be considered friends. Although she went, I can't just sit by and do nothing when her sect is in trouble. Qin Pei couldn't help but be overjoyed when she received a positive answer. The dozen or so Rakshasa sect disciples also looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. In their opinion, the emperor realm had always been high and mighty. Unless one was a venerable sovereign, they had no right to speak to it as an equal. This was also why they had been standing far away, not daring to approach. This was because Hua Qingxi, who was guarding Jade's corpse, was from the emperor realm. Although the sect master was amiable when she was alive, no one dared to act presumptuously in front of the emperor realm. This was the case for a first-order emperor realm master, let alone a second-order or third-order emperor realm master. This elder Yang was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so his status was much higher than that of the Emperor realm. Qin Pei was a little cautious when she spoke to Yang Kai just now, but who would have thought that he would be so amiable and even say that he was friends with Jade? The word friend was too heavy. Which the Emperor realm would be willing to be friends with a Dao Source realm master? Even if there were, it was extremely rare. If Jade heard this, she would probably be overjoyed. When she thought of Jade, Qin Pei's expression was full of sadness. She said firmly, "We want to revive the sect." The Rakshasa sect was the place where they grew up. It was the home of this group of women. If it could be revived, who would be willing to abandon it and live under someone else's roof? The group of women behind her also nodded vigorously. "Is that so?" Yang Kai pondered for a while, then said, "Has your Rakshasa sect ever hired an honored guest elder?" Qin Pei shook her head. The Rakshasa sect only had the Emperor realm. If they really wanted to hire an honored guest elder, they would definitely choose the Emperor realm. However, the Emperor realm generally had their own sects. Who would go to the Rakshasa sect to be an honored guest elder? There was no need to hire a Dao Source realm master. "Hire me. I will be the Rakshasa sect's honored guest elder in the future." Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. Qin Pei was immediately stunned. When she heard the meaning in Yang Kai's words, she also knew that Yang Kai intended to help them revive the sect, but she didn't expect that he would use such a method. In her mind, Yang Kai would at most announce to the outside world that he was sheltering her so that some people with bad intentions would be wary of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. She had never imagined that Yang Kai would actually be willing to lower himself and become an honored guest elder of Temple Luo sect. This was an honored guest elder. Even if he had the title of honored guest, it was tantamount to bearing the mark of the Rakshasa sect. In the future, if the Rakshasa sect was in trouble, how could Yang Kai not lend a helping hand? Seeing that Qin Pei didn't answer, Yang Kai touched his nose and said, "Is it that only women are allowed to exist in your Rakshasa sect? If that's the case, I can recommend someone to you. Her cultivation isn't worse than mine." He was naturally referring to Biyao. He believed that Biyao would be willing to help with this small matter. No. Qin Pei hurriedly waved her hands. What kind of joke was this? Even if the Rakshasa sect really did have this rule, it was now gone. What kind of person was Yang Kai? He was the biggest contributor in the battle at the Orthodoxy Temple this time. He could easily command more than 200 people from the Emperor realm, more than 30 Monster King, and 3 Holy Spirits. Even if he wasn't from the Emperor realm, no one in this world would dare to look down on him. With him as the Rakshasa sect's honored guest elder, who would dare to act rashly? Her jade-like hand was soft and smooth as if it had no bones. Her fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, making him involuntarily relax and feel refreshed. Yang Kai didn't know what she wanted to do, but he didn't resist and let her pull him along. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak. At this time, the Orthodoxy Temple was completely empty. The surviving cultivators who came to participate in the martial gathering were basically all gathered in the valley. The disciples of the Orthodoxy Temple were almost all dead, so there was not a single person in the buildings on the mountain peak. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the mountain peak that Biyao unintentionally chose was where the group of people from Azure Sun Temple used to live. Breaking straight into a room and closing the door, Biyao let go of Yang Kai, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and stood there, her heartbeat suddenly becoming much faster. Yang Kai looked back at her and saw her putting on a look of resignation. He couldn't help laughing. "What are you doing?" Biyao opened her eyes and looked at him, asking back, "What are you doing?" She looked at him with a look that said, "Do whatever you want." Yang Kai was a little speechless. "You were the one who dragged me here, okay? Now you're asking me what I want." But thinking about it, he guessed some of Biyao's thoughts and felt a little warm in his heart. "I'm not that fragile." Biyao stared at him with her 2 big eyes, not knowing whether to believe him or not, but she was caught off guard by Yang Kai pulling her into his arms. Suddenly, her body stiffened and she said in surprise, "Didn't you say?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "I'm not that fragile, but since someone took the initiative to deliver themselves to me, there's no need to be polite." With a little force, the two rolled onto the bed. Biyao suddenly felt like crying, but no tears came out. While trembling all over, she felt a big hand roaming around her body. The fingertips seemed to carry an electric current. Wherever it passed, it made her body and mind surge, causing her already tense nerves to become even more tense. His heavy breath followed her lower abdomen all the way up, blowing across her chest and neck, and finally sprayed onto her face. Biyao quickly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes constantly trembling. In the next moment, she felt her lips being unscrupulously invaded, and a suppressed sound came from her throat. Yang Kai's actions this time were extremely rough, without the slightest hint of tenderness. His big hand rubbed, causing Biyao to feel pain, and the suction coming from his lips made her feel like she was suffocating, as if she could die at any time. After a long time, their lips parted, and Biyao gasped for breath. Although she didn't open her eyes, she could clearly feel a pair of sharp eyes sizing her up, causing her cheeks to roll hot, not daring to open her eyes. Just when she thought it would be difficult to escape this time, Yang Kai suddenly lay down, his head resting on her lower abdomen, not moving for a long time. Biyao opened her eyes suspiciously, slowly got up, moved Yang Kai's head to her thighs, and lowered her head to size him up. For eyes met, Yang Kai smiled slightly, and Biyao said, "Do you feel better?" As she spoke, she reached out to tidy up Yang Kai's messy hair, her movements gentle like a newly married wife. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her soft hair, patting it gently in his palm. "After we go back, I will go see Senior Bingyun." Jiyao's delicate body trembled, and she nervously said, "See her, for what?" Yang Kai looked up at her, and said matter-of-factly, "Naturally, it's between you and me. I believe Senior Bingyun won't stop it." Originally, he didn't want to be fickle, but after this incident with the jade bracelet, his mentality had some subtle changes. He was less indecisive from before, and more decisive. The blush on Ji Yao's face immediately faded, and she became a little pale. "No." Yang Kai was stunned. "No?" Ji Yao shook her head. "Don't tell master." Yang Kai was stunned, and then smiled. "Do you think Senior Bingyun is blind? She probably already saw through your thoughts, but if that's really the case, you'll have to suffer a little. You know, I still have Su Yan and the others." "I know, but don't tell master." Yang Kai was really surprised. "Why?" "There's no why, just don't say it." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You and I are already like this, why do you still want to hide it? Isn't it better to just open things up and be above board?" Ji Yao didn't speak, but she kept shaking her head. Yang Kai's heart sank, and he said with some discomfort, "You don't want to, no." Yang Kai said, "Then do you know, what you and I are doing now is considered stealing?" He was worried about Ji Yao's face, but he didn't say the rest. Ji Yao lowered her head and said, "Stealing is stealing, the current situation is quite good." Yang Kai looked at her with a stunned expression, wishing he could crack open her head and see what was inside. Ji Yao suddenly said coldly, "If you dare to tell anyone, I will enter secluded cultivation and never see you again." Yang Kai was shocked and quickly comforted her. Okay, I won't say it, I won't say it." Ji Yao's expression returned to normal, and she sat there quietly, looking down at Yang Kai's face, her eyes filled with gentleness. The room was extremely quiet. Yang Kai was lying on Ji Yao's supple thighs, his entire body wrapped in a faint fragrance, and he felt all the fatigue he had accumulated over the past few days disappear, his body and mind completely relaxed. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, took out a communication artifact from his space ring, and poured his divine sense into it, then stood up and said, "The people from Star Soul Palace are here." "Your hair," Ji Yao called out. Yang Kai's hair was now a mess, so if he really ran out like this, it was likely everyone would know what he had done. Yang Kai quickly turned around and sat down on the bed. Biyao knelt behind him and tidied his hair before pulling him up and smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothes, her expression serious. Yang Kai smiled lightly and reached out to pull her into his arms. Biyao vigilantly placed her hand on his chest and frowned. Business is more important. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her, but it was only a light kiss. After a while, the two walked out of the hall together and flew towards the mountain valley. Somewhere in the mountain valley, Wen Zishan, Ma Qing, and the others had gathered. Xiao Yuyang, who had gone to greet the great emperors, had also returned. There was also a burly old man who didn't look young, but his hair was black and his aura was astonishing. Chapter 3275. This group of people had obviously learned about what happened to Orthodoxy Temple on their way here, so at this moment, all of them wore dignified expressions. Hearing the sound of something breaking through the air, everyone turned to look, and when Zishan said, "Yang Kai is here." This was not the first time Lei Hong and Xue Zhengmao had seen Yang Kai. Last time, when Yang Kai went to Star Soul Palace to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda, everyone had seen him before, so naturally, they were not unfamiliar with him. At this moment, they were all a little surprised. If Xiao Yuyang had not told them in advance, they would not have believed that Yang Kai had single-handedly saved Orthodoxy Temple. He had actually been able to bring in so many strong reinforcements in just one day and even seemed to be able to arrange a domain-crossing space array. Such a talent was simply astonishing. Thinking back to when he went to the five-colored treasure pagoda in Star Soul Palace to gain experience, Lei Hong and Xue Zhengmao didn't pay much attention to him, but now they treated him as an equal in their hearts. Temple Master, Holy Master Ma, Gold Envoy Xiao. Yang Kai landed and cupped his fists one by one before greeting Lei Hong and Xue Zhengmao. Lei Hong and Xue Zhengmao exchanged a glance before suddenly bowing deeply. Elder Yang turned the tide and saved many of our fellow Taoists in the Southern Territory. On behalf of Star Soul Palace, we cannot thank you enough. Protecting the Southern Territory was the responsibility of Star Soul Palace, but Star Soul Palace was unaware of Orthodoxy Temple's plot, resulting in many casualties in the Southern Territory this time, which was a great blow to Star Soul Palace's prestige and reputation. If Orthodoxy Temple's plot had really succeeded, Star Soul Palace would not only have lost face, but even the foundation of the entire Southern Territory would have been shaken. The gratitude of the two at this moment was sincere. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Both of you are too polite, it was only my duty." He then sighed, "It's a pity that things happened so suddenly that I was unable to do my best, causing my Southern Territory to suffer great losses. I am ashamed." Xue Zhengmao shook his head and said, "If not for Elder Yang, the Southern Territory would have been in great trouble. Being able to save so many people is all thanks to Elder Yang." Yang Kai smiled modestly, "Fortunately, I made some friends, so I dare not claim any credit." Xue Zhengmao and Lei Hong were silent. Previously, the two of them had looked down on Yang Kai, and even when Yang Kai went to Star Soul Palace, they did not take him seriously. The main reason was because Yang Kai's other elder Tan Junhao had died at Yang Kai's hands. Regardless of whether Tan Junhao had really done anything wrong or not, he was still, Tan Jun, was elder. Tan Junhao had died at Yang, of him was Tan Star Yang, Tan Star's Yang 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 Stars, Sun Yang's them. Yang Yang Sex Yang. It was only today that her impression of him changed. He was neither arrogant nor rash, and his temperament was extraordinary. It was no wonder that he could progress faster and further than his peers. "Everyone from Star Soul Palace is here?" Yang Kai glanced at the group of people not far away. Many of them were from the Emperor Realm, and there were at least 100 of them. With so many people from the Emperor Realm, it was obvious that Star Soul Palace was not the only one who had come. Xue Zhengmao said with shame, "When we heard the news, we traveled day and night to get here. We also called some people from other sects to come, but we were still a step too late. The main reason was that Star Soul Palace was a bit far from here, and the people who had gone to report the news were delayed for a few days, so they had only arrived now. Coming here to take a look, the matter had been resolved. They had made a wasted trip, but they could not just go back like this. While it was true that Orthodoxy Palace's plot had been crushed, this matter still needed to be investigated thoroughly. Where are the great emperors? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. He did not see the great emperors. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the great emperors to not show up for such an important matter. He had sent someone to Star Soul Palace to report the news in hopes that the great emperors would come. As long as the great emperors showed up, Lei Gu and the others would not be enough. As soon as this was said, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing also showed puzzled expressions. Ma Qing said, "Yes, why don't we see the great emperors?" Xue Zhengmao heard this and said, "The great emperors heard that the matter here had been resolved, so they returned to Star Soul Palace." Everyone was a little speechless when they heard this. Since they were already here, why didn't they come and take a look? After all, this matter was not a trivial matter, so they should have personally checked it out. But the great emperors had actually returned halfway, but since this matter concerned the great emperors, no one dared to say anything. Yang Kai asked casually, "Did Princess Lan Sun not come?" Lei Hong said, "Her Highness the Princess is in seclusion today." "Thank you for your concern, Elder Yang." Yang Kai nodded. Xue Zhengmao said, "Although the great emperors did not come, Great Elder and I can handle this matter. I have some questions to ask little brother Yang." He quietly changed the way he addressed Yang Kai to little brother Yang, but it sounded much more cordial. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Elder Xue, feel free to ask. This one will tell you everything I know." Xue Zhengmao said, "I have already heard the general situation from Elder Xiao, but I don't know anything about what happened on your side. If little brother Yang doesn't mind." Yang Kai smiled slightly, "It's nothing. The situation is like this. On the last day of the martial gathering, I suddenly received a message from Elder Luo Chen asking me to go out." She briefly recounted how she was lured out by Luo Chen and didn't hide anything, including how she was ambushed and assassinated. "In fact, I have something I want to ask you all." Yang Kai frowned, recalling what happened that night and still feeling some lingering fear. Xue Zhengmao thoughtfully asked, "What is it?" Yang Kai said, "The person who tried to assassinate me in the dark night was so quiet that I didn't even notice him approaching me from behind. After I counterattacked, his figure turned into smoke and dissipated. It is impossible for such a person to be unknown. I don't know if any of you have any impression of such a person appearing in my southern territory. If there were any fish that escaped the net this time, that assassin was the only one." Yang Kai was severely injured by him, but he couldn't even see his face clearly. Chapter 3276. If one were to say who benefited the most from the Orthodoxy Temple incident, it would be Yang Kai. Almost all the sects in the entire Southern Territory, large and small, owed Yang Kai a favor, pushing his reputation to an incredible level. The sect masters and patriarchs of these sects all went to thank Yang Kai, and naturally said that they would not dare to disobey his orders in the future. Whether it was sincere or not, with these people's declarations, Yang Kai would not be hindered in the Southern Territory in the future. After half a month of busy work, the Orthodoxy Temple finally quieted down. Everyone who needed to leave had left, and the huge sect became empty. It was hard to believe that this place was actually one of the 3 top forces in the Southern Territory, which had been bustling with activity not long ago. At this moment, Yang Kai, Qin Pei, and a group of women had already set off for the Rakshasa sect. Since he had agreed to be an honored guest elder, Yang Kai naturally would not delay. Now that he was in the Southern Territory, he might as well resolve this matter first. He was originally an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, and now he was acting as an honored guest elder of another sect. Logically speaking, it was somewhat inappropriate, and no one from the Emperor realm had ever done so. However, Wen Zishan did not mind this matter, probably because he had heard some news. Instead, he told Yang Kai that if he needed any help, Yang Kai would naturally be grateful. Compared to a top sect like Azure Sun Temple, the Rakshasa sect could only be regarded as a second or third-rate force in the entire Southern Territory. It was stronger than Blue Feather sect and Thousand Leaves sect. After all, it used to have the Emperor realm, but that was it. Now, even the Rakshasa sect master had fallen in the Orthodoxy temple, and most of its Tao source realm elites had died, greatly reducing its strength. It could be said that without Yang Kai's intervention, such a sect would have been swallowed up by a nearby force in less than half a year. The group of women had uneven cultivations, and their flying speeds varied. Yang Kai did not want to waste too much time, so he simply summoned his flowing cloud shuttle and took them to the Rakshasa sect. The flowing cloud shuttle was a flight artifact that Ho Yu had tailored for Yang Kai, so its speed was needless to say. After 7 or 8 days, a spirit mountain in the distance appeared in their sights. Qin Pei pointed to the front and said, "We're here." Yang Kai looked around and found that the place occupied by the Rakshasa sect was quite good. Of course, compared to the Orthodoxy temple and his own high heaven palace, it was more than enough for the Rakshasa sect's own forces. Putting away the flowing cloud shuttle, Yang Kai released the dozen women. Seeing the familiar scene and smelling the scent of home, and thinking about their fellow sect members who had died and their previous experience of escaping death, no matter who it was, they could not help but feel like they had been reborn. Their hearts ached and they almost cried again. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He was most afraid of these women crying, so he hurriedly changed the topic. "It seems that the news of your sect master's death has spread." Qin Pei was taken aback, but after looking around, she immediately understood what Yang Kai was referring to. At this moment, the Rakshasa sect defending array was in an active state, and in the jungle outside the array, there were many ghostly figures lurking. Qin Pei could clearly feel the auras of several Tao Source Realm Masters mixed in. Her heart trembling, she knew that Yang Kai was right. The news of the sect master's death had indeed spread, and the surrounding forces that had a good relationship with the Rakshasa sect could not wait to target the Rakshasa sect. Chapter 3277. I'm sure you already know why I'm here. Yang Kai went straight to the point. Tao Inrua nodded and said, "The Rakshasa sect is without a leader now that the master has fallen. It's our fortune that the Rakshasa sect is able to serve as the guest elder of the Rakshasa sect at this time and protect our foundation. I, along with all the disciples of the Rakshasa sect, am extremely grateful. We will definitely follow the master's lead in the future." She bowed again after saying this. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. You can do whatever you want in the future. I'm just a figurehead." Tao Inrua raised her eyes to look at him. She wanted to speak again but was interrupted by Yang Kai. "I know the Rakshasa sect's current situation, but I don't know much about the Rakshasa sect. It's not my place to criticize the matters of the sect. That's all I have to say. There's no need for Grand Elder to say anything more." Hearing this, Tao Inrua finally understood that Yang Kai really didn't have any ulterior motives towards the Rakshasa sect. He only felt guilty about the Jade Chakram incident, so he came all the way here to protect the Rakshasa sect. His heart was filled with gratitude, and all the worries from before were swept away. She wasn't worried that Yang Kai was playing hard to get. After all, his cultivation level was so high that if he really wanted to use force, no one in the Rakshasa sect could resist him. In addition, with Yang Kai's current reputation, even if Yang Kai really did something to the Rakshasa sect, no one in the Southern Territory would stand up for them. There was actually such a person in this world. For a moment, she looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. What she said just now was also a kind of subtle test. Qin Pei reminded from the side, "Grand Elder, please invite Master inside to rest. The Master must be tired from the journey." A trace of embarrassment appeared on Tao Ingrua's face as she said in annoyance, "It was this concubine's negligence. Master, please." As she said this, she stepped aside and made way for him. Yang Kai nodded and walked forward without looking sideways. The hundreds of female disciples on the side of the road all looked at him, their beautiful eyes full of curiosity and sizing him up. Taoing Rua secretly observed. She saw Yang Kai walking like a dragon or a tiger with an extraordinary momentum. The most rare thing was that he did not even glance at any of the female disciples. This was not a display of arrogance, but an indifference that was not moved in the face of so many beauties at one's fingertips. This time, Taoing really put her heart at ease. He invited Yang Kai into the main hall to talk and offered him some fragrant tea. The few remaining Dao Source Realm masters of the Rakshasa sect accompanied him, so it was inevitable for them to get to know each other. The Rakshasa sect originally had one master from the Emperor Realm and 13 Dao Source Realm masters, but after the incident at Orthodoxy Temple, the Emperor Realm's sect master fell, and even more than half of their Dao Source Realm masters died, leaving only 5. Among these 5, Taoing Rua's cultivation was the strongest, being from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, followed by Qin Pei and another 2nd Order Dao Source Realm master. The remaining 2 were only from the 1st Order Dao Source Realm. With such strength, even the Blue Feather sect couldn't compare to it, so it naturally attracted the attention of many great forces. Yang Kai didn't know much about the Rakshasa sect. He only learned about it from Qin Pei on the way here. The Rakshasa sect didn't have a long history. Its founder was the current sect master, Yu Luo Sha, and it had only been a few hundred years since then. Less than 1,000 years was indeed a short time for a sect. Most of the disciples in the Rakshasa sect were orphans and were basically brought back by disciples who went out to explore. The atmosphere in the Rakshasa sect was quite good, and the senior sister and junior sister were friendly. Even if there were some small conflicts, it was not a big deal. The Rakshasa sect controlled a city nearby, and most of the sect's expenses came from this city. It also had a copper lode. Since Yang Kai was going to be the Rakshasa sect's guest elder, Taoing Rua naturally wanted Yang Kai to know more about the Rakshasa sect, so she reported many things to him one by one. Originally, the status of a guest elder couldn't be compared to a legitimate elder, but Yang Kai's cultivation was far superior to theirs. In the future, the Rakshasa sect would have to rely on him for protection, so Taoing Rua and the others subconsciously lowered their status. If Yang Kai wasn't a man, they might have even asked him to be the sect master. After hearing many reports, Yang Kai was dizzy. Taoing Rua obviously saw this and sighed in her heart. She felt that she had really measured the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. Looking at Yang Kai like this, even if she really gave the Rakshasa sect to him, he might find it troublesome. It was ridiculous that she was worried that he might have other intentions. However, because of this, Taoing Rua was more and more relieved about Yang Kai. With such a person who had no desires to protect the Rakshasa sect, as long as they had enough time, would the Rakshasa sect not be able to rise? She tentatively asked Yang Kai if he was willing to be an official elder of the Rakshasa sect, but Yang Kai declined, so she immediately dropped the matter. The coronation ceremony has been prepared before, and I plan to hold it half a month later. I wonder if Elder Yang can wait that long? Taoing Rua asked. When Yang Kai heard this, he thought for a moment and nodded, yes. He could roughly guess Taoing Rua's intention. She wanted to announce it to the world at the coronation ceremony. After all, although she had previously ordered people to spread the news that Yang Kai would come to the Rakshasa sect to be a guest elder, there was no proof. How could others believe it? However, the coronation ceremony was different. It was an extremely formal ceremony. Once the ceremony was held, it would mean that Yang Kai had really put the brand of the Rakshasa sect on him. This was something that no one could deny. Yang Kai guessed that Taoing Rua would send out invitations and invite many people to witness it. It was a small matter, so he let her do as she wished. After all, she had no ill intentions or selfish motives. She was thinking for the Rakshasa sect. Seeing that Yang Kai had no objections, Taoing Rua smiled and stood up. In that case, please rest for a few days, Elder Yang. As she spoke, she gave Qin Pei a look. Qin Pei immediately stood up and said, Elder Yang, please come with me. Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and said goodbye to the others. He then followed Qin Pei out. The Rakshasa sect did not occupy a large area, but it was not small either. Although it was not as grand as the High Heaven Palace where hundreds of peaks gathered, there were still 20 to 30 peaks. Qin Pei flew all the way to the highest and steepest peak with the densest spirit qi and landed on it. There was a jade pavilion on the peak. Immediately, more than a dozen female disciples came to greet them. Qin Pei waved her hand and asked them to stand up. Then, she pointed at Yang Kai and said, "This is our Rakshasa sect's guest elder, Elder Yang. In the future, you must serve him with all your heart." "Yes." More than a dozen female disciples responded respectfully. A bold girl secretly looked up at Yang Kai, then quickly lowered her eyes. Qin Pei then turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "This is the sect master's residence." When senior sister Tao heard that Elder Yang was coming, she ordered people to tidy it up. "Elder Yang, please see if there is anything you don't like. If there is, please tell me and I will do my best to adjust it." Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Sect Master Yu's residence? This is not appropriate. Since it was the sect master's residence, it was not appropriate for him, a guest elder, to live here. Although Yu Luocha was dead, the Rakshasa sect would definitely appoint a new sect master. Wouldn't this be like a dove occupying a magpie's nest? Qin Pei pursed her lips and smiled. "This is senior sister Tao's idea. Elder Yang, you don't have to refuse." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right then, I'll have to trouble junior sister Qin." Hearing him address her like this, Qin Pei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but soon a smile spread across her face. "Then Brother Yang, please rest first. If you need anything, just tell them and they will satisfy you." Bowing respectfully, Qin Pei said her goodbyes, but Yang Kai always felt that the look she gave him before she left was somewhat meaningful, and the words she said to him were quite provocative. A group of female disciples who served him and satisfied any of his requests, it would be difficult for him not to want more. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and turned to look at the dozen female disciples, causing them to immediately lower their heads. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. These dozen or so female disciples, regardless of their cultivation, were all beautiful and had exquisite figures. This was not surprising as the entire Rakshasa sect was filled with women. Finding a few with beautiful faces and beautiful figures was naturally not a problem. He didn't look carefully before, but now that he did, Yang Kai found that these dozen or so women each had their own merits. Some were dignified, some were charming, some were quick-witted, and some were naive. Especially the two leading women, one of them had beautiful watery eyes, as if they were naturally covered with a layer of mist. When Yang Kai stared at her, she immediately blushed and lowered her head. Her every movement unintentionally exuded a strong charm, making people want to hold her in their arms and dote on her. This kind of natural seduction was something Yang Kai had seen many times before, but only Shan Qing Luo, the beguiling demon queen, could compare to her. Her seductive appearance wasn't deliberate, but rather inadvertently revealed, which was the most attractive thing to a man. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He didn't know if the Rakshasa sect had a similar charm technique. If there was, letting this woman cultivate it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The other woman gave Yang Kai a pure feeling. Her entire person seemed to be without the slightest impurity. She was soft and weak, making people want to protect her. It was as if anyone who looked at her was a kind of blasphemy. However, it was this kind of extreme purity that made people want to destroy her. Needless to say, these people were the cream of the crop in the Rakshasa sect, and the two leaders were probably the most outstanding among the thousands of female disciples in the Rakshasa sect. Yang Kai laughed in his heart. It seemed that Taoing Rua had put in a lot of effort for him, sending these two seductresses. Coupled with Qin Pei's words before she left, if Yang Kai had the slightest idea, he was afraid that something would happen between him and these two female disciples. Once something really happened, would Yang Kai not think about the Rakshasa sect in the future? Women really did think too much. However, if he was in their shoes, Yang Kai could understand the thoughts of Taoing Rua and the higher-ups of the Rakshasa sect. In the entire Rakshasa sect, there was nothing worthy of Yang Kai's fondness and attention, except for beauty. This was not a honey trap, but a small trick. Yang Kai would not blame them. Moreover, with so many beauties accompanying him, it was better than being alone or facing a group of men. At the very least, it was pleasing to the eyes. Disciple Ran Yiru greets Elder Yang. The pure and flawless female disciple curtsied gracefully. Immediately after, the other woman, who was so charming that she was about to drip water, also hurriedly curtsied. Disciple Yu Karen greets Elder. Chapter 3278. The voices of these two women were just like their temperaments. One was like a ghost in an empty valley, the other was sweet and pleasant. Especially Yukuren, when she opened her mouth to speak, Kaiyang felt as if his bones had lightened by 3 tails. His whole body felt as if it was floating in the air. The cultivation of these two women was not high, but it was not bad. They were both in the third-order origin king realm, and if they advanced further, they would be in the Dao source realm. For the current situation of the Rakshasa sect, the Dao source realm was the true cornerstone. If Tao Yingrua was willing to use these two, it was obvious how much importance she attached to Yang Kai. It was impossible to not attach importance to him. The safety of the sect depended on Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really wanted to do something, not to mention these two female disciples, he would not hesitate to recommend himself to him. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'm sure you know about this king's origins, so there's no need to be reserved. Let's get along well." Disciple dares not, the two women lowered their heads. Yang Kai smiled slightly and let them be, turning around and walking inside. Seeing this, Ran Yi-ro and Yu Karen quickly followed behind, leaving the other female disciples outside. After entering the hall, the two women followed closely behind. They would only answer 1 or 2 questions when Yang Kai asked them, otherwise they would remain silent, assuming the attitude of a disciple. Although Ran Yi-ro acted naturally and gracefully, Yang Kai could still feel their nervousness and apprehension. The two women had been ordered to serve Yang Kai. Before this, they had received Tao Yingrua's instructions and had clearly told them that they couldn't refuse any of Elder Yang's requests. They were not children, so they naturally knew what Tao Yingrua meant. They had grown up in the Rakshasa sect, and although they had come into contact with some men during their travels, those men gave them a very bad feeling. Their eyes were full of covetousness and possessiveness. None of them were to their liking, so they had an instinctive rejection of other men. However, the Rakshasa sect was where they were born and raised. When the sect was in trouble, they naturally could not stand idly by. When they accepted this task, the two women had already accepted their fate. How could they treat this elder who could take them from them at any time? Naturally, he had to be extra careful. This was originally the residence of Yu Luocha, the leader of the Rakshasa sect. Naturally, the furnishings in the house had a feminine style. However, under Tao Yingrua's arrangement, most of these traces had been removed. The various items in the hall should have been newly purchased. Although there was still some lingering fragrance everywhere, it was not harmful. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to finish looking around the entire place. Then, he leisurely walked out and led the two women to stroll around the Rakshasa sect. Although the journey was tiring, it wasn't hard for him and he wasn't in a hurry to rest. Since he wanted to protect the Rakshasa sect, he naturally had to understand this place better. Moreover, sometimes, experiencing the different scenery and local customs was also a kind of experience for his state of mind. Within the Rakshasa sect, there were 20 to 30 spiritual peaks of various sizes. Each peak had its own unique scenery. Let's start with the Rakshasa peak where I live. Along the way, Ran Yiru and Yu Karen accompanied him. As usual, they answered all his questions. When they reached a certain place, Ran Yiru said, "In front is the forbidden area. It is inconvenient for this disciple to follow. Please forgive me, elder." As she spoke, she and Yu Karen both stopped. Forbidden area? Yang Kai also stopped and glanced in that direction. He didn't find anything special. He nodded and said, since it is a forbidden area, let's look elsewhere. Every sect had its own forbidden area. The Rakshasa sect naturally also had one. Ordinary disciples weren't qualified to set foot in this kind of place unless there were some powerful experts in the sect. Karen said, if Elder wants to go, you can go by yourself. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Isn't that inappropriate? Others said it was a forbidden area. What was the point of him going there? Karen smiled sweetly. Two small dimples appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's okay. Martial Uncle Tao said that Elder can go wherever he wants in the Rakshasa sect. Since others said so, Yang Kai didn't hold back. In any case, if the Rakshasa sect really had any secrets, he wouldn't care too much. He might as well go and see what the forbidden area was like. He ordered the two women, then wait for me here for a moment. I will be back soon. Yes. The two women respectfully answered. When they looked up, Yang Kai had already disappeared. They looked at each other and were secretly shocked. Although they hadn't seen many people in the Emperor realm, they had seen 3 or 5 people in the Emperor realm. They had never seen someone in the Emperor realm as mysterious as Yang Kai. Compared to him, their sect master seemed to be on a different level. With that thought in mind, Karen secretly transmitted her voice, Senior sister, Elder Yang seems to be easy to get along with. The two women had been on tenterhooks for several days. After all, they were suddenly assigned to the Rakshasa sect by Taoing Rua to serve the incoming guest elder. They were more or less worried that the newcomer would be a rough and bad-tempered man. It wasn't until they met him that they realized that Yang Kai wasn't what they thought. Not only was he not ugly, he even gave off a somewhat handsome vibe. His personality also seemed to be extremely gentle. Elder Yang is easy to get along with, but we can't overstep our boundaries, Ran Yiru said with a serious expression. Ran Yiru said sternly, you should speak less. If you do, you need to change your voice. Otherwise, the elder will think you're seducing him. Karen blushed and said with tears in her eyes, my voice is like this. What should I do? Ran Yiru looked at her with a headache. You're doing it again. Not to mention a man, even she herself felt a rush of excitement when she heard her words just now. That sweet voice was like an invisible hand that constantly scratched at her heart. Karen lowered her head and said with an aggrieved expression, all right then, I won't speak in front of Elder Yang anymore. Ran Yiru sighed. The sect is now under the protection of Elder Yang. You and I are his personal attendants and represent the sect's face. You and I have been senior sister for many years, so we naturally know your temperament. However, Elder Yang is just a newcomer. If he really misunderstands anything, not only will he look down on you and me, he will also look down on the sect. Senior sister is right. Karen raised her eyes and nodded heavily. She then pinched her mouth and said vaguely, then I'll be a mute from now on. Ran Yiru shook her head. That's not necessary. If Elder Yang really asks you something, you can't not answer. I'll remember. Karen nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Suddenly, her eyes turned and she bit her red lips. Senior sister, let me ask you something. What is it? Ran Yiru had a bad feeling when she saw her strange expression. Karen squirmed and shyly said, when night comes, if Elder Yang really. She could not continue. Blushing, Ran Yiru poked her head and gritted her teeth. You damned girl, what are you thinking about? Karen held her head with both hands. But Martial Uncle Tao said it before. And don't you know that those in the Emperor realm have countless wives and concubines? I heard that every night what? Ran Yiru's voice trembled. She felt her cheeks burning as she asked. No woman, no joy. Karen lowered her head and spat out the words. Ran Yiru fell silent. Karen looked up and tilted her head to look at her. She waved her hand in front of her face and shouted, Senior sister. Ran Yiru smiled freely. Yin and yang intercourse, the great Tao of heaven and earth. If it really reaches that step, with his identity and status, wouldn't he be worthy of us? We should be the ones climbing up his social ladder. Yu Karen's eyes immediately lit up, and he said with a look of worship, "Wow, senior sister, you're so open-minded." Ran Yiru pinched her cheeks and gritted her teeth. "Isn't it because you kept asking? You're not allowed to ask again, and you're not allowed to talk about this again." Yu Karen's eyes were watery from the pain. She begged for mercy. "Senior sister, please spare me. I was wrong, okay?" The so-called forbidden area was just a valley behind Rakshasa Peak. Yang Kai walked around and didn't find anything worth paying attention to. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here wasn't much denser than other places, and there wasn't anything in the valley that could help one cultivate. This made him feel strange. Since it was a forbidden area, there should be some secrets hidden here, but this valley seemed ordinary no matter how he looked at it. He turned his gaze and stared at a cliff. If there was anything worth paying attention to in this valley, it would be this cliff. This cliff was as smooth as a mirror and looked extremely flat. It was hard to imagine how such a flat cliff was formed. Yang Kai went forward and knocked on it for a while. He found that it wasn't the work of man, but the work of nature. For a moment, he was amazed. The cliff was just an ordinary cliff, and Yang Kai didn't find any secret mechanisms or restrictions. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to pry into other people's secrets. He was just curious. Taoing Rua had said that there was no place in the Rakshasa sect that he couldn't go. Since she was so generous, there was no reason for him to hold back. After investigating for a long time, Yang Kai returned the way he came with a dark expression. He was sure that the valley was just an ordinary valley, and the cliff was just an ordinary cliff. There were no secrets to be found. Why was such a place called a forbidden area? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Of course, if he asked Taoing Rua, he might be able to find out something, but Yang Kai gave up. If he could find out, it was his own ability. If he couldn't find out and purposely asked, it would make him seem like he couldn't wait to covet other people's secrets. On the way back, Ran Yiru and Yu Karen were still standing at the same spot. When he walked up, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. It was because the two girls' cheeks were slightly red and their body fragrance was overflowing. He couldn't bear to look away. They obviously noticed it as well and were a little embarrassed. He continued to walk around the Rakshasa sect under the guidance of the two girls. Occasionally, he would encounter patrolling disciples. Most of them had seen Yang Kai before, and even if they hadn't, they could tell from Ran Yiru and Yu Karen's attitude. Naturally, they let him go without any hindrance. For the time being, Taoing Rua, who was the strongest among them, temporarily took over the position of sect master. Only when she reached the emperor realm would she truly take over the position of sect master. On this day, while Taoing Rua was busy, Yang Kai suddenly came to her uninvited. Taoing Rua did not dare to neglect this great hero who had saved the Rakshasa sect. She hurriedly invited him in and personally served him fragrant tea. After taking a seat, Taoing Rua asked, "Elder Yang, are you used to living here? Is there anything wrong with the service of the disciples?" Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. "I'm used to wandering outside. It's the same wherever I live. Ero and Karen also serve me very attentively." "That's good." Taoing Rua pursed her lips and smiled. "If you need anything, just tell them." There was one thing that she was very curious about. According to Ran Ero and Yu Karen's daily report, since returning from Luoqing that day, Yang Kai had been cultivating and did not see them at all. In this world, there were really men who were not moved by beauty. Just this point alone was enough to make Taoing Rua admire him. She believed that Yang Kai knew why she arranged for Ran Ero and Yu Karen to go over. If Yang Kai really wanted to, it was just a matter of pushing the boat with the current. Whether it was Rani Ro, Yu Karen, or the dozen or so female disciples, they could not resist. As time passed, Taoingrua became more and more satisfied with this guest elder. He only gave and did not ask for anything in return. What else could she say to such a person? I came here today to consult the next sect master about something. Yang Kai looked solemn. Taoingrua said, Elder, if you have anything to say, my Rakshasa sect will definitely obey. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's not a big deal, but I want to leave something in the Rakshasa sect. Something? Taoingrua was stunned. Yang Kai said, I believe the next sect master has heard that I cultivate the law of space and can set up a territory crossing space array. Taoingrua nodded. This information was not a secret since the incident at the Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai was able to get more than 200 people from the Emperor realm, 3 holy spirits, and more than 30 Monster King as helpers in just one day because of the space array that could cross territory. Otherwise, how could he travel back and forth between the Eastern Territory, the Northern Territory, and the Southern Territory in just one day? Hearing him mention this, Taoingrua's eyes lit up. She said excitedly, Elder, you mean? Yang Kai nodded and said, That's right, I want to set up a space array in the Rakshasa sect that connects to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. You know that I can't stay here all year long, so I will leave after the coronation ceremony. In the future, the Rakshasa sect will have to rely on yourselves. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. If the Rakshasa sect really encounters any danger one day and I'm not there, you won't be able to resist. If there is a space array, it will be different. You can go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to ask for help at any time. Although she had guessed it, when Yang Kai really said this, Taoingrua was still very excited. To be honest, it wasn't that she hadn't considered this before. Yang Kai was willing to come to the Rakshasa sect to be the guest elder. It wasn't impossible to ask him to connect the Rakshasa sect and the High Heaven Palace together, so as to seek long-term and effective protection. However, she didn't know what Yang Kai needed to set up a space array. In her opinion, a magical thing like a space array that could cross territory would definitely consume a huge amount of energy. She might not be able to afford it even if she sold the entire Rakshasa sect. Secondly, she didn't want to give Yang Kai the impression that she was insatiable. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would actually take the initiative to mention it. She was immediately delighted and said, Elder is really a good person. Yang Kai laughed and said, It's a small matter, but this still needs the agreement of the acting sect master. Agree, of course I agree. Taoingrua nodded quickly. Her state of mind that she had cultivated for so many years almost collapsed. At this moment, her expression was like a child who had gotten a new toy. Suddenly, she was startled and said, But what does Elder need? Elder, please draw up a list and I'll send someone to collect it. I don't need anything else. If you have space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, just give me some. Yang Kai had collected a lot of materials for arranging space arrays, and he had more than enough to arrange 100 more. But since the other party had said so, he just accepted a few as a token of appreciation. Good, I'll have someone find a way to collect these 2 things. There's one more thing. Does the acting sect master have any thoughts on where to set up the space array? Since he wanted to set up a space array, he naturally had to choose a place with tight security. Taoingrua said, Where does Elder think is the most appropriate place to set it up? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, Looking at the entire Rakshasa sect, the forbidden area behind Rakshasa Peak is the most suitable, but it is a forbidden area after all. Taoingrua immediately said, Wherever Elder thinks it is, this mistress has no objections. Her straightforwardness surprised Yang Kai, but he still nodded and said, All right, then it will be in the forbidden area. Taoingrua suddenly smiled faintly and said, Elder, you went to investigate the forbidden area. Were you disappointed? Yang Kai said awkwardly, I wasn't disappointed, I was just a little curious. Taoingrua pursed her lips and smiled, It's normal to be disappointed. Usually, there's nothing special about the forbidden area. If you want to take a look at it, you'll have to wait until the night of the full moon. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "The night of the full moon?" Taoyingrua shook her head and said, "I don't know the specific situation. I only heard the sect master mention it once. Only on the night of the full moon will some unexpected changes occur in the forbidden area. If Elder is interested, you might as well wait a few more days. The night of the full moon will be in 5 days. Then I'll have to take a look." Yang Kai suddenly became interested. He had gone to investigate the forbidden area once before and was greatly disappointed. However, he didn't expect that there would be another mystery in the forbidden area that wouldn't reveal itself until the time was right. This aroused his curiosity and he made up his mind to take a closer look on the night of the full moon in 5 days. It could be seen that in order to repay his kindness, the Rakshasa sect had completely let down their guard against him. If he were in their shoes, Yang Kai could understand their feelings. No matter what, simply giving them something couldn't be maintained for a long time. He asked a few more questions, but to his surprise, Taoyingrua had never been to the forbidden area and naturally didn't know what would happen on the night of the full moon. In the entire Rakshasa sect, only Yuluocha was qualified to set foot there. After bidding farewell to Taoyingrua, Yang Kai directly rushed to the forbidden area in the valley and took out a large pile of materials to arrange a space array. After half a day, the space array had already taken shape. Yang Kai casually refined a transmission token and called Ran Yi and Ro Nu over. He told them the use of the transmission token and taught them how to open the space array. He asked them to pass on the message to Taoyingrua. With this space array, the Rakshasa sect would no longer have any worries in the future. After Taoyingrua received the transmission token, she personally came to thank him. Yang Kai simply took her to experience the transmission token and directly sent her back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. She was amazed and couldn't calm down for a long time. This cultivation method was incomplete, but after carefully examining it, it seemed to be suitable for women to cultivate. It was somewhat similar to the Rakshasa sect's cultivation method. Thinking about it this way, he guessed that the Rakshasa sect's cultivation method was born from this cliff. It was likely that Yuluocha had discovered something unusual here and obtained this opportunity, which allowed her to cultivate all the way to the Emperor realm. It was precisely because of this that she established a sect here and established the Rakshasa sect. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were fluctuating, the scene on the cliff changed again. It was no longer a blurry and distorted text, but a distorted figure appeared. The figure seemed to be dancing on the cliff under the moonlight, but there was a mysterious divine technique in its every movement, which was intoxicating. If one could immerse themselves in it and comprehend it, they would definitely gain a lot. Yang Kai didn't know how this strange scene was formed, but it could be man-made or natural. He could only sigh. The world was really full of wonders. Immersing his mind in it, he carefully comprehended it and verified it with what he had learned. He also gained a lot. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Yuluocha's luck was really bad. If she was given enough time, with this opportunity alone, she would definitely be able to reach the Third Order Emperor realm in the future. Unfortunately, he actually died in the Orthodoxy Palace, dying young before he had the chance to mature. But now, Yang Kai understood why Yuluocha had turned this place into a forbidden area, even forbidding Taoyingrua and the others from approaching. This kind of thing was naturally best enjoyed alone. Otherwise, once news of it spread, it would attract many people's greed. Of course, Yuluocha's selfishness was a factor, but it was also human nature. But then again, Yuluocha's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, so her comprehension was definitely not very good. Otherwise, with this opportunity, she wouldn't have only grown to this level. At a certain moment, the light on the cliff suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai, who was immersed in all kinds of comprehension, felt something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. His gaze was so deep that it seemed to be able to cross the barrier of space and look directly at a certain place. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Yang Kai got up and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the mountain valley. Quietly staring at the void in front of him, Yang Kai's space principles suddenly fluctuated. His hands slowly stretched forward and then disappeared, as if they were inserted into the void. Open. With a loud shout, space was torn apart and a void crack formed. Yang Kai plunged into it. The surroundings were filled with nothingness and chaos, and there was also a terrifying turbulence surging in the void. Anyone who came here would have a difficult time, and if they were careless, they would be swallowed by the void and get lost in this void crack. Yang Kai was still not afraid. It wasn't the first time he had come to this kind of place. Principles fluctuated around his body, and the surging void turbulence was pulled away by an invisible force. He then wrapped his space principles with his divine sense and spread it out in all directions to investigate carefully. After a while, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He slowly shook his head and returned the way he came. Reappearing in the mountain valley, Kai Yang discovered that the night had unknowingly passed and it was now almost daytime. Standing in place, Yang Kai looked around, then looked up at the sky and then at the smooth cliff in the distance. A thoughtful look flashed across his face as a bold guess emerged in his heart. If he was not mistaken, he probably understood what was going on with the changes in the forbidden area in this mountain valley. Unfortunately, he couldn't grasp any clues throughout the night and only realized it when it was almost over. If he wanted to fully understand it, he would probably have to wait another month. He would have to wait until the next full moon to find out the truth. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, but when he thought about it, he felt relieved. On the way back to Rakshasa Peak, Ran Yi-ro and Yu-Karen respectfully greeted Yang Kai outside the hall. Yang Kai walked past them and walked into the room, his voice drifting over, "Inform me when the ceremony starts." "Yes," Ran Yi-ro and Yu-Karen respectfully replied. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been cultivating behind closed doors and did not go out. It wasn't until the day of the ceremony that Yang Kai dressed up under the service of Ran Yi-ro and Yu-Karen. It was not the first time he had experienced a crowning ceremony. The last time he was in Azure Sun Temple, it was funny to say that both were crowning ceremonies for guest elders, but each one was grander than the last. Even if other sects hired guest elders, they would not hold any ceremony. At most, they would send a notice to the surrounding sects that they were on good terms with, telling others that this person was already a guest elder of their sect. In the future, when they go out and meet them, everyone would give face. But whether it was Azure Sun Temple or Rakshasa sect, they all attached great importance to Yang Kai. Not to mention Azure Sun Temple, Rakshasa sect's safety now depended on Yang Kai. How could it not be grand? Guests from all around came to congratulate. Not only the guests from nearby forces who received the invitation, but even many people from Rakshasa sect who had never dealt with rushed over. Facing the unexpected arrival of the Emperor realm one after another, the disciples in charge of welcoming guests in front of the mountain gate were under a lot of pressure. Tao Inrua, Qin Pei, and the others also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't expect so many people to come to their own crowning ceremony. There were only 5 Dao Source Realm Masters in the entire Killing Luo sect, so they had no choice but to send 3 of them to greet the guests outside the mountain gate, while the remaining 2 were busy greeting the guests. They simply had no time to spare. But they all knew that the reason why they came uninvited was not to give face to Rakshasa sect, but to give face to Yang Kai. The incident at Orthodoxy Temple had been brewing for such a long time that it had already spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. Not to mention, all the slightly famous sects in the Southern Territory at that time had been involved. Basically, everyone who was still alive owed Yang Kai a life-saving grace. Since they came to congratulate, they naturally brought gifts. The disciples in charge of registering the gifts were shocked to the point of numbness.